Am I fucking stupid? What the fuck? Only one?
Ôi là do. Yo, Bandit. Yo, what's going on? Sorry. Yeah, I started the stream and then I had to go finish my honey to-do list and microwave my food really quick. I'm gonna grab some water and then we'll jump on in. Welcome, Topher. What's going on? How's everybody doing today? Oh, I worked on the path of building a little bit, Bandit. So when I get back while I'm eating, we can like look it over and like you'll see some of the pros and cons and some things I'm trying to figure out, but we'll hash it out. Give me a second. Oh, all right, we are back. Oh, well, Bandit, hopefully you're still here. Like I said, sorry, I was making food and stuff. Wait, Topher, why are you crying? Don't cry. Oh, God. Oh, you still here? Sweet. Oh, yeah, we got our food. So, like I was saying before, Bandit, before I took off for a second, I messed with the path of building a little bit. I don't personally know how to configure Blood Hunt properly because obviously Blood Hunt does a lot of its damage based off of the amount of bleeding the target has, right? So if you read the last part, enemies lose life equal to 25% of the consumed blood loss. It's not supported in POB, so I'm not going to get the full true damage for Blood Hunt via path building. But we can kind of try to guesstimate it based off of Rake's bleed, right? Oh, it's all good, Bandit. Um, but basically what we ended up doing is I want to fiddle with it some more. But we have a 100% crit chance on Blood Hunt right now using Pinpoint and Inevitability. The problem I have with Inevitability is it's 8 seconds, right? Okay, never mind. It does work. Okay, so that fixes my problem. So I was worried that if I critted with Rake, that it would reset the timer of inevitable crit. But the second part of it says this crit hit chance is lost whenever a skill supported by inevitable crits critically hits. So this won't reset just because I'm waiting for the Rake bleed. Now the only downside I can see is since I have to wait roughly 8 seconds to get full crit, because if I switch this down to like 6 seconds, I have 90% chance to crit. So I have to wait the actual full 8 seconds to get a guaranteed crit. That's one downside. Yeah, which is really nice. The only downside to that is bleed only lasts for 5 seconds. So I have this 3-second window where I'm not bleeding. Either A, I apply a bleed without an impale just to get a little bit of extra bleed while I'm waiting for my full 8 seconds. That's option A. Or option B, I try to find another support skill that gets me to 100% without having to wait the 8 seconds. Or option C, increase my bleed duration to 8 seconds. So I get more bleed damage overall, but it lasts me to the 8-second mark, so I don't have a downtime, like a 3-second downtime between crits. You forgot about Cole? Yeah, I saw your message when I got on. I was like, shit. 6 hours, that's like right in the middle of the stream. I don't think I'll be able to like finagle that. Oh, that sucks, Tover. That sucks. Yeah, I don't think the spear field is really gonna matter. Like, cause here's the thing, spear field, it's only gonna apply the biggest bleed, right? So the one bleed that's gonna get applied is going to be the one from the impale. There's nothing's gonna beat that bleed damage from Rake with the impale. So I don't think spear field on a boss is gonna matter, right? That's mostly what we're thinking about right now. For map clear, it's just Rake spam. You know, we're getting big AoE on Rake. We're Rake spamming the whole screen. Everything's blowing up and dying to Herald of Blood. That is our map clear as it stands. But for like we're talking specifically like pinnacle boss kind of things where they have mega big dick damage or HP. So basically what it would be is I would probably blood hunt right off the bat. Like very first attack would be a blood hunt to apply like a small impale into a dodge roll Rake. And that Rake will have a small increase in damage from the first impale, giving me my first bleed. And like I said, depending on how we do it, we either A, we have a 3-second downtime before we're going to blood hunt for a full 100% crit chance, right? B, we get our bleed duration up 3 seconds, so our bleed lasts for the full 8 seconds we need it to. First off, giving us more bleed damage for bigger blood hunts. But 2, it's just a longer wait time with no downtime. Or option 3, we just do a second bleed and, you know, we go 10 seconds with a big bleed, small bleed into a blood hunt kind of thing. Like, well, those are our options. And I'm not opposed to the last option because it means I don't have to like change anything. But if I could find a way to get it to where I don't have to wait 8 seconds, that'd be nice. Because I was looking at things like, there's more crit ones in here, right? So there's another one that's like, what was it called? Does it not work with this one? Might not work with this one. It was like 40% more crit chance. Hold on. It was on this one, I think. I don't remember what it was called. Hold on. Let's go into game and see if we can find it. But it was like 40% more crit instead of like this. So we have the 60% more crit one. But there was another one that was 40% more crit, and I wonder if it's just like a lesser version of it. Maybe? You know, tier 1 versus tier 2. Yeah, 3 a.m. Yeah, I'm gonna be right in the middle of my stream. Probably won't happen. Which sucks. Cause like I would be okay with like jumping in and doing something like that, right? It's both these technically do show. Okay. So we're looking for a crit, right? This is the one we're using. 60% more crit hit chance. Oh, it's Exile. So here's the thing with Exile, right? Exile is 40% more critical hit chance, but it also puts me on an 8-second cooldown. So it was like, what's the point of using Exile for an 8-second cooldown if inevitable crits is also 8 seconds? Yeah, that was a plan. Is just to get the like initial impale right off the bat to start the fight off with an impale. I don't have to, but even if I don't, like the first rake won't be enough damage. Like even if I did 1,000,000 damage bleed, and my blood hunt was to hit for another 1,000,000, that's 2,000,000 damage. It doesn't even scratch the surface of some of these pinnacle boss HPs, right? So if I started off with an impale and that bleed instead of being 1,000,000 was more like 2,000,000, that blood hunt would be like another 2,000,000, maybe more. So that's a 4,000,000 start instead of a 2,000,000 start. It gets that ball rolling sooner, faster. Had that initial bleed or that initial impale, but I was trying to tinker to see if there was another way to get to 100% crit chance with what we had available, and I don't think there is. So, with that said, I think this is kind of what we have, and as it stands, our rake is kind of roughly 1,000,000 bleed DPS, not counting a handful of things. So what's crazy is for some reason POB, I can't find I can't find how to calculate momentum into this. Momentum says it does nothing. And the reason why is because I can't configure it to show damage, right? See, it says it's green, but you see how it has no damage numbers? It doesn't, like, it says it's giving me 3,000 physical damage, like, even though it's a 40% more damage. But I feel like it's not being, like, even though it's set to distance to enemy is 20, which is technically 2 meters. So I have it marked as close range. Close range just so close combat would work. But like I don't see anywhere in here of like why, like I feel like the distance is what would calculate the momentum to work, but for some reason momentum isn't saying it's doing more damage. So I got really confused when I was looking at this because we'll take heft out and you'll see what I mean, right? This one's a no-brainer, right? It'll consume some of my HP, right? And it'll give me damage as extra fizz, which is basically it takes what I already am doing and it adds 2% times, you know, whatever the life cost of 10 is of my HP, and it adds on top of it, which is super huge. Well, I gotta find one of those. But if it's saying brutality, obviously we already have those. Conk, which is interesting, right? Because if you look at this, technically inevitable crits would be better because it would basically let me guarantee crit, but it fucks up our crit for the other one, and it has to wait 8 seconds, so it doesn't work. Minion impact, for some apparent reason, seems to be the highest damage across the board if I have a minion, but I don't. I mean, I do, but I won't consistently be able to use this. But what's crazy is this is 35% more damage, right? And it says it's the best in slot. Then we head down. This is 30% more damage, second best in slot. Okay. So 30% more area damage is supposedly like, I don't know, 188,000 total bleed damage. Why is it at close combat at 30% more attack damage is only 98,000? So the math here isn't mathing for me. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if POB is just wrong or if the back end math is just weird in the formula of which it calculates these things. How like maybe conch goes first and then some other things get added in, so it actually calculates in a part of the formula where it actually gets extra multipliers. Yeah, what up, Pep? So some of these don't make a whole lot of sense to me. And Heft is supposedly stronger in close combat, even though we proved it in game. That's not much different. So as you can tell, this is why I get confused. Because then you scroll down, you don't even see momentum. Momentum's all the way down here. With a 40% more damage, how the fuck is it only 20,000 extra bleed damage? It literally doesn't make any sense. Math just isn't mathing, man. Yeah, sorry, Pip. We're jumping into the game in a minute. I'm eating my food. So what this tells me, Bandit, is this is why people are using Heft over some of the other ones. Because all they're doing is going into POB and they're checking which ones are at the top of the list. Right? Like, oh, conch effect, big damage. Oh, Heft, big damage. Right? And that's all they're looking at. This big numbers means big PP. I don't think momentum is either A, it's not working properly in game and or on POB, or the way the damage is calculated, like in the formula, it happens further down the line, so it doesn't. Because obviously, the further it is in the list, or like the earlier it is in the list, the more things get multiplied on top of it. Well, the further down the list it is, the less impact it has. So I'm wondering if in the formula of doing damage, it gets added too late. Because, like, according to this, a 40% more damage skill is only doing an average hit damage of increase of 3,000. When a Heft for 30% just more physical max hit is supposed to be doing 12,000 average damage. Literally, math isn't mathing. 40% is always bigger than 30%. What are you talking about? Hold on, let me scroll down. I mean, you're not wrong. It does say for the rest of that use. But the thing is like, basically it says after moving at least 2 meters. Which, if you think about it, that's 2 meters. I move 2 meters and then swing. Move 2 meters, then swing. Move 2 meters, then swing. So, basically, and I actually move more than that when I'm actually targeting a monster. If I move 2 meters and then the swing comes out, the swing should be 40% more damage. You know what I'm saying? In theory, it should work. And to add even more insult to injury, we click on Rake, and it specifically shows it as a recommended skill. But why would it be under the recommended skills if it doesn't work? Kind of. Configuration distance to enemy, I have it set to 2.5 meters, basically. Even if I lower it, but here's the thing. Let me. Where's my momentum? So if you read it, you have to move at least 2 meters for it to take effect, right? So let's say we add it. We're at 896 total DPS. We configure this. We put this to 0. It doesn't change the damage at all. Literally doesn't change the damage at all. So I think there's something not working in POB, or the skill truly doesn't work, even though it should. Because if we look at it in game, there's no way to calculate it on the sheet, right? So we look at the sheet DPS right here, and it shows more damage after moving 2 meters. But if you take this out, the sheet damage doesn't change. See what I mean? Because it can't calculate sheet DPS based off of something that is that has to have like a criteria to match, right? What are you talking about? Second Zerth? What is that? But yeah, Bandit. I think that's why they're all using Heft, because just in POB it shows Heft being the best damage skill. Oh, well, close combat now takes. Okay, so here's the thing. This configuration is all fucking broken. Is the enemy at close range? It's checked, right? And if we look at this, right, it says this is doing 280 total damage, better than Heft, right? Problem is, if I go to configuration, I change this back to the mob is 2 meters away, right? We look at the skill now. Heft is now better in close combat. Oh, hit him once with momentum, once with Heft. Makes sense. But close combat is technically better than Heft. In this situation, when I change the configuration to their point blank, even though this box is checked at their close range, that box should say, hey, close combat, you can work. It's not making a whole lot of sense. The math isn't mathing very well. Especially since I dash in, I'm point blank, I hit the target, so close combat should be working, and momentum should be working, which should almost always beat Heft in every situation for average damage. So, I personally think, I mean, technically you could use Conk Effect if you really wanted. But why would I use Conk Effect? That's situational, when I can literally just do close combat and momentum. Alright, the only problem with that is momentum is 40%, and I don't have another skill that's 40% that I can put in and temporarily like juice it. So we'll leave that in for now. So it's roughly about 1 million damage with the build I have set up. Well, you're not wrong, Fit, but hear me out. What's the difference between a 30% multiplier on the maximum hit, right, You take the man-hand damage and you multiply what this number is by 30%. Okay? That's 30% more maximum hit, right? That's what that means. What's the difference between that and 30% more damage? What's the difference? Isn't a 30% multiplier to both top and bottom the same as multiplying just the top by 30%, with the caveat that you now have a bigger range because the minimum never came up? So your minimum stayed the same, but only your maximum went up, versus the other one brings the maximum and the minimum both up by 30%, making your overall range short, like smaller, giving you a better average damage. T1 rarity and 2 mid-tier, what is that, fire res and fire flat damage. I think the fire flat damage, I don't know, depending on the build, is the one thing that kind of holds it back. But I mean, if you want, we can do a quick little price check, right? You got some gloves, you said, right? And then you said it's got, like I said, we'll do some armor. I want to say it's local armor, right? So you said you had plus flat armor. You had percent armor. All right. And then you had melee gems. 2. All right. And then you had a mid fire res. And then fire flat damage. So added damage to attacks, something like that, right? I mean, I can't do that, Coke. I can't search his item unless he sends it to me. I don't know how to do that anyway. I mean, I don't really mess with the whole price checking and stuff. I don't use a price checker. But if like we were just to search this, and then we'll look at the, what he said, percent armor was like a T1, right? So is that like 92 minimum, right? 92 minimum. And then we go to flat armor. For some reason, these are only showing as T1. These aren't T1s. So we'll just say 92 as well. Just because I'm not dealing with that. And then a mid fire roll is like what, like 30? They don't have any, so let's just drop this to 80. Okay, let's drop this to 70. Okay, let's just take that off altogether. Something like that. Yeah, we need minimum for max. It rolls 92 to 100, Pip. I put 92. I put everything in the minimum section. Yeah, the base matters too. Like, is it like, I'm assuming it's an armor base. And it depending on like Coke is saying, what type of gloves, right? Because there's a bunch of different bases and some have better starting values, right? So if you had like, let me just pull this up, hold on. I'll just pull it up and show you. So if we were to craft a pair of gloves, right? Armor gloves. Here's what we're talking about. So base wise, right? If you were to have stocky mitts, the base is only an 18 armor value, and then everything gets calculated off of that, right? But if you were to find, let's say, a nightly mitts, 146 base value, which gets scaled up further, right? Or if you were to get like massive grips, 190 armor. So the base dramatically changes price because everything gets like this percent armor and the flat armor gets calculated based off of the base of the armor. It makes a big difference in the pricing. Yeah, 100 sounds about right. It has double, so it has like 600 armor. I mean, the flat armor just gets added on. I think it's an additive after it does the percentage, but yeah, however it calculates, these two locally get added to the base armor value. There's a nightly mitts. Okay. Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you have a 600 armor value, like, we're not gonna worry about these two, right? We're just gonna stick with these, and then we're just gonna go in here and do. Let me check here. Armor value. You said it's like 600 armor, right? That might lose. A little bit easier. Yeah, they're not finding anything. All right, let's here. We'll even do something better. We'll do a count, and we'll do total res, just to make things simple, of like 20. We'll do a quick search. Oh, I got you, but yeah, I couldn't find one. Like when I searched it earlier with all the criteria, it wasn't finding anything with like high armor. So, like how it's funny, I put 600 armor, but it only has 500 armor, and it's just showing me. It's kind of stupid. But regardless, this is kind of like how I would look at it, right? So it has like, yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't do this right. Sorry. So this is the only one that has any type of res on it. That also has 600 armor with flat attack, melee attack on it. And you said she has the item rarity, so there isn't anything to price match it against. Yeah, you're not wrong, Coke. I could do all three of the different LE types to kind of get a better. Okay, let's do another count. All right. Fire, lightning, cold. We'll just do that. We'll do a quick search. It opens it up a little bit. Give you different things. Yeah, I price check it a little lower than what it actually is, just to get an idea, right? So this one has item rarity 2, lightning res with small cold attack. Kind of the same for 1D. This one's relative fire with cold. Now it doesn't have the item rarity. I think item rarity is a good stat, but it also is a niche stat. Attacked here. What are you talking about? You said it was only a +2. Oh, you're talking about this. I'm really bad at doing that because it says like 3 to 4 to 5 to 8, and I can't just type in like 5 and then know what I'm talking about. Since it's a range, it's a little harder to do. I mean, I can, like, obviously, right? I can type in like 10 and it will like filter out a handful of stuff. But it's not as simple as just, oh, now I'm looking for a minimum of 10. It's like it finds the average and kind of does it. And so like now there's no cold. Because I put 10. 10 might have been too high. But this is a P8, so like there's no cold ones. These ones are yours? Oh yeah. I see them. That's 670. P1. The decent lighting. Oh, I thought you said it was fire. My bad. Pretty sure your original message said you had flat fire. That's why I put fire. Oh, my bad. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Coke. That's what I'm saying. Like, the rarity is one of those niche skills that you don't see a whole lot. Like, you see this one. I do like this one, but with the added cold being so low, I agree that these ones are much better. Not only do they have more armor, which is negligible amount of armor, in my opinion, but the nothing really stands out differently on the two values, except for this has a better roll on the added damage. So I would say it will probably not 100D, more in this range, mainly because if you look at like a lot of these values, this has roughly the same amount of attack damage, but it also has leech, which leech doesn't really mean all that much in the grand scheme of things. I don't know what's being lost for this leech. Oh, it's the item rarity. Yeah. So it's like you're giving up the item rarity for the leech. I'm being honest, most top tier players would rather have the item rarity to farm more money. But some of the more I don't give a shit players would honestly take the leech, so they don't have to get it somewhere else. So I'd say it falls in this category somewhere to be safe if you wanted to, because like I said, I do think it's slightly better than this one personally, because the item rarity is not a dead stat. It's like I would probably put it like 15 to be safe. But if you want to make sure you get the best bang for your buck, put it overpriced and wait a week before someone maybe buys it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at, Coke, is since these aren't the highest tier gloves, is someone going to pay a premium for something that can't be the absolute like bee's knees, right? Yeah, I agree with Fit. I would start at probably 25 and then every day maybe drop it 1 divine until someone buys it. Because eventually someone will see it and be like, damn, let's go. Or maybe not every day, but yeah, if you can hit this to 700, make it stand out. Because the thing is, like, someone's gonna like search for this. They're gonna see there's no rune, but they're just seeing the armor number here, and they're not paying that much attention to what rune's in it most of the time. Like I said, a lot of people are really dumb when it comes to searching. Then there's a lot of smart people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Pip. Like, so it'll make it stand out a little bit more. So yeah, start at 25. Put a rune in it. Start at 25. See how it goes. That's what I would do. Oh man. Also, Coke, Large, thanks for chiming in. Thanks for being here. Hope you're having a good day. Appreciate y'all. While I have you guys, maybe you guys can explain something to me. I'm tinkering in Path of Building, and this shit is the math in Path of Building is not mathing right now. Shit's driving me insane. So we're not even gonna argue the difference between heft and like the other multipliers, right? We're specifically just talking math, not mathing, right? So if we look at the game, we look at the skills, right? Look at the supports inside the skills. We take Rake wherever Rake went, and it recommends momentum because the way Rake works is it dashes to the mob, and then it does its swipe, right? So as long as I'm at dash 2 meters, I do 40% more damage. Okay, cool. Close combat. As long as I'm within 1 meter, I do 30% more damage. Cool. Okay. So now that that's established, we go into here. We're going to take out Conk Effect for now. And close combat. So, in the configuration, I have set this to 20, saying that the mob is 20 meters away. Or 2 meters away. Right? Which means I'm far enough away to take advantage of momentum. We'll even up it a few more just so it's like it knows that I'm further away, right? And then I also have, is the enemy at close range is checked. So in theory, if this is checked, close combat should calculate because it knows they're in close range, right? Close range means within 1 meter. Okay. So here's the problem I'm having. Click on this, and it's telling me that Conk Effect with 30% more area damage gives more damage than close combat. I've tried everything, Pip. Here's 30. Right. Conk Effect with 30% more damage, supposedly more damage than close combat with 30% more attack damage. Both of them are the same multiplier. Both of them still apply to the skill the same way. But supposedly somehow close combat has less average damage and bleed damage than Conk Effect. There's literally no difference in the damage calculation. It should be a 30% multiplier both ways. That doesn't make any sense. Second problem is momentum is not calculating at all. No matter how we do this, momentum is not calculating at all. It's telling me that momentum is only doing an average hit damage of 1,000 extra damage. 20k or almost 21k total bleed. Yeah, I don't know if POB is just bugged out or if it truly doesn't work actually and POB is proving it via this. That's the problem. I don't know. I don't know if it's a POB problem or a game problem. Exactly, Coke. I don't know if this one's just janky because I can't get momentum to actually calculate properly, so I'm going to continue to use momentum, but for sheet purposes on POB, I'm just using Conk because Conk is as close to 40% as I can get. The problem I'm truly having is if that's wrong, then how closely calculated is heft, right? Because here's the thing, I can change the combat one by changing the distance to the mob to like 10 or even 0. I can fix the close combat one. Close combat, obviously, boom. Which is funny because it's actually more damage than Conk Effect, which once again, mathing not mathing. How is 30% more attack damage more damage than 30% more area damage? It's the same amount of percentage. Once again, doesn't make any sense. Close combat getting put on. That's what I'm going to be using anyway. And like I said, I was putting Conk Effect on because it's the closest thing to 30% or to 40% from momentum as I could get, just so the sheet DPS looks proper. The problem is every single person in their mind is using heft, and I cannot understand and fathom it. The only positive that heft has over a just flat 30 or 40%, we'll just say 30 because you'd basically be replacing brutality, right? or even heavy swing because you lose in the attack speed. But attack speed honestly doesn't really give a fucking matter because you're waiting for the bleed to finish anyway, so you don't need to attack 1,000 times a second. You need to attack once every 5 seconds, so attack speed doesn't matter. But you'd basically be removing brutality for this because 30% more physical damage with brutality, right? Versus 30% more maximum damage. This is where I just don't understand it. So we're going to take brutality off just for shits and giggles. We're going to put on effect, right? Just so we have something in there. And for the last skill, as you can clearly see via POB, the total bleed damage. We're not even looking at average damage right now because I know the average damage will be higher than heft purely because it's bringing up the minimum and the maximum. So the average damage, regardless, will always be more. We're looking at total bleed damage, which should be a better indicator of which one's stronger. This one has 282,000. Heft, 257,000. That's the problem. No, see, I agree with that, Fip, is I'm not comparing it to people using Blood Mage that are running Ellie. I'm comparing it to people running Fizz, like Huntresses and stuff that are only doing Fizz damage, and they're all using Heft. Every single one of them. Right? But like I said, even in POB, the 30% more maximum hit, it does give you 30% more max, which is what's odd about the heft, even in game. I picked one up here. Is in math, in general, right? Obviously, I'm not the best in math, but to me, a 30% more maximum means 30% more damage to this 8262, right? Which is obviously wrong because I'd have to take something out. So let's take this out for now. Okay, there we go. So it'd be 30%. Where did my heft go? So it would be based off of this. So 30% more damage to 9186. How's that not right, Pip? That's the maximum. That is the maximum hit of my weapon. How is that not how math works? Well, I should take brutality out as well because that's what we're swapping it with. So it'd be based off of this. What do you mean now it's better when... Can you elaborate? Because you first said no, and now you're saying it's better when you removed one support gem. Yes, I removed magnified area because it has a less modifier on it. Right, it has the less modifier on it, but I'm getting the more area because I'm using my Rake for map clear, and on bosses I'm swapping in close combat to get the extra damage. Right. I'm just trying to prove a point that a 30% flat increase and a 30% just more maximum, they don't calculate the same. See, that's what I'm saying, Coke, is this does the bottom number and the top number, right? And heft only does the top number. So your range is bigger, but you have a better maximum, which is why I never agree. Why would you use heft over brutality unless you're using Ellie? So it finds the middle number and then multiplies it by 30? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why? That's the same. It's almost the same thing. If you find the middle number and multiply, you know what I'm saying? Like, why not multiply the bottom and the top? Okay, I see what you're saying, and I can see how the numbers would calculate differently at that point. Yeah, I can see how I can see how it calculates if it's finding the mean, the middle, and then calculating 30% on that. It makes more sense why it has less of a top end. Okay. I mean, I don't know if that's totally true though, Coke, because bleed is basically Your okay, so if you have a range of, we'll just put heft in really quick, right? If I have a range between 4,000 and 9,200, right? I can literally hit a bleed anywhere in between. So if I hit a low end bleed, that bleed will be less than if I hit a low end bleed here. Yeah, but you're only bleeding from the highest bleed, right? So, okay, so to put this in perspective for you, Coke, I'll explain my build of why attack speed means nothing. Okay. I get what you're saying. If I attack 5 attacks per second, whatever bleed is the highest bleed will be the one that's ticking. And it'll tick until it runs out, and then the next highest bleed will tick over, and so on and so forth. So you just attack, and you're just hoping for like the big hits with heft, right? So you're just spam bleeding, right? The difference is, I'm not spam attacking for 2 reasons. One is I'm rotating Blood Hunt and Rake back and forth, right? And the reason for this is because Blood Hunt is going to have Impale. So I'm going to bleed with Rake, wait for my bleed to tick down so my Blood Hunt hits hard as fuck, to apply a hard as fuck Impale. So my next Rake will consume the Impale and scale that next Rake even harder to have a bigger bleed, to have a bigger Blood Hunt, to have a bigger Impale, to have a next Rake being even bigger. So it's a rotating door, so hitting it multiple times means nothing. Right? It's a slow attack, rotation kind of thing where I'm not attacking constantly, I'm not attacking crazily, I'm not doing 1,000 attacks per second like we do in every other build. I'm doing a very slow, big chunky damage build. Where I dash in with Rake, I roll out, I wait 5-6 seconds. Technically it's going to be 8 seconds the way I have it calculated in my POB. And then after I've waited my 8 seconds, I Blood Hunt in, roll out, Rake, roll out, run around, stay safe, wait for the bleed to finish up, and rinse and repeat. That's the style of the build, right? It's different than how everybody else is doing it. To a point, right? Most people are letting the bleed tick, but they're not quite doing it, because here's the thing. I'm playing it as a Titan. Titan can't take advantage of many things that Huntresses or Blood Mages and other builds can take advantage of. We don't really have a whole lot to offer to the build, right? So we're relying purely on the little bit of magnitude we're finding and all the flat damages we can have, right? It's mostly about the defense as well, yeah. So we have like a lot of this, you know, armor applies, we're armor stacking, we have block, right? And we're taking a little bit of extra damage from having our block. But we're basically taking advantage of the 50% small effect nodes, and we're picking up all the area nodes we can, right? To give us as big of an area as we can. We are anointing and diamond maniacal thingamajiggy to pick up the extra melee strike range of both of these. Eventually I will have both of these, and I'm going to be picking up this. I'll show you the POB in a second. But that's the idea of the build, right? We're going to have as much AoE as possible so our Rake can kind of cover the whole screen. The whole idea is to have Rake hit out to about here, right? So basically double what it is now. So if you look at what we're missing I think it's 9% nodes, which is 90% increased area of effect. So I'm hoping with that 90%, we end up, instead of being here, we end up being roughly right here. That's the goal. That would give us enough clear for maps specifically to kind of, it wouldn't be a speed build, but it would be tolerable, right? Yeah, like I said, we're giving up a lot of stuff being a Titan. The only reason I'm doing it as a Titan is because I started as a slam build and I hated it, so we converted over to test some other skills. I really like these skills and I didn't want to make another character. I just wanted to test it, tinker with it, see how it feels, before I like really dove into it as another build later. So anyway, that's why we're making it work as this. So that's why something like heft with attack speed doesn't matter for my character, and it'll make more sense once I go into this a little bit further for you. We're gonna put brutality back in here. So we are going to segue. We're gonna have weapon set 1 for area of effect, which I haven't calculated in here. I'm not even gonna worry about it. But we're basically gonna have weapon set 1. There's gonna be 10 nodes for area nodes. And those 10 nodes will be swapped on weapon set 2 for crit. So we're going to pick up these crit nodes. We're going to pick up these crit nodes. Like I said, we will eventually have this, and this between Annoyance and the Diamond. We'll have all 3 of those. And then this will basically be our tree. Okay. Like I said, obviously weapon set 1 will swap to area instead of crit, and back and forth. It's whatever. But with this setup, we have 100% crit chance on Blood Hunt as long as we wait 8 seconds between attacks. So we do have a small dilemma with that because my bleed only lasts for 5 seconds. And I have a few options. Either A, find a way to increase our bleed duration, which I don't think will be very easy because bleed duration's like kind of far away, like way over here. So I can't really reach it unless I do like an intuitive leap or something, where it's like, oh, you know, get things in the range of Crimson Assault or whatever. Like that would be the one way I could do it, I think. Actually, this is the wrong one. It is over here, right? Yeah. So it'd have to be around Valpak. But I'd be able to pick up like these. I think it's just those 2. There's not a lot of bleed duration around. So it's basically 30% bleed for that. Like I don't know if that's even worth it. But anyway, like I could do that, but I don't know. So I either try to get some bleed duration to get it closer to 8 seconds so I don't have as much downtime. Yeah. It's basic. Well, I mean, my attack rate is 0.94 technically, but for my rake. So it's taking like my average damage and it's calculating my average damage plus everything else. So the bleed DPS is roughly 182 based off of my average damage, not my maximum. So this is just the average damage. This isn't what it can be. It's what it's gonna average out to. Because the calculation is based off the average damage of the hit. It's not based off the maximum hit. It's not based off the minimum. It's based off of the average hit that it's doing. That's how much the bleed would be. And then it calculates in the time. Yeah, but my attacks per second is 0.94. But the attacks per second that's where the average damage and bleed duration come in. Right? So it's taking this average damage and it's calculating it based off of 0.94, right? Because this would be the bleed DPS, right? And then it calculates the total bleed from that. What up, S? But like I said, whatever it's saying, it's basically this is my bleed duration or bleed damage based off of, you know, a bleed. So like, what is 182,000 times 5? Yeah, less than what this says, right? So there's more calculations in there somewhere, because you can't say it's based off of the attack speed because my attack speed is less than 1 second. So if it's less than a second, that means this total DPS would be less than what it's saying here. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, either way, I don't really care too much about what the bleed number is. I just want to see, like, is it bad? Is it good? And the rake, the blood hunt can't be calculated because the explosions can't be calculated in POB. So we're kind of just SOL here. But basically what we're looking at here is I was trying to see, can I get to 100% crit? The answer is yes. But in order to get there, I have to wait 8 seconds. So waiting 8 seconds gives me a 3-second downtime of bleed. So I have either option A, I just wait those 3 extra seconds, which is a really stupid idea because that's less DPS. So it's probably not an option. I either A or B, sorry, second option. When my first rake falls off, I just do a small second rake without impale and just let that, you know, kind of tick down to give me a little extra bleed damage while I'm waiting for my 100% crit to be back up, right? So I get a little extra DPS in there, then I get my blood hunt. Or option C, third option, try and get some bleed duration, which I don't think is kind of an option, if I'm being honest. So it's gonna kind of be depending on the boss fight. Am I staying safe? Is there a lot going on? You know, and that would really determine if I'm going to apply a new bleed or not. Because if I'm staying safe and I can't really attack safely, then there's no point in like chancing a death to get an extra bleed in for those 3 seconds I'm missing, kind of thing, right? That's kind of how I'm thinking of it. But if I can do it, then I'll do it, right? It's just a little extra damage. Hold on. Just for shits and giggles. Yeah, I don't want to do that one. Yeah. So it doesn't bring it up by much to give me attack speed, right? I said, you're not wrong. I just find it funny that 15% increased attack speed doesn't change our damage, but 25 does. Because it like 15 doesn't give us to a breakpoint. 25 does give us to a breakpoint. Which is even weirder. Oh, okay, that's why. It already added the first one. Okay, I was like, why do I have more attack speed here? Anyway, yeah, so yeah, so it does give us slightly more damage, like you were saying. Because like I said, the calculation is based off your attacks per second, but with mine being under a second, that's why I wasn't worried about it, right? Because it was calculating based off of less than 1 second attacks. But yes, the way the math works is I even agreed with you originally. It does take into consideration your attack speed, but it's not that much of a difference, right? Like yes, on another build. That's why I say my build is hard to POB, because yes, if I attacked more often, I'd have better chances to hit a big bleed over a small bleed, right? The issue is I can't calculate in the impales, right? So if that's the thing as well, Coke, there's no way to truly calculate the actual damage of my build in POB, because everything is subject to, does it roll a high number or a low number, right? We can go based off of average in the middle, yes, and that can give us a kind of middle ground, but there's no true way to know, because there's no reason to attack multiple times, because majority of the damage comes from the impale from blood hunt. So if you can logically explain to me why I would rake more than one time in a, like I would rake multiple times in a row to apply multiple bleeds, when the first one that I hit with an impale is no matter what going to be more damage than any rake that comes after it until that one falls off. If you can explain logically how that would benefit me, I'll take it into consideration. No, okay, so and like I said, with the whole heft thing, I understand the idea behind it, Coke. That's why I'm saying for my build, heft doesn't matter, right? Because that is, since I'm only attacking once, I am literally like a 96 dice roll every time I attack on, am I rolling in the range where heft is an advantage or not? It's literally like a 1 in like 50 chance, 1 in 75 chance that that one rake that I hit with heft, I hit in the heft range where heft would have given me more damage than just raw like brutality would have. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, yeah, that's why it does so well in POB, because they're taking into consideration all the attacks per second. And it's like, oh, well, with this many attacks per second, you're most likely to hit that lucky range of heft, giving you that extra. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and it makes sense. I personally think, depending on your build, heft works or it doesn't work, because it does give you that slightly higher high end, but I don't think it's outweighed by its lower low end, personally. I like builds that are more consistently in the average being higher, instead of like there's so many people. You're in an ad. I'm gonna wait a few minutes for you guys to come back from the ad, and then we'll continue talking. But also, I don't know if you can hear me because of the ad. If you want to elaborate on your build, we can chat about it. I'm down. Yo, what up, Bazaar? Coke, I don't know if you can hear me or not because of the ad. But no, I agree. So heft would be very good in the sense of you speed attacks. Like I said, if we're talking in terms of a build that relies upon attacking fast to apply lots of different ailments to have a chance for the high ailment to hit from heft, that's where heft shines, right? From ailment specifically, that it will always do the damage of the highest ailment applied until that duration falls off, and then it goes to the next highest. In any build that is based on ailments that can take advantage of the attack speed to attack very fast to apply the biggest number from the RNG roll from highest to lowest, heft will always outperform, and I agree. But that is in the specific situation in stuff of attack speed oriented ailment builds specifically. I kind of want to fight this. I don't know what this is. You guys are gonna be out of the ad soon, and it's not just old school, but it is a RuneScape playlist. All right, we're gonna have all the lag spikes in the world getting into this first map. No, it's all fun. As we were just chatting, and I was catching back up on chat, and I saw your message. So, did you have questions about it, or did you want to elaborate on your build in general? Tell us about it, because you were talking about crit and chaos, and in my opinion, those two don't normally go together all that well, depending on the build, like what skill you're using. But no, I don't know if you heard me, Coke, while you were in the ad or whatever, But I do agree about the whole heft thing. For builds that take advantage of just raw attack speed to make sure they land that big hit from the average, right? You know, between, you know, the lows and the highs or whatever. They attack really quickly with ailments to basically make sure the ailment is always the highest roll. That's where heft really shines, and it will always outperform pretty much any of the other ones, because with how many times you're attacking per second, you're almost guaranteed to always have the high end ailment running, right? And I agree with that. So I have no arguments there, and I definitely agree, like, you know, with what you're saying. But in a situation and or build like the one I'm specifically talking about, like mine specifically, I don't think heft works in my build specifically, because I'm taking advantage of impales. Right now, if there was a way to get a really big impale between every rake, and there definitely is, there's niche ass ways we can make it work, then I think attack speed would be viable with heft for sure. Ooh, that hurt. But without taking advantage of those like little niche ways to make sure I always have impale attacking or on attack, then I don't think it's an option for this build currently. I'm trying to be careful here so I don't accidentally like overwhelm myself. I don't know what's going on with these mobs. They're like all up in the way. They're supposed to like turn on so I can fight them. They're being a pain in the ass. What's weird is they're moving, but they're not targetable yet. But yeah, in the scenario that I proposed earlier, Coke. Oh, you're playing old school. Are you not an? I'm an RS3 player. Like I've been playing RuneScape for over 20 years, but like I'm not a huge old school fan anymore. I don't like how slow it is. Like the nostalgia factor's there, and I do enjoy like the older play style for sure. But I like the quality of life, the speed, and the simplicity of RS3 over old school nowadays. With me being as old as I am now, I kind of would just prefer just RS3 now, because I can AFK longer. I can just watch TV. I don't have to like worry about traveling back and forth to the bank every 20 seconds. Like it just can be really tedious. So I would prefer, like I said, the RS3 version personally. But yeah, old school is definitely a thing. But they just added leagues to RS3, so I've been tinkering with the RS3 league the last couple like the last week. It's okay. It's nothing insane. Just something to do. Let me clear this out, S, and I'll read your message loud and clear. Alright. Good here? Alright. Oh, Starwave. Herald of Chayula, interesting. Okay. Staggering Palm, gotcha. Okay. LA to Chaos. Okay, I got you. So here's what we were talking about earlier, Ask. I don't know what support gems you're using, but if you're talking about ailments, you're talking about damage over time, and like, so let's talk about bleed specifically. It kind of holds true with most of the other ones like poison and stuff like that, or like ignite. Is only one of them ticks at a time. Right. Only one ailment ticks at a time. You probably know this. It's fine. If it's something you already know, in one ear and out the other, I'm just talking for everybody that's hanging out in here and in general that might not know. But only one of them ticks at a time. So if you apply 10 different dots, only whatever the strongest one is will be the one ticking until its duration runs out, and then it picks up the next strongest. So I agree in a sense that slower attacks that hit harder will apply better dots per se, but with the caveat that the more attacks you have per second gives you more opportunities to hit the higher end of your maximum hits than your lower end. So if you attack once, it's going to roll a number between these two, you know, multiplied by a bunch of other things, right? So let's say you normally hit between 100,000 and 200,000. You have an RNG roll to hit somewhere in between then. If you hit 100,000, your dot's based off of 100,000 hit. If you hit again and your next hit is 150,000, that dot will take over the first one. So in that sense, the faster you attack, the more likely you are to have hits in the higher range, to have a higher dot, you know what I'm saying, going forward. Plus you have all that raw just output of damage on top of it, not counting the bleed itself. And this is why we were talking about heft earlier, is in a sense of that, heft does better because it gives you a much higher high end, and with enough attacks per second, you can take advantage of that heft roll that will always be stronger than a non-heft roll. Because let's say, hypothetically speaking, this is what my damage is. If I was to put heft in, instead of being 8262, it would probably be like, I don't know, 84. Right? It should be slightly higher, but with enough attacks per second, I have a pretty decent chance to hit in that range that's above 8267. Right? So I have a smaller chance because it's such a small range. When you get more damage, the range becomes much bigger and it makes it a little easier. But in a situation where, you know, you're relying upon damage over times, attack speed with a heft is kind of king. This is what we were talking about. This is what we've been kind of now. But I personally won't do it because of the way my build is set up. So I feel like I don't know if it pertains to yours with the Hand of Chayula, you know, conversion to chaos, so on and so forth. Because when I think chaos, I think damage over time. I think essence drain. I think poison. I think things like that. Yeah. So if your dot isn't really a big thing, then yeah, then I feel like slow, big damage numbers can be nice. But I also think that if you don't compromise on your damage, but can find a way to increase your attack speed, you'll get way more out of it. Right? Purely for the sense that if you have these big number hits, but you can bring up your attacks even by like 0.2 attacks per second, you're going to get a huge amount of extra damage output just from raw hits. Or it just won't feel so slow and sluggish, and it'll have more quality of life in terms of being able to move faster, attack faster, get out of animations faster. You know what I mean? Like, because there's sometimes I go to attack, and if I dodge roll too soon like that, I don't actually hit the attack because my attack speeds aren't fast enough. Sorry, pretty quick. All right, yeah, I was just throwing it out there. But I mean, it sounds kind of cool. But yeah, let me catch up on what Coke was saying as well. And yeah, Coke, like I said, I do agree that you do get more damage out of heft. Like we've already talked about this. But with a Titan, like I said, specific, we're talking about my character specific, not generically speaking of all the other characters, because everybody else is doing it kind of the more efficient way, right? Using heft, using attack speed, you know, so on and so forth, finding a way to bring things in. But if you have to have a way to apply a impale, like a big impale, that doesn't get consumed, right? If you can find a way to not consume the big impale, then attack speed is god tier, right? Because then you have the same impale across every attack, and then you're trying to leverage heft with the attack speed. And that's where the huge big dick bleeds would come from, right? That's kind of how I feel about it. But with this character specifically, without being able to maintain a big impale for every attack speed means nothing to him, right? Played it when you were a kid. Yeah, I've been playing it for forever. I mean, so here's my question, Coke. Are you playing old school because of nostalgia, or like, is there a specific reason why you picked old school over RS3? Like, I'm kind of trying to figure it out, because like I have this debate with people all the time when it comes to RuneScape. They're like, "Oh, old school's best school," and like they're not wrong. Old school has a lot of things that RS3 doesn't have, and vice versa, because they're basically two different games at this point with the content that's been added after the fact. But I also think that depending on the reasoning behind one game versus the other, they both have the same stuff. So let's take combat specifically. Yeah, most people quit when EOC came out, and then came back when old school was re-released. Which I find it funny that they call RS2 old school, but well, I mean, Wilderness is cool and all. But like, are you going into the Wilderness and specifically to PvP using legacy fighting tactics kind of thing? Like, are you doing it because of the old school combat system and you're going into PvPing people in the Wilderness? Okay, so hear me out. The reason I'm bringing this up, the reason I even like I said, I bring up not the argument but the debate, is you can play RS3 on legacy servers that has the same UI and combat system as old school, with all the graphics and the quality of life items and stuff, and the teleporting and the abilities and whatever, as RS3. Yeah, I know the Wilderness is where you fight players, unless you go to like the dueling arena or something like that. Technically, there's a portal. I can't remember what it's called, but there's like an unsafe portal you can also PvP in. I don't remember where that is. That's where all the scammers go. They try and talk someone into going there and, hey, come in here and I'll trade you some items because I can only trade them when I'm in here. And then you walk in and their friend kills you, you know, kind of thing. Everybody gets caught with that scam at least once. Oh, you're saying that there's actually like a lot of people that PvP in old school? You're not wrong. Yeah, you're definitely not wrong. There's a lot of people that do duels as well. They'll like sit by banks and they'll actually duel for you know, they'll like, it's kind of like staking without staking. It's like honor amongst thieves almost, where, you know, gentleman's agreement that if I lose I will pay you X, you know, I'll give you this item or whatever. But a lot of people, if they can't be trusted, instead they do it in like a scold environment, which is like I said, there are people that do the gentleman's agreement, and then there are people that do the wilderness thing because people can't be trusted, right? So they do the wilderness, that way you're scold and you lose your shit. So you know you're getting your items unless someone like ganks you and takes it from you. But it's a more reliable way to make sure everybody's honest. Oh, I'm dying to yeah. Oh, I don't have chaos res. I knew that was gonna happen. Second I walked in, I was like, oh, my HP's dying really fast. I didn't realize he had a chaos bubble around him. Kind of annoying. But Oh no, like I said, in certain situations, there's nothing that RS3 can give you that you want versus old school. Because like I said, like if it's the whole PvP scene, it makes sense because there is PvP in RS3, but it's nowhere near the level of old school, right? Old school is like, that's kind of the thing of old school. Old school has always been that wilderness, just go out, gamble your gear, you know, crush people, making pures, or, you know, specifically statted characters to fit in a certain level range to attack people that you have an advantage over. Like, always been this like niche thing that people just always try to come up with like new cool characters and different build styles and stuff. Okay, can you guys, okay, seriously, you guys done fucking trickling in at me one at a time? But yeah, I don't know. I just, like I said, I have this bias against it because I don't like how I feel like I'm in quicksand all the time. Play old school. I do like the bosses that they have. I do like the like the mini games and stuff. Like, they just have so many cool things in old school that RS3 doesn't have, that I am a fan of. But I just can't get past how slow it is, because, you know, coming from an aspect of like RS3 having so many like ways to not have to bank very often, right? Traversability, movement skills, items that auto bank, items that automatically note items, you know, things that can send things back to the bank for you, like pets or items or whatever. Like, it's just, it's a great just sense of AFK ability and like quality of life of just valuing my time, right? But at the same time, like, I wouldn't say RS old school doesn't value your time. Everybody's in the same boat, so everybody's time is valued the same. It's just, when I'm playing that game, I'm kind of trying to mellow out. I'm kind of trying to just maybe watch some anime, kind of just have a good time, vibe out a little bit. And I'm not trying to hardcore like focus on the game. Like, okay, every 27 seconds I gotta make sure I run back to the bank. I gotta make sure I teleport here. I gotta make sure I do this. I gotta do that. I gotta do this. And then now I'm all set back up to go back. And I gotta do all that in 15 seconds to stay optimal. It's just like, that's a lot of effort. I'm not being honest. I'm a lazy piece of shit. And that's a lot of fucking effort. I'm more the guy that will go to Prif and I will sit on Saren stones and I will just mine corrupted ore for like 4 weeks straight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like just AFK on the crabs, bro. Like, I'm like in RS3, instead of doing crabs, bro, I'm not even exaggerating. I farmed my 99 combat, like my melee combat, way back in the day. Completely AFK at Hellhounds in the Taverley dungeon, because they're auto aggressive, and with a bone necklace and a bone crusher, I have infinite prayer, so I can't die. So I had infinite prayer for soul split and increased attack damage or whatever, right? And I had all the attack buffs and whatever because of the prayer, and I literally just sat there and AFK'd for like ever, just leveling up to 99. That was a long time ago, but I did it. And it was purely just watching TV, and basically every roughly 5 minutes, because I think I could AFK for quite a while, when they would stop attacking me, I would walk to the door and I'd walk back and I'd reset. That's literally all I did. So it was basically a 5-minute reset, rinse and repeat. Like, I didn't have to do much of anything. And I feel like there are things you can do that are very similar in old school. You know, certain mobs, certain things. But I feel like it's a little bit less. Maybe not less is the wrong word. I feel like it's either harder to accomplish or it's more tedious to accomplish, because, you know, getting the correct items to make sure you have 100% uptime of your prayers and you don't run out of prayer points without having to use potions and or anything weird like that can be a little bit more tedious to either acquire and or to accomplish. versus an RS3. It's just fucking easy. Like I said, everybody has their own thing. I don't harp on it. I don't hate on people. I think they're both good games. If I could get past the sluggishness of it, because I play it every once in a while on and off, right? It's just I can't focus on it for too long of a period of time because I just get really bored really quickly. But it is a good game. I just, like I said, I wanted to ask because I do know people that are like, oh yeah, I would like RS3, but I like the combat of old school. I'm like legacy mode. Well, it depends on which crabs we're talking as well, Coke. Like I said, there are different crabs in the game. I haven't really paid too much attention to the crabs all that much. I know we have like stone crabs over from Mankin. I know we have the other ones at, there's a newer city. I don't remember what it's called, like Zenith or Asmongold, or I don't fucking know what it's called. But there's crabs on that beach. I was fighting those as well. Oh, the gemstone crab. Yeah. Didn't you guys just get a gemstone crab that can't even attack you? Alright, give me a second. I gotta be right back. I'm gonna go check something. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh. Yeah, I forgot about the gemstone crab. Yeah. Doesn't he spawn like once every 10 minutes or something like that? I don't remember. And he can't do damage to you, and then the people that, like, the top, like, 5 people, whatever, get, like, drops. What's the Omen do, Bandit? Let me look it up. Oh, the XP prevention. I don't really care, honestly. Is it ever? I thought it only spawned every so often though. And then when it died, it had come back. Yeah, cause like, moves between 3 months every 10 minutes. There's no defense. So my question is, you have to teleport every 10 minutes, though, right? You teleport to the other, like, wherever it is, and then you attack it, right? It specifically says it moves between 3 mines. I haven't done it before. So is that what you mean by click the tunnel? Oh. So the tunnel brings you right to the next crab? That's pretty cool. The only downside is obviously they know that that's going to be a thing, so they give you a negative combat XP. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I could see bots farming that. For sure. And like regular people. They didn't used to have that, obviously. Like I said before, I used to do a different crab. Gotcha. But anyway, what we were talking about before, Coke, like, with the way I'm, like, my skill rotation is, I can't think of a way to maintain the Blood Hunt Impale. For rakes going forward, right? Other than the single rake for the big hit, to take advantage of heft and the attack speed, which I don't really have attack speed, but if I wanted to, I can't fathom a way to maintain the big Blood Hunt Impale. Like, I know you made a comment, like, specifically on my Titan, like, even if I changed up some, like, passiveness or whatever, but as a Titan, or a warrior in general, I don't know if it's possible. Good RNG. Like, that doesn't... What does that have to do with anything? What does RNG have to do with maintaining a big impale? Because the way impale works, I blood hunt. It applies an impale for a percentage of the unmitigated physical damage dealt. Applies the impale. Impales on the target. The next attack that doesn't have impale, which would be Rake, consumes that impale and it no longer has it to add that damage to my Rake. But that's what I'm saying, Coke, is like, take advantage of heft, quote unquote, having to hit multiple times over and over and over again to make sure I hit that high number relatively often, right? How do I maintain doing that with keeping the impale from Blood Hunt active, right? Oh my god. That's not answering the question. Because it's impossible. 5-4 sport. It'll pay to win, baby. Let's go. Well, the reason I bring it up is because no matter if I have heft or not, no matter how much I attack, there is no way that an impale, like, let's say I have a 5-second bleed on there and I do my blood hunt with impale. That thing's gonna hit so hard and apply such a big impale that no matter how much I attack with heft, after I consume that impale, nothing will beat that impaled Rake damage. It's impossible. Because there's so much damage being added from that impale that heft can never match it. That's what I'm getting at. So unless I have another impale to consume, it doesn't even have a chance to compete with it. That's why I was asking. That's why I'm trying to like talk about it a little bit. Take no the high roads for Cliff. That's funny. That's true. That's true. That's what people do. That is definitely what people do. The only other thing I need to kind of figure out is it doesn't really matter. Threshold, honestly. So we have. So with that in mind, I could swap out, because these are only 10 Ellie reses. I could swap out one of these Ellie reses for a second res, for like lightning or something. So yeah, technically this could work. Yes, technically that could work. Okay. Because then I think... let's see. Yeah, because we can roll like a bigger chaos roll here to get max. Alright, so my gear would work this way. But yeah, so I was... this was proposed to me, so I don't have to worry about getting crit bonus damage. And I can't get negative crit bonus. Play PoE1. Yeah, I do. I do. I'm a Righteous Fire player through and through. I've pretty much played every single league. I haven't played it lately, Bandit, but I've watched a little bit. Why? But yes, I do play PoE1. I said I primarily play Righteous Fire though, which is what I can't wait for in this game. I want to play a Righteous Fire bear. Oh, is Pox put up a private league? Interesting. I didn't see that. What is the shenanigans for it? I like Pox. Pox is the guy that got me into Righteous Fire years ago. Oh, just a Mercury start? Gotcha. My problem, like, I didn't have a problem per se with the mercenaries. What I had a problem with that league, which I was very vocal about, was purely the fact that we waited almost a fucking year for a new league, and all they gave us, you know, not all, but I mean they gave us more, but they primarily just gave us mercenaries. So we waited almost a year. We played settlers, we played necro settlers, we played settlers with this, we played settlers with that, we played settlers with other settlers, we played fucking go settlers. Like go fish, but go settlers, bro. We literally did settlers for everything we could possibly think of. And don't get me wrong, settlers are gonna stay in the game. Settlers need to stay in the game. The trading, all that stuff needs to stay in the game. It's great. It's a need, a requirement, right? We need to keep that, no matter how we look at it. So I have no problems with that. And in any way, shape, or form, I have zero problems with it. The problem I had with it was we waited so long for the next league that all they did was give us settlers with familiars, with mercenaries. That's all they gave us. They literally just tacked on, like, oh, hey, here's a new league. We're going to give you some followers so you can ramp your builds up even further. That's fucking it. We waited a year for that. Like, I feel like what it should have been is we should have gotten the followers, the mercenaries, because the mercenaries are a great addition to the game. It's great power creep. It gives great build potentials to swap things up, get extra auras. You know, it's really insane. I actually really like it, especially when it comes in terms of like group play, so you can get even more group benefits for like more magic fund, more quantity, rarity, stuff like that. It's really good. Like I said, the extra auras from the people, the extra damage increasements from the people, the fact that you can like put gear on them to juice things out even further. It's good. I have no, like I said, I am not shitting on the fact that mercenaries are bad in any way, shape, or form, because they're not. I really like them. Only thing I'm pissed about, the only thing I disliked, was I feel like they should have been an additive to an actual league mechanic, right? So it should have been something like Totem, right? Not Totem specifically, but I'm giving an example, right? Where we had the Totem League, where we were getting those items to do the Totem League, and we should have had mercenaries on the side, right? So it should have been something like we fight these mercenaries and we can hire them or dismiss them or whatever to fight with us, and we get currency from fighting them that is used to do a specific league mechanic. That's what it should have been, in my opinion, because then it would have been an actual league mechanic built into the game with an addition of mercenaries, giving the mercenaries some sort of reason for being there other than just being there to be our friend, right? It would have gave it a little bit more than just, hey, settlers with friends. So I'm hoping the next league is actually a big league, because you know they usually do like a big league, a small league, a big league, a small league, big league, a small league. They usually go back and forth. So I'm hoping that the next one's a bigger league and they actually give us a full league mechanic to make up for this, in my opinion, a somewhat lackluster, less than desired league. Because it was cool, but it was nothing different than a regular league with added friends. That's all it was. So I was really bored of it really quickly. That was my only gripe with the PoE 1 league, right? Bro, they could have did so, like, with how many different settlers variations they gave us, they could have did so many more. I just think that they were like, fuck, we need to give them a new league before they boycott us. So let's just give them mercenaries. I think it was just something they had in the back burner the whole time, and they just pulled it out now just as a filler so people wouldn't rage quit. Right. I think that's all. That's what I felt when I saw settlers. That's literally how I saw it. And there's nothing you can say to change my mind, because it was just that bad. Like, I liked them, and they should keep the mercenaries. I think the mercenaries were a very good idea. But at the end of the day, it needed more. It needed an actual league mechanic, not this, oh, here's 16.5 maps and mercenaries. Like, yeah, 16.5 maps were cool, but once again, it's like a half-baked idea. It's half of a league mechanic. Like, the 16.5s should have had something built into them that was a league mechanic, right? Yes, it kind of did with the shard armors for crafting. So in retrospect, it's similar to like Necro, where you got the corpses and you did the corpse thing and you crafted items that way. It's kind of like that, but it's also completely different. It was 1000% RNG rolls with RNG items for RNG chances at gear to get. It's just pure RNG versus at least something like Totem. You know, you put things together, you fought things, you get loot at the end, cool. Or in Delve, you run through Delve, you know, you find things, you kill things, you do things. It's still RNG, but you're actively doing stuff. You're not just running a map hoping for the best to get a good like shard drop or whatever, to then have a hopeful possibility that it rolls well when you identify it and roll it a few times. Like, it was just so bad. Like, everything about the whole league felt half-baked and just very unthought out. Like I said, I feel like since it's been so long since they gave us the league, they were just trying to throw something at us to try and keep us somewhat content. And it just, it came across very poorly to me. Like, it just came across very, very, very just, they weren't respecting us as players. For the first time in my experience of playing PoE in like over 10 years, that's the first time I felt like they didn't respect us as an actual like people. They saw us as more numbers than, you know, fellow gamers. And that really upset me. That was my biggest problem with PoE 1's last league. Now, going forward, if they keep the mercenaries, which they might not, who fucking knows, then it's a great addition to the game. But once again, I'm not arguing that they're not a good addition. I'm arguing that there could have been more added than just the mercenaries. There could have been more to the mercenary edition, that the mercenaries offered X, right? Kind of like Heist, for example. Like could you imagine it, like, if it was like, okay, hey, you get these currencies from running maps, right? And then you use these currencies in these logbooks to go and run Heist, and in the Heist you can obtain followers. That is a full league, right? That, to me, that's a full league. It's a multi-pronged approach, giving every aspect of it a reason to run it, right? And like I said, there's nothing wrong with the Zana map 16.5s. They add more difficulty, they add like a chance to get these items for crafting or whatever, but giving us maps with RNG chances for RNG bases, for RNG fucking rolls, for RNG amounts of shards and stuff, it's just so much RNG. What's the fucking point? Like, at that point, I might as well just run regular map blasted fucking T16s or T17s and just fucking find yellows and hope for the fucking best. I just didn't agree with it. So I'll catch up on chat in a second. You're like, when I'm in a map like this, I try to focus on the map and just kind of rantedly talk while I'm doing it. And then I catch up on what you guys are saying, because you guys are usually like pointing out how wrong I am and stuff and whatnot. So just give me a second. And I didn't have a problem with T16.5s. Like, they were, like, obviously I didn't really run them just because like I didn't play the league all that much, and I didn't gear my character enough to actually run them. Didn't really give a shit about them. They never really piqued my interest, because like I said, I felt like the only thing that they were there for was the Zana shard items. And I don't like crafting as it is. I don't know, like, no matter how you put it to me, I don't see it as any of the other leagues, right? Because like I said, you take Blight, for example. Like, Blight is, okay, you put towers down, you get RNG of chests that drop stuff, but it's a full, like, thing, right? It's like Delve. You farm the currency and you go down into Delve and you use your currency to take different pathways into different areas to like, you know, claim rewards and stuff. Delves that way. And then you got a Breach, you know, you do the little hands to get the shards to go fight the boss, to get, you know, chances at like their unique drops. Heist is kind of the same way. You run heist missions to get, you know, the grand missions or whatever, to have a chance at like replica items and things like that. Then you get your choice of an item at the end. You know, the Necro one, the same thing. Like, we had those little areas that were like, oh, you know, inhabited by this, and if you kill these things have increased blah, these things have increased this, da 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 da. So you had like potential for mapping increasements, you had potential for getting corpses, and the corpses had potential to make you guaranteed items. And then harvest was, once again, you know, RNG on like what you get from like the harvest thing, like life stuff wise. But then you have like guaranteed crafts and stuff that you can do, where you can reroll items, you can, you know, convert resource resistances, and you can gamble. Like, there was just so much more to every other league I've ever played, except for maybe Talisman. Talisman was kind of bad. And some of like the early on leagues were kind of bad, but like I feel like in the last 5 years, almost every league has had some sort of reason to farm the maps, to then have a reason to do the league mechanic, to get league specific gear and materials and items and uniques that you can only get from doing that stuff. I felt like 16.5s didn't have that, and neither did the mercenaries. I mean, technically the mercenaries did have the new gems, but I feel like they were so easy to find the new gems that they weren't really rare enough to be super sought out for. Like, yeah, there was huge supply and demand for certain ones, but there was already a bunch of them out there. You should spend money on. All right. So wait, what were you saying? You wouldn't touch half of it? Half of what? Sorry, I was, like I said, with my rant, I wasn't really paying much attention to the league. Yeah, that's the thing. T16.5s were cool because it was the T16 maps, juiced to almost T17 potential, which was really cool. So it was a nice little gap bridge, because you could run the normal maps you normally would run, but juiced even harder. I did like that, but it didn't feel like that was a league in itself, right? Like, that's not a league to me. Giving me a more juice, like if you had a league that was just like, hey guys, we added T17 maps, hooray, that's not a league. That's a byproduct of a league, right? Same thing with 16.5s. Like, if your whole league was, hey, we have these sharded items for crafting that you can get, that's your league, the byproduct is a 16.5s, like, that's not a league. See, and it's not that I care so much about the leagues, Coke, because I don't do a lot of the league mechanics. What I care about is, if I've been playing the game for the last year in its current state with no changes, and then you give me a change that isn't really a change, it gives me less of a reason to grind it than if there's something new, right? Like, I keep bringing up Totem because I liked Totem, but Totem was different, right? You could map blast like you normally would. You can do T16s, T17s. You can do all the other league mechanics. You can do everything like you normally would do, but you add the added benefit of passing some time doing some Totem stuff. It was different. It was something different to do, right? Running 16.5s isn't anything different to do. You're running the same maps, just harder. It's like that was nothing. Oh, I had a follower follow me around instead of having an animated guardian. I actually have a person following me around that's slightly different than an animated guardian. Not a big difference in the game. There needs to be something new from the league mechanic that gives you, like, you go into a new zone to do a different kind of content to have fun. Delve gives it to you. Even Harvest somewhat gives it to you, because you go in there to kill the little dudes to get the life force to do crafting. Like, even Necro gave it to you because it gave you, like, the different mobs for the different bonuses and negatives for the zones, so you can juice it one way or the other. Like, there were so many different things from so many different leagues that they just completely missed the mark on this last one. I think 16.5 should stay for sure, and I think Mercenary should also stay. 1000%. Like 40D an hour? That's kind of crazy. Yeah, I like the economy reset. I like the buffs, the nerfs and the buffs that they have, and I like that they add new gems or tweak gems or new uniques to, like, build things different. I like that. That's always nice for every league to league, no matter what. I just feel like even if I don't like the league mechanic, like, the Calandra, right? Mirror of Calandra League or whatever. I didn't even do the mirrors because I hated them. But it was something. You zone into a new area to clear it out to have a potential chance at good items. It gives those people, like those high tier good players, something new to do. And even if I don't do the mechanic, at least it's there. It made you quit for 2 years. Like I said, it wasn't a good league. I didn't like it. But I'm just throwing it out there that that's when you look at a league mechanic, that's the kind of stuff you're looking for. What up, Master? You're looking for something that you go to a new zone to do something different, to have a potential at a league specific unique item currency of some way, shape, or form, right? We're not going into it's almost like Essence League again, where we go into a map and there's just an essence in the map. You kill the essence and you just keep going. But it's even worse because the essences are killable. and the fucking mercenaries sometimes just one-shot you out of fucking nowhere. But at least the mercenaries you can tame, right? You can collect a couple of them and you can make them for builds and stuff. And like I said, I think that they're good. I think they're worth keeping. It's just, I don't know, man. Exactly, too, Coke. Essence League wasn't just essences. It was so much more with it. And that's what I'm getting at is whenever they give us a league, if it's something small like essences, which let's just swap essences for mercenaries, they gave us other stuff with it. You know what I'm saying? Like they gave us a lot of other stuff to go with it. They didn't just say, here's essences, have fun. They did that in Talisman League. Talisman League could suck it. But or Ambush League, where we have the Rogue Exile guys kind of ambushing us and stuff like that. I think that's what that league was. I don't remember which one it was, but there was a couple other one like they were just like they weren't much of a mechanic. They were just like random mobs that just it was an invasion. Yeah. They just like those ones were just kind of meh, right? But those were the earlier leagues before they really started hitting their stride. Then they started hitting that stride, and then they released PoE 2 and completely lost focus on PoE 1. And they're like, oh, let's just combo the league we're currently doing with like 7 other different leagues and just throw shit at them, keep them busy. And then after 9+ months, they're like, we have to give them something to keep them interested. So then they threw mercenaries and 16.5s at us thinking that that was a league. That's literally shit. I promise you, Coke, I promise you. That's literally ideas and shit that they already had pre-made that were sitting on a shelf ready to be implemented into a league, that they were waiting for a league that actually could like mesh with it, right? Give it a reason to like go together. And they're like, well, let's just throw those at them because we already have those made and it's not like taking us any work, right? Like that's what I feel like they did to us. I'm almost 100% convinced that that is exactly what happened, is they needed to give us something, so they just gave us stuff that was already done for other leagues that they never used to just keep us happy. 100% convinced. You won't change my mind. It was so bad. Sorry, Bandit. I kind of got on a really bad tangent. Fun. If it was me, Bandit, I would completely uninstall and PTSD wipe the existence of Diablo 4 out of your memory permanently and just act like it never existed. And like I said, Coke, it's not that I'm particularly mad about what they gave us. You're gonna go to bed, S? Man, I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Sorry if I missed any of your messages. Oh yeah, I don't think I missed any. But I appreciate you being here. Thanks for being here. Was lurking? Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for being here. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. Hopefully your PoE was great. Hopefully your build works out in the long run. If there is a Discord as well, ask if you want to join it. Just exclamation and mark Discord in the chat. It'll give you the link. We'll be working the next couple days, so we won't be back until this weekend. So if you need to hit me up in the meantime, I have a Discord. And if not, you can catch me this weekend as well. But yeah, like I was saying before, It's not so much that I'm upset with what they gave us. I'm upset with, yes, all that stuff is if it stays in the game, which it should, is a great addition to the game. It's just I'm pissed that we didn't have a unique league specific like environment, right? We didn't have a zone to go to do anything specific. We didn't have anything different than a harder version of the maps we're already running and a follower. That's my only gripe. And like you said, it's not that I would have probably even used the league mechanic in any way, shape, or form, but I feel like 16.5s should have been inside of a league mechanic, right? Mercenaries should have been inside of a league mechanic. So you should have had to zone into a map. While you're running the map, there's a portal or something. You go into the portal and you have this like small fight room where you fight the mercenary inside the portal, right? Maybe you have to navigate to him, kill a couple mobs on the way there or something. You kill him and he can drop 16.5s along with the other gear. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's what it should have been. Where the 16.5s were tied to the mercenary and the mercenary was tied to a different zone or area that you had to go to fight. That would have been a completely different thing. It would have made it a little bit more annoying for people, but at least they gave more effort than just spawning a random guy just like a freaking essence on the map and dropping 16.5s anywhere and everywhere. No, I'm not saying going forward, Coke. I'm saying for the league we obtained, the Mercenary League itself, when they added mercenaries and 16.5s, it being the fact that that was the league, was mercenaries and 16.5s. That's all they gave us. That's all they were giving us, and that the 16.5s should have been locked behind league mechanics. Should have been locked behind the core of the league, which was the mercenaries. And then going forward, they are just a core drop in tier 16s, right? You can only get them in tier 16s, right? Or maybe corrupted, you know, like maybe they had to be like corrupted T16s in order to even obtain 16.5s. Whatever the mechanics are, going into future leagues, it being part of the core game, not having to obtain them from mercenaries is perfectly acceptable. But being a core part of a league mechanic that, hey, this is your league. This is what we're giving you for your league. And then it's an item that can drop anywhere and everywhere. That doesn't make it a league mechanic. It doesn't make it a league specific item. You know what I'm saying? That's like you running maps and getting delirium drops. Just organically. Right? You're just running around the map, just blasting T16 maps, and oh, hey, look. A large cluster jewel just dropped on the ground. Hey, look, a small one. Like, that's kind of like what it was. The 16.5s were just literally cluster jewels randomly dropping out of mobs for no apparent reason. That's what I disliked about it. Because, and it's not because I disliked it because I didn't want that to happen. I disliked it because it was the league mechanic, and the league mechanic wasn't tied to anything. It had a disconnect between there being a league and not being a league. I mean, it wasn't part of the league mechanic. You're right in saying that, mate. Like, I mean, not mate, but Coke. I agree with you. Like, the way I'm thinking of it is very narrow-minded. It's just the way I see it is, if you're adding something to a game, like Settlers, right? Settlers had all those like people you had to purchase. You had the gold you had to pick up. You had the things you had to do inside the maps to funnel towards the city and stuff. Like, that's a full league, right? There's a lot of like overlap where you have to run maps to get currency, to get the stuff to funnel towards the city, to build your city up, to use your city to do a bunch of other things. Full league mechanic. Mercenaries, it's a fraction of a league. It's one part of a league, and it missed the other parts. And then they were like, we're gonna give you 16.5s on top of this. It's kind of like a previous league where they gave us tier 17s, right? Tier 17s weren't technically the league mechanic per se. It was a byproduct of something they added on to give us extra difficulty, and I agree with your stance, right? That the 16.5s aren't the league itself. They were just something added onto the league to give us more stuff to do. I just think since they didn't give us a full Merc League, they just gave us the mercenaries and nothing tied to it, that it would have made sense and it would have like made it feel more like a real league if the 16.5s were tied to them, right? Because then fighting the mercenaries makes more sense other than just taming them or going for the jewels that they can drop. If they drop 16.5s, it gives it more of a league feeling that, oh, I have to do these guys to get the 16.5s, to run the 16.5s, to juice my maps, and to get more currency. Yes, it reduces the amount of 16.5s people are getting. It reduces like the fun, the play, like the spam abilities, so on and so forth. But it makes it more of a full cohesive league than just a, hey guys, here's a random dude to fight for no apparent reason. I mean, yeah, giving us juiced skills would have been cool, right? Adding in like a unique to take advantage of like the alternate ascendancies, because you remember the alternate ascendancy league they gave us for settlers. If there, I think there is a way to do that. Yeah, no. I feel like giving us things to reuse outdated, unused uniques is kind of cool. So, hear me out on this, Coke. Hear me out on this. I'm trying to find the name because I can't remember what it's called. It's a hammer. It's a unique hammer. I can't remember the name of it. It's like Brightbeak or something like that, I think. Why am I in PoE 2? Is that Brightbeak? I think it's Brightbeak. Yeah, okay. So hear me out on this. So back in the day, Brightbeak was like one of the king weapons to use because it had so much attack speed, right? It was about speed, it was about zooming, but the damage is so bad, right? If there was a way for them to be able to be like, hey, here's an item you can use on a unique and you can juice it to like item requirement 75 or 80, which would juice the stats, right? It would like, you know, juice this up, it would juice the attack speed, like that would be sick, right? Prophecy League? I don't, can't remember Prophecy League off the top of my head. I mean, I remember it, but I don't remember it. I remember prophecies were cool because couldn't you like, you claim something that's like, oh, the next fusing you use is like a guaranteed 6 link, right? Playing Diablo 3 on Xbox? Oh, hell yeah, master, let's go. Oh, was it that? I never really messed with Prophecy League all that much. I remember it was like one jewel, like you can get a guaranteed 6 socket from one jeweler, you can get a guaranteed fusing or 6 link from one fusing. I remember those prophecies, but I don't remember the rest. Wait, wasn't there one for like Combs Heart or like the ring, Combs Way? Like Combs Sign and Combs Way? Yeah. So I remember those. And like that's what I'm saying. I wish there was more things like that, where if they brought that back or brought a league that would take like dog shit ass items that no one, like very few people use, and give us an alternate version, kind of like what Heist does, where Heist does the replica. Like for example, the replica Soul Tether, right? Replica Soul Tether is based off of the Soul Tether, right? So Soul Tether is, you know, stun block recovery and maximum life as extra energy shield, and it gives you ambition, right? But the replica, it kind of gives you the same things, but it gives you corrupted soul. So Heist kind of does it for us in a small manner, but I feel like they could do another league on top of this that doesn't hit the same items, it hits different items, right? Kind of like you said with like, kind of like Prophecy, but it gives us a higher tier version with slightly different stats to completely change build metas. That would be sick, right? That's a full league to me, because not only are you getting a complete unique change in items and uniques and just build variations, you get probably some new skills and abilities, right? You also get most likely a unique encounter to either talk to an NPC to get these like quote unquote prophecies or whatever it is, to go out and clear a certain objective to obtain the item that you're looking for in some way, shape, or form, right? Like they could do so many different variations with it to bring in an actual full league feeling mechanic to it, and everybody would be happy. We'd have 16.5s, we'd have mercenaries, we'd have new ways to attain different types of uniques and build items, we'd have new skills, new abilities. You know what I'm saying? Like we'd have new ways to build our mercenaries, we'd have new ways to build our builds. Like I also feel like they could find a way to also bring in more unique jewels that instead of like the flame and flesh is giving you whatever ascendancy that your character is tied to. So if you're a warrior, one of those like 12 ascendancies or 16 ascendancies between your 3 different stats or whatever, instead of giving just one of those, maybe there's one that, you know, can give you one of the alternate ascendancies that isn't in the game that we played in one of the hodgepodge leagues, right? I don't remember what those ones were called, but it was the alternate ascendancy league where you can get like the fishing pole one, right? So you can actually run a fishing pole build in the core game of League of Legends, of PoE, right? But you have to have that flame and flesh, quote unquote, item to give you that ascendancy so you can make the build. That'd be sick as well. Stuff like that. Like they've already done most of the work for us. They just have to find unique ways to use the stuff. What up, mate? What's going on? Yeah, so the other night, Master, I saw you said hello. I said hi back. Well, somewhat of a version of hi. And you never messaged again, so I wasn't sure if you needed help or not. Randers are ready. Let's go. Let's go. That's huge. I don't know. I don't think I could ever not play RS3. It's too good. I will say that there's I don't know if you've seen this, it's kind of older, but I have been more interested in playing more old school RuneScape more recently lately, because I've been getting really bored of like most of my games that I've been playing. And I saw a video of somebody
would you like a couple
where a guy took on a challenge. Yo, thanks for the hydrate, mate. Tired from work? I'm doing pretty good. Alright, he's an ad, so we will start clearing. I see what you did there, Tover. Bro, I 100% would do it if I wasn't streaming. 1000% would do it. I just don't want to do it tonight because I'm streaming. Hey, it's a very convenient excuse, isn't it? It's very believable. But it is actually true. Like, I would definitely, like I said, I've had a small itch to want to play it a little bit. And that's like the one thing that would give me like a reason to play. Because I'd have a goal, right? I'd have something to do. Not just log in to log in. I'd be logging in to, like, I almost logged in to do the bingo not that long ago that you told me about, but then I got sidetracked with another game. And I just, fuck it, I have something else to occupy my time, so I just didn't log in to do the bingo. But like I said, like, my main thing of reason why I haven't gone back is I don't have a goal. I don't have something to shoot for, to learn, to complete, to do. Like, yeah, there's the new foraging update, but that's not something for me to like really jump into. Like, there's no goal there, right? But doing a call event, that's a goal. There's something there to do. And it's not like an open-ended goal of, hey, get to max foraging level. Like, that's just a ridiculous goal. That's like an in-game thing, not like an actual feasible, easy to reach. Like, that's like a 2-hour investment to get a bunch of materials and stuff. It's tolerable. It's something that I can get on board with and do. Did it piss you? Why did it piss you off? It looked cool. Other than the trolling kind of bullshit that people would do with it, I guarantee. Because people are gonna be like, sucks to suck, bitch. Should be better. Like the mining update all over again. Oh, bro, Topher, that video you showed me of the people turning a whole lobby into titanium, I would took all of it. I would have took all of the titanium. I would have took it all. No and ifs buts about it. Blackberry lemonade, sparkling. Ooh, okay, okay, that sounds kind of interesting. I don't know. I've never had blackberry. Like, truly, I've never had blackberry. Not a huge lemonade fan. Lemonade is like a little too, is tart the right word for me? Kind of makes my lips pucker a little bit. Kind of like I'm eating, warheads almost. I'm not a huge fan of that feeling. Can you attack, please? Thank you. I hate shielding mobs. I think the only thing I would somewhat want to add to this build so far, other than like what we already planned to add, is a way to deal with shielding mobs. Shielding mobs are so fucking annoying. Oh, my nose itches. Can I move it? Thank you. Ooh, homemade tacos sounds delicious right now. I had pizza for dinner. Leftover pizza from earlier. Oh, my nose is itching. Hold on. Oh yeah, the growth set or whatever, the one that makes the massive set. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he told me it took you like no time to make another set or whatever, which is ridiculous because it took me like fucking 10 hours to do it myself when I originally did it. Remember, it took me fucking forever. Yeah, 100% that titanium would have been gone, bro. And I wouldn't have been sad about it in the least. Is that it? Oh man. But yeah, Coke, man, I would have been. I think they have so much potential for leagues, man. Just finding different variations of ways to like redo items with using league mechanics, like we were saying, kind of like the prophecy league style. It has so much potential. Just they have to actually take the initiative to actually do it, and not just give us a half-ass league like they did last time. Um, that's kind of cool. Strength can satisfy other melee things. Pretty cool. Oh, since I have you here, Coke, and you're kind of seem knowledgeable in the ways of PoE as well. What are your thoughts? So we were talking about this the other day. What are your thoughts on scaling bleed, right? So we know the ways to scale bleed in general, right? Scaling bleed requires either increasing your damage itself. Obviously, more attacks per second gives you more RNG chances to get better, higher tier bleed rolls, right? Like there is that as well. Oh, I thought it was 5. Um, like impale can increase it, right, and things like that. So my thought was, what about say thorns, right? And I know thorns is like an all or nothing kind of style, but I'm already running these that give me aggravated bleeds, but it also gives 100% increased thorns damage. Instead of running the boots that give 50% or 25% chance for thorns to crit, wouldn't thorns also give me the potential to add more damage to my rake? As long as I took a hit, right? I take a hit, I blocked it in some way, shape, or form, or I even ate the hit, and then I took that thorns damage and was able to apply it to rake 6 times to get like 6 attacks really quick to get like a really good bleed in. Like, couldn't that be another way to potentially scale it? In theory, obviously. Actually, is this any good? Attack speed and accuracy with bows? I feel like that could be worth something. Because everybody's running bows right now. What an Exodus? Yeah, it is what it is, Exodus. Can't make it, man. No hard feelings. Appreciate you showing up when you can. Thank you. How's life been? Hopefully everything's been going well, or at least relatively well. Text people. So how do I? Is there a way to search that item? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, life's life, honestly. Just working, streaming. We've been doing a little bit more YouTube stuff. We've been saving off our VODs over there and stuff. If you haven't checked out, the channel, you know, when you get free time one day. If you ever want to check out any of the VODs off stream, that's the place to find them. Attack speed with bows. Accuracy with bows. So I think we rolled max roll attack speed. So we'll put 4 for max roll. We didn't roll, we'll just put 10 for accuracy. So we're looking at like a 1x, but I also feel like since it's blue, it could be worth more, but there's still a 1x here, so probably not worth a whole lot. And we'll put it up anyway. 1x is 1x. Oh. But what you been doing as of lately, Exodus? You've been gaming, you've been working. Anything particular, special? Tover, quick question. I know I said I would try to farm you up those plasmas, and I tried for a hot minute. I might be able to try a little bit more on and off when I have free time. The problem is I'm doing the RuneScape League right now, and then I've been doing my my alt character grind for Lotro points for Lord of the Rings, so that's been taking up like a lot of my off-stream time, so I haven't had any time to do anything else. At least as of lately. I was burnt out and killing ghosts recently. Did you eventually get the plasma you needed, or do you still need it? I think I have like 1 or 2. I think I need 20 total or some shit. Final Fantasy 10 I? I don't know what that is. Oh, 11. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was 11 or it was something I was just missing. I heard that they did an update for 11 not that long ago, and it kind of broke the servers because so many people were trying to log in making characters. They had to turn off character creation for a while. I don't know how true that is. Oh, is anybody here a New World fan? Just kind of curious if anybody here is going to be playing the new X-Pack when it comes out. Because I might not start when it releases. I might start a week or two after, because we have the Blue Protocol game coming out a few days prior to that. So if we are enjoying playing Blue Protocol, we're not going to make the swap to New World right away. But we're going to be definitely getting into the New World. Hopefully there's a new server to go with it. And we're going to try it, or not try, but we're going to start another Iron Man character. And we're gonna do our Iron Man grind again on the new expansion. Kind of get some fun in. And if anybody wants to join us, you're more than welcome to. It's more or less why I'm bringing it up. If you guys want to start a character with us, you guys can. I definitely was dodging. I one in Roman numerals, but it's normally written like you wrote it, like capital I mate, not with the lowercase I, so it threw me off. So I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be a Roman numeral 1 or if it was actually the letter I for like some sort of like alternate, like, you know, Final Fantasy 10I kind of thing, right? Like, that's where I got confused. Can I attack? Can I attack? Bro, that mini stun was ridiculous. Holy shit. Like my guy jumped into the middle, got mini stunned in mid attack, and then just couldn't attack. I couldn't even dodge out. Couldn't dodge, I couldn't disengage, I couldn't do anything. That was insane. Why I need more HP, armor. As we get higher up in the difficulties, that mini stun's gonna get progressively worse. And that's the problem with playing like a build like Rake, is like you can easily get mini stunned because you have to jump into the center of things. Oh no! 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 God fucking damn it. We're just leaving this map. I already cleared it. I've already died fucking twice just being stupid. For the love of God! Okay, I'm gonna fucking uninstall in a second here. Holy shit. Yeah, I definitely did. I saw the mobs. I didn't see I didn't attack fast enough, so it just kind of fucked me up. Not a big deal. It is what it is. Kind of deserved it, so. Doesn't help that I'm not really paying all that much attention. I got T1 attribute reduction and T2 increased stun build up. Ugh. T1, T2, T2, T3? Oh, too bad they didn't roll decently. Mana with light radius. You get mana on kill, evasion, fire damage, dex. Kind of just feels meh. I don't know what to do with these stones. Tablet things. Dude, I get the T9s and then I just don't get a T9 in return. It's just been driving me insane. What is this unique? Oh. Yeah, I have like 1,200 hours in New World or something like that. But like I said, the new expansion that they're gonna give us for free, as long as you have the New World Eternum version, which is the one they came out with recently. It's lag spike. It comes out on the 13th, if I remember correctly. So obviously there's going to be a big slew of people coming to play it. Like they usually have 6,000 people, and if trend holds true, they'll get to probably like 20,000. That's usually what happens with new releases. Well, I don't know if they'll give us a new server though. I wish they would. Like I said, I do want to start a new Iron Man character on a fresh start. They gave us a new fresh start with it, that'd be sick. Even if they like combine the fresh start later, it's fine. I just like starting on a fresh start. What's the quest for all the tents? That shit doesn't make any sense to me. They, to this day, still haven't fixed it. Oh, you know another thing that grinds my fucking gears? Exiles, bro. Like, hey, we got Settlers League. We're gonna add in a new currency that has its own pouch that doesn't take up inventory space, but it's not gonna automatically get picked up. You have to make sure you backtrack and go and pick it up every single time it drops off screen. Like, who the fuck's bright idea was it to give us currency like gold that drops off of mobs and it doesn't auto pick up? Like, it doesn't auto go into our pockets. We have to literally walk over to it for it to auto pick up. Like, that's just so stupid. It's so if you're gonna force us to pick it up, at least like make us manually pick it up and really hate you guys. Like, don't make, if it's already gonna auto pick up if we're within radius, then the shit shouldn't even drop. It should just go automatically into our fucking pockets like the expedition like shards do. Expedition like currencies automatically get picked up and put right into its own currency pouch. Why can't gold do the same thing? It doesn't make any fucking sense. I've been complaining about it for over a year, and they still, even in PoE 2, make us walk over and pick it up. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand the reasoning behind having to walk over and pick it up. It doesn't serve any purpose. Oh, but at least we have a plan going forward to turn this guy into a crit version. That's at least one way to scale our damage significantly for our bleeds. Not bleeds specifically, but blood hunt specifically. And the blood hunt with the impale will scale our bleeds from there. I think I would miss that hit, even though it like teleported to him and everything. Got a TA back. You can sustain. All I can think about when I get a map, honestly. The stupid ass fucking cute dog message. Oh. Oh yeah, Ben, I didn't reply to your message, but yeah, like, bro, that's the reason why I'd write it out of my brain is the whole, oh, it looks like it could be fun, but do I want to spend fucking $80 to possibly have a chance at some fun? That doesn't sound like fun. Sounds like a waste of money. Sounds like a lot of McDonald's. Or Taco Bell. That I could have instead. So you can go get a good steak dinner for that, you know what I mean? Like, you get more enjoyment out of that fucking steak dinner. That hour and a half steak dinner you're gonna have. Than you would just playing
like
fucking D4.
You look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yo, mate. No, thanks for that. Okay. Oh, that's Exodus, sorry. It's always mate. Assumed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. I just lagged out. Cool. So the way I look at my money for video games, Bandit, is $1 per hour I spend. I highly doubt I would get 50 hours of enjoyment out of PoE Diablo 4. I severely doubt I would get that much out of it nowadays. Severely doubt it. So why would I knowingly spend $50 on something that I that I know in my soul that I probably won't get my money's worth, or if I was, I wouldn't get much more than my money's worth out of it, right? Why would I subject myself to knowing I'm going to waste money on something when I know for a fact I could waste my money in a more productive way by buying an anime, right? Go and buy a DVD of a movie that I like, or going to a movie theater and watching a new movie I don't need to do, or you know what I mean? Like any of these other things that I could go and spend my money on that is just as wasteful, but at least I get something useful out of it. So I'm saying, like, you can take a chick out for $50, you know what I mean? Or dude, however you want to, you know, go about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you take someone out for a good meal and, you know, possibly get lucky. Like, that's much better bang for your buck, no pun intended. It doesn't make any sense, man. That's why I've always talked about, like, every time we talk about it, is like I kind of refuse to play Blizzard games just because they charge too much for what they give you. Just like we were talking about last night, man. Just they literally just give you a new paint job on something and expect you to pay full price for it. Like, why would I spend $80 on a brand new game that's only got a paint job to it? You know what I'm saying? It's a brand new game, quote unquote, but all they did was take the same game and put a different color on it. You know? It's like, hey guys, if you give me your car, I'll give you a brand new car in return for only $5,000. Oh damn, that's a good deal, right? That must be a really good trade-in, right? No, all they're gonna do is paint your car and charge you $10,000 for a paint job on it. It's literally all they're gonna do. It's literally what Blizzard does. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a little bit more to it than just changing the color, right? But at the end of the day, like, that's what it feels like, right? There's nothing new. The mechanics feel very old, outdated. They feel very reused. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with reusing content you've already spent money and invested time and effort into cultivating and making. Like, I have nothing wrong with that. But find a way to reuse it in a way that isn't the same way you used it before. Like incorporate something new with it that plays differently, or you know, and interacts differently or something. This it's like, hey guys, hey Call of Duty lovers, we got you a new game. Guess what the new game is going to be this year? It's going to be Modern Warfare 3 Remastered. Yeah, boys, that's right. Remaster. We're going to give you all new graphics, all new color schemes, all new skins, but nothing new in the game. Like, same old game that just looks better. Like, bro, come on. Dude, if I was T-15, I'd be dead already. Oh my god, I sprinted? There's no way I sprinted there. Whew. That was a lot of work. I think there's a T8 around here somewhere. I guess I thought I sprinted, even though I know I wasn't. I mean, maybe I held down the button for, I don't know, 0.01 seconds longer than I should have. That's really stupid. Too sensitive. How did I trip that time? Bro. Tripped again. This is a big ass map. What the fuck? That's huge. I felt like I was almost done with this map like 20 minutes ago. And it's fucking still going. Oh, I have another hand to do it too? Hell yeah, let's go. Jesus. Alright, almost fucking done with this map finally. Trying to clear out the last couple locations. Alright, well, we can run the hand. Bro, I fell again. Get up! Jesus Christ! Holy shit, dude. The tripping in this game is ridiculous. You get tripped out of fucking nowhere every fucking time. Crazy how often you get tripped. Holy shit. Dude, this map is so big. What the fuck? I missed one there. I know that. I know I missed all these down here too. This shit's fucking insane. That blows. Alright, let's TP back to the top. Okay, we gotta get to the middle, which I'm assuming is right here. One of these ways got to go to the middle. Unless we got another bugged out map. Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true, Bandit. That's a lot of gas. You can get a lot of like memories just traveling and going places and just driving around and just having a good time just from doing that. Okay. Not many stunning me, please. Thank you. 4 times in a row, he mini-stunned me when I tried to just rake him, point blank. Alright. Finally cleared. Oh, man. Alright, let's get a T9 in here. Oh, man. I do want to do this unique map too. Yeah, 11. Okay. Oh, gotta get the T15s at some point. The problem is where we're currently at in the build, we need about 10 levels. So we need to get to 91, which is fucking a lot of grind. And we need a shit ton of currency. To get the gear we're looking for, like, just the weapon is roughly 70 to 100 divines. Just the weapon. And then on top of that, I still need, I mean, the gloves probably won't be too bad, depending on like which version we get, obviously, right? But like we need a shield, not gonna be cheap. We need an amulet. We need a chest piece. We need a belt. We need 2 rings. We need oh, I think that's it. So we need the gloves, which is relatively cheap. We need the helmet, chest, belt, rings, amulet, weapon, and armor. Pretty much we need almost full armor body set. Like full reset of all of our armor. And 10 levels. And then I need equality on my gems. One thing I didn't check is if I get like a good high roll crit chance on the gloves and I get a relatively high crit chance roll on the helmet, can I lower my intuitive crit support from 8 seconds down to like 7 or 6? Because if I can somehow get a little bit more crit without giving up any of the other stuff, then we could technically have a little less downtime. I hate this fucking curse. That's another quality of life that would be nice to add into this build, is curse reduction. Curse reduction would be huge. Alimu Emu. You know what's crazy though? Is I'm really tempted to try the build that Ab was putting together. Like the whole AFK Cineracums just sounds pretty badass. What the? Not where I told you to dash into, but that works. Oh man. Need to find another perfect jeweler. Like I could buy one, but I want to find another one so I can put it on my my blood hunt. Problem is like my blood hunt, it doesn't get used all that much. I truly don't use it all that much. I mostly, I mostly only use it on like big bosses, like map bosses and stuff, and occasional yellows. That's not good. Is this gonna be an abyss infested fucking boss? That'd be fun. Ah, grab that titty. Good way to start things off. Can't see anything. No idea where you are. That's what I expected. This is a fucking horde of monsters that spawned the second I killed you. Exactly what I expected to happen. Jesus. Ooh, let's go. We're on to 10s. As long as we can maintain the 10s will be good. Alright, we don't need to finish the map. It's already done. Alright, we got a 10 now though. That's huge. Don't know why I picked that up. Alright. Oh, I need to check my gems as well. I think I have, yeah, T17s. Did I do T17? These are? I think these are 17. Oh, 16. Okay, so let's 17 my Rake and my Bloodhunt. More damage, baby. Let's go. Alright. Level 10. Or map 10. P10. Oh. P10 unique map. Fractured Lake. Don't know how good that is. We're gonna do it. Oh, this reminds me of Lake of Kalandra, bro. I hate these maps. This is literally Kalandra League, bro. The fact that you can't even off-screen things because they don't spawn until fucking walk over there is ridiculous. Okay, seriously? Oh, this cold ground is annoying. Oh, man. Come on, game. Give us a return on our investment here. For the love of God, stop running from me. God, freeze though. Woo. Ooh, wasn't expecting that. That was a really good freeze they got me with.
Did you really think break the image, break the prison?
Minus 1 prefix, plus 1 suffix. Rolled terribly. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna take it. Rolled absolutely terribly.
Mirror shows only a fractured image.
Cool map though. I just don't like how slow it is for the mobs to spawn. And the coloring of the map just really overwashes the mini-map quite a lot. It makes it hard to really see what's going on.
A mirror traps us. No longer.
I want to make sure I get all the kills for the XP. Since it is a T10 and I haven't got a return on my T10 yet. Hoping that these last couple of rares give us the T10 we're hoping for. We get our return. There it is. What I was hoping for. Alright. Alright, so we should hit 82 next map as long as we don't die. Oh man. I don't really know what to do with my points if I'm being honest, bro. Like, I get 2 points here. I don't really do ritual. Both of these are like stack size. I don't know what the difference. I think they're like the same. They're all the same. Okay. Oh, because they're small nodes. Okay, so big nodes. 2 additional packs of wildwood monsters. Always have 4 rituals. Pretty helpful. All monsters faster. Ritual favor in your maps and omens could be useful. Those are maps. Spawn wildwood wisps. Interesting. Revive monsters and rituals have 40% chance magic are rare. Pretty good. Revive monsters and rituals. Increased toughness. Increased damage for each time they have been revived. Revive monsters and rituals. In your maps have no penalty to tribute gain. Wait, what? I don't know what that means. Skills and ritual. Increased favor deferred. Reappear 50% sooner. Distribute. Oh, I feel like this is kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Maybe that. I don't know. I'll just go with this. Because the 4 is pretty nice. You get the extra. Something like that. I don't know. I saw it somewhere. Some some way, shape, or form. Looked good. We'll just go with it. Where'd my map go? Give my map back. He's trying to corrupt the maps. But that's what it is. Ugh. So, Bandit, how does my mic sound today? Does it sound the same as it did yesterday and it's decent? It's fine? Also, mate, do you think it sounds fine as well? Like, want to make sure. I did a little bit of finagling with it after stream last night. I personally didn't really hear a difference in my voice per se from the beginning of the stream versus the end of the stream when I made the swaps. But I definitely heard a volume difference. It sounds like it's a lot quieter. Not a lot, but it's like reasonably quieter with the new mic than it was the older mic. But I think the quality is also a little crisper. So yes, it's quieter. I can always turn it up a little bit, which I think is what I did yesterday when I was tinkering with it. I think I turned it up a smidgen. So I'm just trying to see if it sounds okay. I just want to make sure it's like maybe not cutting off, not peaking, not, you know what I mean? Like, because I remember you made a comment before, Bandit, that the day before when like the last time you watched my stream, not yesterday, but the day before, that it was hard to hear me on sometimes. Like I was like kind of cutting out, or I was just getting too quiet or something. And it was like had higher highs and lower lows and stuff like that. So it was like peaking sometimes and then just like getting really quiet other times. So I'm gonna stick with this mic because if you say it's more consistent and it stays, you know, you can hear me more clearly more often, it's definitely worth keeping. It's just I'm trying to tweak it to where it works better. Like I'm trying to turn the gain down enough to where it still picks me up perfectly fine and it's easy to hear me, but it's not like so low that it makes it difficult for me to like it forces me to like yell into the microphone, right? I don't use a boom arm to put it in front of my face because that shit annoys me. So it's sitting on my desk in front of me by my monitor, you know, like 2 feet away from me. So if I turn the gain down too much, I basically have to yell. And I already talk really loud as it is, so it's not too big of a deal. But like I said, the more I turn the gain down, the clearer, or like the more crisp it'll become. But it requires me to pull the mic closer and closer to my face the more I turn it down. So like I said, I'm trying to just tweak it a little bit, trying to make it work. So figured I'd ask, see what you guys think it seems. And so, yeah, that's what I'm saying. As long as it sounds the same and or better, I'm fine with it. Right. I just wanted to make sure like the few changes I changed didn't like brick it from the day before, right? Because like the day before it sounded fine. It sounded just like my old mic, but like I said, it was just a smidgen quieter and it seemed a little bit more consistent. Right? And it didn't sound as much like open air talk, right? I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like it wasn't as much treble in the talking. So it had a little bit more not bass, but it wasn't as like nasally, kind of higher pitch, trebly kind of what it felt like when I was listening it back to it. Oh, I missed my one shot. So I do like it. I'm gonna keep it. It's just I want to, like I said, I tweaked the audio bite size and stuff, and a few other things. So I just wanted to make sure it sounded fine and I didn't like completely cuck it. So that's why I was asking. Yeah, as long as like that's what I was like basing it on, Bandit, because like on Twitch, I don't think we have that much of a problem. Like I think it, like, yes, occasionally if I yell or I scream or get too excited, I can peek it out and it will cut off. So that does tend to happen occasionally, especially when something scares me or something. But that's inevitable. It's just gonna happen because I have it set up to basically shut off if it's gonna get too loud and blow people's speakers out. But at the end of the day, like, as long as it's, I'd rather it not have as high of a high and as low of a low. I'd rather it be like more averaged in the middle and be consistent, so we can, you know, adjust the volume to be accordingly so everybody can like hear it fine. And if that's what it's doing, I'm okay with it. Exactly what I want. Because we went from using my G933's headset microphone to this cheapo depot third party sitting on my desk $30 microphone, and it was a huge upgrade. Like, everybody laughed because they're like, "Oh my god, your balls dropped." Like, what the hell happened? Did you hit puberty finally? It's like, we were just busting my balls about it. It was pretty funny. And then we went from that one to this one, which, like I said, there's not much of a difference in the two, other than I think just a slight consistency and quality difference, but you can't really even tell the quality difference so much as more of the consistency feeling that you're seeing on your side, that I don't think a lot of the people in Twitch have had a problem with. Oh man, been a fun ride though. Yo, what up, Kaz? You know, it's funny, I went to go work out yesterday and I was sitting there, I was like, wait, I already worked out this weekend. And I was like, oh shit, I did it on my non-workout days. I was totally like just on autopilot like last weekend. I did my work, and then after work I just went and did a workout. And I usually work out after stream and not after workouts, or after work, because I get off work like an hour later than I normally get off of stream, so it's a little harder to get a workout in before the whole household is awake, you know. So I typically do it after stream, since I have that extra hour. And I went to go work out yesterday. I was like, wait, I worked out this weekend. Nah, fuck it, we'll go for round 2. So I did an extra workout yesterday. I'm gonna do one today. But I was sitting there, I was like, you know, usually like when I go to do a workout, like, it's not that I think of you, so don't take it weird, but like, I was sitting there working out, and I, you know, since we talk about working out all the time, I was like, hey, you know what? Oddly enough, I didn't see Kaz yesterday. It's like, hope all's good. It was pretty funny though. T10, baby. But yeah, things coming together. I mean, so I got one of those foam rollers, guys, and I can't for the life of me make it work properly, I guess. Like, I haven't got a single back pop out of it. I don't feel like it's stretching out my back in any way, shape, or form. I feel like it's doing, if anything, it's hurting my back more than anything, because it's so difficult to actually work. It's like, the upper and middle back is fine. Doing the lower back is fucking impossible. Because you have to, like, do your lower back, your whole upper body is off the ground. You have to hold your upper body off the fucking ground using your ab muscles. Bro, at that point, I might as well just go do an ab workout. It's crazy. The amount of abs I have to use to roll my lower back is insane. Absolutely fucking mind-boggling. I feel like I'm holding like an 80-pound weight above my head and trying to do sit-ups. It's absurd. And then with all that like pressure and all that like muscle contraction, I just feel like I'm not getting any type of like stretch or, you know, relief or anything out of it. Like, it just feels like it's too engaged to release the muscles. It's like, what's the fucking point of using the roller at that point? Like, I've watched like 100 videos on it, read a bunch of like wikis and Reddits and forum posts, and just, bro, fuck that. That shit pissed me off. Oh man. Work big crazy, yeah, it happens. Got back from work travel? Oh, okay, okay. 2 weeks? Ah, shit. Oh. Yeah. Travel sucks, but I mean, it's not too terrible. Alright, so we're going to do weapon set 1. Is going to be this. Weapon set 2. Going to be this. Alright, so what are we on? Alright, there we go. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, Cass. It doesn't seem right. Because, like, if we look up how to use a foam roller for lower back pain, right? I'm not even gonna watch the video, but you see how, like, he's got it in his lower back and his whole body is off the ground right here? In order to hold that pose, you have to be contracting your muscles to hold your entire upper body off the ground. And it's so much effort. It's insane. Like, everywhere from here to an upward is very easy. It's comfortable. I roll on it. I don't really get any back pops or anything, but it's fine, right? I don't really feel much of a difference between rolling my middle and upper back than not rolling my middle and upper back. But the lower back is fucking impossible. I don't know, this isn't the video I've watched in the past. This is the first one that popped up. The one I watched is this guy. And he has a bunch of videos. Of like how to use a foam roller and how to like lower, you do your lower back. This guy here, whatever this guy is. The Spine Care, Decompression, and Chiropractic Center. This place. And he does it the same way. But he says don't directly roll on it. Roll more on your side. Not on your side, but like at like a 20 or 30 degree angle. So the pressure is on the muscle next to your spine, not actually on your lower back. Because you can hurt your lower back by rolling directly on it like this. That's what he says in his videos. I don't know how true any of that is. But I've never gotten a back pop using a foam roller. I've gotten back pops laying on my workout floor, just bear hugging myself. You know, grabbing my arms around my chest and grabbing my shoulder blades and squeezing myself while laying on the floor has popped my back more than my foam roller has. So I don't fucking know, man. That's just crazy. But on a positive note, we have been getting some pretty decent, I wouldn't say good gains in our weight increasements, but it's consistent so far. I haven't found my plateau yet, because like I've said in the past, I used to work out a lot. But since I've been, you know, hiatus from working out for so long, obviously, it's gonna take me a while to get back to where I was, but at the same time I feel like getting back to where I was will be faster than you know what I mean, than how long it took me to get there originally. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it pops like that, so I don't know if the foam roller is just a waste at that point or if it's still worth doing. Because, if anything, I just feel like, not more sore, but I just feel like I have so much pressure on my back doing the foam roller. It's not comfortable. I do it for a little bit, like for like 2 minutes, and I'm just like, okay, I'm done. Like, I don't want to do it anymore. I'd rather just lay on my back and just throw my leg over me and like twist my lower back and stretch it that way. I would so much rather just do that than foam roller. At least that way I'm feeling a stretch in like my glutes, my lower back, you know, and stuff like that. And it's just like I can get pops doing that really easy. In my lower back at least. And it's just more comfortable. So I feel like maybe foam roller's not for me. Even though like so many people swear up and down by it, and I just wanted to try it, but everybody's different, you know. We all know this. But yeah, using my Smith machine, my bench, I'm currently at, what is it? I think I'm at 6 on the plates, and that's 60 pounds, right? Plus whatever the base weight is of the pen holder itself, which I think is 15 pounds. And so that's like, let's say that's like 135, roughly. Because it's 60 plus 60 plus another 30. So that's what? 60, 60, like 150. So I mean, it's not close to what my old max was, but we're working our way up, you know. I'm doing 3 sets of 8 with that right now. So we'll do that for like maybe 2 or 3 weeks, maybe 2 weeks probably, and then up it to 6.5, and then just keep rinsing and repeating that until we work our way back up to where we were. It's gonna take me a while to get back to my 225, that's for sure. Like, I'd honestly just be happy with like repping 185. Really all I'm shooting for. Yeah, I've tried doing like the door frame thing as well. Like, you know, you walk up to a door frame, you put your arms out at like Y, and then you do like a U, and then you do like a W. I've tried all of those. None of those seem to like feel comfortable. I've tried downward dog. I've tried cow cat, whatever the fuck. I've tried the yoga like positions as well. None of it is comfortable. None of it at all is comfortable. And also, there is one stretch that I think has actually hurt my my hip, and I'm not sure if that's normal or not. Hip stretches. So there is, see if we can find it really quick. This one. I was doing this for a while, and I like this stretch. It stretches your glute really good and your lower back. It feels really nice. But I did this for a little while, and then I stopped doing it for a while, and then I did it for a little while, and I stopped doing it for a little while. And then recently I started doing it again when we were talking about stretching. And after about a week, I noticed that my right hip, every time I pick it up to put it on top of my other leg to, like, you know, cross my legs or whatever, just hang out while I'm sitting here like lounging, it hurts to pick it up and put it over my other leg. Yeah, I love this stretch, but I don't know what it is, but I think the motion of putting this leg on top of the other leg, it hurts my hip joint now. So I don't know if I overstretched it. Maybe I stretched it too hard one time. You know, maybe I tore it a little bit or strained it, but it's killing me. Not killing me. I don't feel it unless I go into this position. I mean, I do a lot of hip flexor workouts, right? Like, we'll just say hip flexor workouts. All right, I'll just pull up a few of those really quick. So we do lunges, of course. We do butterfly stretches. We do, well, not very often this, but we do quad stretches. We do sumo squats. We do bridges, multiple different types. Like, we do this bridge. We do like the regular one without the leg being up. We do some kettle swings occasionally. We don't do so much deadlifts, but yeah, the glute bridge, we do that one as well. We also do, they don't show it here, but the ones where you pick your legs up from the side. I don't know what you would call those. but like, you know, like you're laying on your side and you pick your legs straight up. I do those. I do the front versions and the side versions. Yeah, I do a handful of these things, and like my left hip is fine. It's just my right one is sore when I go into that specific over the knee position. Does that make sense? And that's why I feel like I kind of maybe tweaked it or strained it in that specific I want to say formation for some reason. But that specific, like, I was sitting that specific way and I overdid it. And now it's strained. That's what I'm feeling like I did. Yeah, I do butterflies and it really stretches my inner thighs and it doesn't hurt my hip. That's what I'm saying. It's only that specific stretch configuration where that leg is on top of the other leg. That's the only time I feel the slight twingy kind of, not super pain, but discomfort. And it's not like a stretch discomfort. It's like a very uncomfortable, like almost pain. But I also have the same problem, not the same problem, but I have a similar problem with the middle of my back. Remember, we were talking about this originally of why I started stretching more anyways, because the my upper middle back, like kind of right below my shoulder blades, but near my shoulder blades, I have this like pinch in the middle of my spine. I'm gonna pull up a picture. It takes me like 45 years to get to an actual picture. Alright, we'll just do this. So, like, imagine this is your back, right? Like, right around here. I don't feel it when I'm sitting normally. I don't feel it, like, when I'm working out or when I'm doing anything. But when I look down and, like, I have that, like, the back curvature of my, you know, my back starts to curve. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, it starts to curve forward. I'd have to see it from the side, but when my back starts to, like, curve forward to, like, look down, that curvature right there, I feel it pinching. Like, I feel like a pinch. I don't know what it's pinching, but it's very like, uncomfortable, and it doesn't quite hurt. Once again, it's not like an actual, like, pain level hurt, but it's a very uncomfortable, almost to a painful discomfort. And I don't know what it is, where it came from. It's been there for about 2 weeks now, maybe 3. It came out of nowhere, and I have no idea why it's there. I thought it was like a stretching problem, or maybe like a muscle overusage problem or something. But like, I can't figure it out, and it's been driving me insane. And like I said, I was like trying to stretch more, so I was doing like back stretches. I was using the foam roller. I was doing like, you know, lower back stretches for sciaticas and hip flexor stretches, and just, you know, trying to get more flexible in general. Like we said, since we've been working out, we've been trying to do that more often anyway. And I've been doing all that, and like nothing's helping. I'm lost. Woo. Oh, well, we might die when we come back. Nerve flossing technique. What's that? I'm gonna leave that open and I'll deal with that later. It's playing on TV. I mean, like I said, I know none of us are doctors here. But like, you know things I don't know. You know, you don't know what you don't know, kind of thing, right? So it's like I like to talk to people and see if like maybe they've experienced it in the past, or they know someone that has. You know, because if you've experienced it and you've dealt with it, you kind of have more experience, right? And like, kind of like the way I'm thinking about it and looking at it, it's like if I talk to somebody and they talk to somebody else and they know somebody that knows somebody, like maybe somebody has some sort of information on it, right? Kind of like where we're going with it. Yeah, so here's the dilemma with my posture. My posture has always been a problem ever since I was little. Like I've just always had bad posture, and I don't really know how to fix it, especially like when I'm sitting right now. Right? Here's the problem. My natural sitting, as I sit in my chair, my feet, I usually have one foot over the like over on top, like one leg on top of the other, kind of, right? And I'm sitting in my computer chair, like with my back flat up against the, you know, the back of the chair, you know, kind of just lounging out. I'm not like sitting upright in my chair, leaned forward, you know, being all obnoxious, because that shit hurts my back. Um, but I'm just sitting there, you know, lounged in the back of my back, in the back of my chair, but my head is off my chair, right? So to put it in perspective, go to paint really quick. We'll just go to paint, right? So imagine I'm sitting in my chair, and since my chair is like this, right? Because I'm lounging back in it a little bit. Not quite this far, but imagine I'm like this, right? I'm sitting flat, but then I'm like sitting like this with my head up. Not quite this extent, so it's probably more like this. And then I'm sitting like this. Right? But that's the problem. My head's straight up and down, but my back is like flush with the chair. And unless I put my chair straight down and straight up and down and keep my head straight up and down, that's uncomfortable. Now, the longer I do it, the more my muscles will get used to it and the less uncomfortable it would be. But this is how I typically just sit. Even when I'm working, I have my feet propped up on an ottoman, which lounges my chair back, and then I usually have my head on the back of my chair when I'm working because I'm just watching TV. But when I'm streaming and I'm playing video games, my head is actually propped forward a little bit. So I'm like, my head's actually straight up and down instead of it being like, because I put it right up against the back of my headrest, I'm like, my eyes are looking downward towards my nose to see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So I'd have to completely change how I sit, and I'd have to get used to the new sitting angle and everything. And then my back would have to get used to it. And I'm telling you right now, with how painful it is to readjust your posture, I wouldn't be able to sit here for a full 6-hour stream doing that. Which is why I was contemplating a standing desk, because when you're standing, your posture's a little bit better in at least mine is a little bit better, typically speaking, because I'm already standing in an upright position, and so my head is just above me, right? It doesn't have to be like tilted forward to like still see what I'm doing and everything. So that's one step like already like taken care of, right? And at that point, standing is better than sitting, because you're not like putting all that pressure on your lower back and your ass and your legs, and you're burning more calories from standing and everything. It's better for you. But I don't know. I don't think a standing desk would work for me either. Yeah, you're not wrong. Posture is definitely a thing. But I just find it weird. It kind of came out of nowhere. So I'm wondering, like you said, maybe I pinched a nerve, like with my workouts, and maybe like doing some of the stretches. Maybe I like just pinched it by accident. You know, maybe sleeping funny, or you know, laying on the ground to do like a stretch. Maybe I like laid on it wrong or tweaked it. You know, maybe I'm just old. I'm going with I'm just old, but yeah, is what it is. It's not a big deal. Like I said, if it becomes a real big deal, we'll obviously try to figure it out. But it's not a huge. It's not a game changer right now, right? It's not a massive problem. It's just an annoyance. Like I'll be sitting there stretching to like warm up to do a workout. I'm like, oh, there's that weird pinch in the middle of my back, right? Or I'm like picking my leg up to stretch it. I'm like, oh, well, there's that discomfort in the hip. And I'm just like, bro, I feel like I'm 90 years old. You know, it's like, it's nothing that's going to prevent me from doing anything currently, but I would also not want to ignore it to a point where it does become a actual huge hindrance to my quality of life, right? Because if I wait too long, it could be a real problem, rather than if I, you know, took care of it early, it wouldn't be such a detrimental, like, problem. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to make sure doesn't happen. But yeah, how's the build looking so far, Kaz? Like, you liking it? Does it look okay? Ah, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, God. Oh. See, and if I was one of those elitist people, I would have just went, boop, log out. No, mine. Like, how you liking it so far? You hate it after 20 minutes? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like, once you get used to something, like, that's like me with my monitors, right? There is no way in hell I could ever go back to having less than 3 monitors. It's physically impossible. I could not do it. You couldn't pay me to go to less than 3 monitors. I refuse. Yeah, so what ended up happening, guys, I finally got to the level where I put on that spear that I bought, so my damage quadrupled. And then we picked up the melee strike range here, the melee strike range here. So basically brought our melee strike range from 2 to 6. And then we picked up area of effect nodes here, which is 30% here. We got another 12% here and 6% here, so it's like almost another 20. So we got like almost 50% on the tree so far. Plus we just picked up this one, so it's a little over 50%. And then we put in magnitudes to lower our damage but give us 45% more area of effect. So this is giving us this really big rake, right? Now we still have about 90% more area of effect to pick up with the next 9 levels. So I'm hoping instead of it being to here, it goes to like here. So it gets a little bit bigger. That's what we're hoping for. So it's almost like screen wide swing and a 360 almost. That's kind of the plan for it. And then we have weapon swap too, which is going to be crit. So we drop the AoE for single target bosses, and then we pick up the crit here, we pick up the crit here, and then eventually we get the new maniacal and anoint, and we pick up this along with, you know, still having these two. So we pick up this, and then we put in, instead of having like in Blood Hunt specifically, instead of having I think it's, so we put in the 2 crit nodes, we put in an impale, and I think it's these 2 nodes as well, like heavy swing and brutality, or it's heavy swing and close combat. I can't remember, one of those 2. I basically put those in, and that's our new Blood Hunt. And basically we'll be blood hunting once every 8 seconds at that point for a guaranteed 100% crit chance on our blood hunt hit after we already had 8 seconds of bleeding. So it's going to be a massive just crit blood hunt explosion, applying an impale. So our next rake is just insane, which then like absolutely just decimates our next blood hunt. So it's kind of a build like oriented towards pinnacle bosses, or the pinnacle boss fight starts, I go in, and basically what it'll be like this. It'll be like, I'll rake, I'll roll back, I'll wait a few seconds, I'll rake again, go back, I'll let the bleed stand up, and then I'll just bam, and then it'll be a big hit into a, like right into a rake, and I'll let it build down, and then, you know, after like 3 or 4 seconds I'll do another rake, just to, because only one bleed can be on at a time, and it's always the one that's ticking is always the most damaging rake. And since I'll have Impale and the Blood Hunt, the first rake will obviously do its full 5 seconds. There won't be doing a second rake won't interrupt that one, but what it'll do is it'll apply a second bleed with a 5-second duration a few seconds later. So when the first bleed falls off, the second one takes over, and it continues to bleed to a total of like roughly 8 seconds. So I don't lose out on damage during the downtime waiting for the 8 seconds, but instead I have a slightly weaker bleed ticking for the last 2 or 3 seconds of the 8 seconds that we're trying to like wait out. So then I get a little extra damage before I do my next Rake Blood Hunt kind of combo. And then, you know, every time I do the combo, it'll be more and more damage, right? So the first time might be 1,000,000 damage combo. The second time might be 5 million damage. The third time might be 15 million. The next time might be 100 million. Like, it's going to rapidly scale because of the impales. Juicing out the Rake bleeds every time. So, like I said, it's designed for pinnacle bosses specifically, so as long as it has a survivability to, you know, survive the fight, the damage will ramp and it'll kill it relatively quickly. Now, it won't be some of these like other crazy fights that it's like 2.5-second kill. You know, it's not going to be anything like that, but it's going to be simple. It's going to be Rake, right? Yeah, it's pretty much all it is. Now, if I'm able to somehow get enough damage on it to where it can Rake Blood Hunt combo one time and kill the pinnacle boss, then that would be absurd. That'd be an insane ass build. But I don't think I'm going to get that much on a Titan. I mean, you might be able to make that work with, say, like a Blood Mage. But I don't think you're going to get that on a Titan. What up, Diablo? Oh. Yeah, so for my work setup, Kaz, I have 2 monitors and a laptop. So the laptop is in the center with the keyboard, right, and it has its own monitor. And then I have 1 monitor on either side of it, right. So that's how I have the 3 monitors for my work setup. And honestly, I kind of need a 4th for my work setup because the 3 is just barely enough to kind of get everything on my screen overlapping in a weird way that I can still see everything kind of, or access everything without having to like alt tab or anything weird. Because I have so many windows open for work. So I kind of need a 4th one. But for like my personal computer, I have 3 23-inch monitors, and I couldn't go any less. Like right now, like the way I have it set up, I still have things overlapped. So I can kind of see everything and I don't have to alt tab unless I want the like my desktop behind my game. But I could definitely go like deal with a 4th. Like a 4th would help because then I could dedicate screens to specific things. Like I can have, you know, my OBS and chat all on one screen, and it doesn't have to be like weirdly overlapping with my YouTube desktop or dashboard, right? And then on my other screen I have Discord and my Twitch dashboard, right? My Twitch dashboard is overlaid over top of my Discord, so I can't see a lot of my Discord unless I click on it. Like I can see the left side to see if I got a message or something, or if like there's a highlight that I have a notification or something, but I can't actually see anything unless I click on it. So like I could like separate some of that stuff, and I can get a little bit more vision and stuff. And the only problem I really have with it though is like getting more than 3 is hard, because going for a 4th, OCD wise, it won't let me do it in a straight line. It would hurt my soul to have 4 monitors in a straight line, because if I don't have one monitor dead center in front of me, if it's like, if I have, so for example, I'll pull up Paint again and I'll show you. Right. I can't have like, whoa. So if I have like monitor, right? This is what I have. This is what I have right now, right? And I sit in the middle, right? I couldn't. I couldn't do this. I don't know how to grab it. Pissed me off. How do I grab it? So I couldn't do this if I wanted to. Like, this would drive me insane, right? If I had like this, where I was sitting here and I had 2 on my left, 2 on my right, and I was like staring between the 2, I couldn't do that. It would drive me insane. The only way I'd be able to make it work is if I did something like this, right? But then like having the one screen above me, I currently have this, but it's actually my laptop plugged into a monitor itself. So I have a 27-inch monitor above my stuff like this right now. And then I have my my show. I have an Echo Show right here for my cameras for the house. So anytime somebody walks up to a camera in my house, it automatically turns on and it says welcome or whatever, and it makes a sound so I can hear it, and then it shows me all the cameras in the house. So I can see if anybody's in my backyard, my front yard, someone walking through like my living room or whatever. I kind of see everything. So this is what my setup is right now. And the only thing I could do would be this 27-inch to attach it to my computer to give me that extra monitor. But then I'd still have to have my laptop, which is currently sitting right here, right? Still have to have a monitor for that. So like at that point, I have 6 monitors. And I would almost, to make it feel comfortable and fluid, I would almost need a double 3-arm monitor arm. So a 3-arm monitor arm for down here and a 3-arm monitor arm for up here. And I'd have to twist these ones to face downward and make kind of like a plain cockpit style of monitors to get everything visible and easy to like see. And that's just so much work. Just to add like one more monitor to my actual PC. It's not worth the effort. But once again, like I think, I don't know, I'm kind of really leaning towards a standing desk. And not so much like a permanent standing desk, but one that can raise to be a standing desk. Right, like we talked about before, because I'm pretty sure you showed me yours before. It's just like the problem is it's finding one that I like aesthetically, the reinforcements of the table, right? Because a lot of the times, like I want an L-shaped desk, right? Because the way my desktop or my desk is set up is I have one table here and I have one table next to it, so it makes like an L shape, right? Or more like a V shape, more or less. And that's how I like it, because like all I have to do is turn 90 degrees and I'm doing my work stuff, and then I turn 90 degrees and I'm watching anime, or you know, whatever the fuck, working and playing games all in 90 degrees of each other. So I can, while I'm working, I can still be playing games while paying attention to work. right? Like that's the goal. And if I had a standing desk that kind of impeded the swivel between the two desks, it'd be a problem. Because right now I have a 6-foot shell desk, right? So this is what I currently have. Right? I have a shell desk. So all it is just this. And then once again, we'll go to paint. So what I have is I have the one shell, like from the top, right? I have the one. What the shitballs, bro? I click this and it does nothing. So I have the one 6-foot desk here, and then I have the other 6-foot desk here, right? So it makes this like L shape where I sit right here, right? I have the 3 monitors for work right here, and I have my 3 monitors for gaming like right here. Roughly, right? Because they're at like slightly an angle here and slightly an angle here, and then the middle one's here, and then this one's at an angle, and then I have a little extra space over here, and then my tower goes here, and then I have a ledge back here with the, you know, the show, the tablet, I mean the laptop, and the other monitor and stuff like that. But like this is how I sit, right? So if the standing desk for this one, for gaming specifically, didn't allow for me to like kind of swivel, because this one does somewhat impede me from this leg sticking out, that slight like overlap where the other desk goes behind it, but it's not too bad. I can easily miss this. But a lot of standing desks, especially ones that are like this, right, they have this pole. Usually the pole isn't so far back. This one's actually not too bad. The poles are normally closer to the front. Like you see how like in this picture how it's in the back, like all the way in the back. Most of the time when they do that, they have the pole is much closer to the front to give it stability in the corner here. And those poles I can't deal with. I fucking smack the shit out of those poles way too much. Yeah, I think you've sent me your setup before. Yeah, I've seen your setup. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like something like that is cool. Like, I'm just worried that your legs, I like beat the shit out of those legs. I do like that one though. Can you send me a link to that one? Okay, you sent me. Hold on. Ooh. Is that a like an addition to an L? Yeah, so that's an L-shaped standing desk. That's actually sick. That's pretty sick. Now I'm wondering how much weight that can hold. Obviously that's just the frame only, but I'm curious if that can hold all of my, if it's big enough to hold all of my stuff and my weight. I'd have to do the math, see how much my shit weighs. Because I'm not gonna lie, like my desktop, my 5 monitors, my laptop, you know, like all of that is all of them. Like I have so much shit on my desk. Like not like trash, not like shit. It's just there's a lot on my desk, and it all adds up in weight. Like I think my desktop is roughly 50 pounds itself. Right? And obviously if the max is 330, you don't want to go over like 60% of max usually. Because the closer you get to that max, the more likely it is to eventually just fail on you. Right? You want to stay well under the maximum so it like definitely lasts. Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate. Cotton candy Kit Kats? Kind of skeptical. Was it any good? Well, yeah, I don't know. I told the wife I was contemplating it, and she just looked at me like, she's like, yeah, you wouldn't use that. I'm like, thanks. I mean, yeah, I mean, it really depends on how heavy my monitors are. Like I said, I have 5 monitors. And if each monitor is 50 pounds, that's 50 pounds. And if my desktop tower is another 50 pounds, it's 100 pounds. Like, that's well within reason, right? And then I have the laptop, it's probably like 5 to 10 pounds, so it's like 110 pounds. I'd say miscellaneous other things like, you know, my microphone, you know, my keyboards, power strips, cords, cables, you know, maybe like my headache medication, you know, just the hodgepodge of random stuff you have that accumulates on your desk. Like, maybe it's another 15 pounds max. So we're still under 150 pounds, so we're more than within reason. Like, well within reason, easily. You like them? Interesting. No, I'm not saying my monitors are 50 pounds each. I'm saying total, like all 5 of them equaling roughly 50 pounds. Oh my face. That was a really bad time to dodge in and try and get a rake hit. That was a really bad time. Like I'm saying, I have 23-inch monitor, so let's look up like a 23-inch Asus monitor. I'm just gonna just Google a random one, right? And this kind of looks like the one I have, right? Kind of looks like the one I have. Pretty similar, different model, but it's relatively the same. These are the 2 that I have on the side, and then my middle one is slightly bigger. But like only like an inch bigger. Where's the specs? Did I not have weight on here? There it is. So yeah, 8 pounds. Withstand. That's what I'm saying. I was guesstimating them at 10 pounds each. That's what I'm saying. I was guesstimating them at 10 pounds each. They don't have very robust big monitors. That's why I was saying total with my 5 monitors is probably 50 pounds. My desktop is definitely at least 50 pounds. That thing's fucking huge. And then the laptop's probably like another 10 pounds. So that's what I'm saying. It's like roughly, and then like I said, all my other miscellaneous things like my headsets, my cables, my power, my power plug-in thingy majiggies. You know, this little speaker for my computer, my drinks, my coasters. You know, just like cough drops I have over here, my pads and my paper for work, and my pen container thing. Like all that stuff combined is like not even 20 pounds. So it's like I'm under 150 pounds for sure. So it's definitely, it can definitely hold everything. Yeah, I feel like I'm still under 50% with like my calculations. So I feel like it's definitely possible. I think the only thing that I'd have to look at, knowing that, right, you know, with that out of the way, I'd have to look at the dimensions of the desk to see, is it long enough to hold all of my monitors, basically, and my desktop, right? Because the up and down won't be a problem, right? Because, I mean, the only problem it would have is the monitors behind it on the ledge. So I'm wondering if, like, I'd have to add more weight to the desk to give it a arm for the extra monitors that are currently on the thing behind it that would be covered up with my monitors if I stood up and had a standing desk. So I might have to add those monitors to it, which still puts me under like 2/3 of the weight capacity easily. And like the cables wouldn't be a problem, right? The moving of the desk going up and down wouldn't be a problem. It's just the length and the width of like everything, would it all fit is like the one thing I would have to finagle. Dimensions, the dimensions specifically. The only thing I'd have to like pay attention to. Okay. Yeah, it's something I've been mulling around in my brain, but when the wife's first reaction was, "You wouldn't use that," it made me think about it because she's usually right about me 99.9% of the time. And if she feels that it's something I probably wouldn't use. I work for an IT company, Bandit. Then it's probably true. There's very few instances where, you know, he would say something like that and be wrong. I'm just really torn if it's helpful, because like that's the thing I'm worried about is like I get it and I do it for like a week or something, and then it gets to a point where I'm just like, ugh, I really don't want to stand up, right? I know I need to, but I just get to a point where I just don't want to. It's like maybe it hurts my feet after a while, or my lower back starts to hurt because I'm getting used to it, and I just like I get annoyed with it and I just don't do it anymore. Even though I should. Okay, seriously. I absolutely hate these curses, bro. This 30% temp chains is ridiculous. Is there actual curse reduction in this game? Because we might need to find a way to incorporate curse reduction. Curse reduction plus this frozen ground is absolutely absurd. If I had the drowned mobs in this map, I'd be going backwards in time. I would legit be going fucking backwards in time if the fucking drowned dudes were here. I'd start reversing and start getting younger. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Cursed on top of frozen ground, couldn't roll out of it, so I decided to attack instead. And it just insta-killed me. Bro, that's absurd. That's way too fucking strong. That's crazy. I gotta pee really quick, guys. Give me just a second. All right, we're back. Yeah, you were telling me that because I was complaining about temp chains. You're like, yeah, temp chains plus chilled ground is insane. And I've been on chilled ground, but I've never had both, and that shit sucked. That was dreadful. Anyway, we gotta do this map again, I guess. Well, yeah, man. To sum up my job, I'm basically a knock technician for my company, and I work the night shift, so it's just me on duty. So basically, you know, I show up and I monitor the company for everybody, and like, you know, reception of like files and jobs that run in the middle of the night and stuff like that. I make sure everything runs smoothly through the night, and there's no issues. So when people come in the morning, you know, everything's on track for the day, basically. More or less what I do. And if anything goes wrong or anything's a problem, either contact the clients that need to be contacted, or I contact our department heads that need to fix anything that needs to get fixed, basically. It's like I can fix some things, but our company segregates a lot. There's designated departments, more or less. So they don't let like my department do any SQL stuff. We're not allowed to do anything SQL related, other than like right click start a job in SQL. That's already like designed, but if the job is failing, we're not allowed to touch it. We're not allowed to troubleshoot hardware or servers in any way, shape, or form, right? Like that's the SE's job. So like mine just boils down to looking at what the failure logs are, deciding what's causing the failure, and deciding is that something that another department has to deal with, or is that something that can be handled by, you know, rerunning the job, or, you know, some manual manipulation that is within my power kind of thing. That's why I call myself a knock tech, but at the end of the day, with the amount of authority I have, it's more of like a hall monitor. I'm like that kid in high school that sits out in the hallway when people are in class and blows a whistle when someone's, you know, doing something they're not supposed to. So the real authorities can, you know, people with real authority can show up to, you know, get them in trouble. Yeah, the main thing I like about my job is I don't have to deal with third party like all that often. Like, yes, we have clients that send us like data and stuff, right? That we have to like occasionally talk to them. But I don't have, it's not like, you know, I work for like an ISP company and I have like Johnny over on fucking Boulevard Drive that his internet went down and he's calling and screaming and hollering at me because it's supposedly my fault that his internet died, even though he put his fucking modem in a fucking toaster oven. You know, like, you didn't think that your modem would die if you put it in the bathtub? Like, I'm sorry, you're the type of person that would eat fucking strawberries soaked in bleach. It's not my fault. Like, it's people like that of why warning labels are put on bleach to not drink it. Right? If you have to be told not to drink bleach, then I can't help you. There's only so much you can do to help somebody. Just saying. Some people just can't be helped. And I did a help desk job for a little while, and the people I worked with would die laughing anytime I had to talk to somebody. Anytime I had to actually take a service call to help somebody with a problem, that wasn't like a, hey, can you help me with my account, or hey, can you, connect my, my printer, or any account, like, simple things like that. I never really bothered people. Like, I just did it, helped them out, whatever. But stupid people, bro, they would intentionally pass those tickets on to me just to watch me berate these people. It was so funny. I fucking obliterated people on service calls. Like, I remember I had a manager of a store, because it was we were the IT company for like a big company that had like stores all over the country and stuff. So we remoted into people's computers to help them with things, and then we like shipped things that needed to get shipped or whatever. There was this fucking owner of a store that put in a ticket one day because it started off so simple. He couldn't connect his computer to his printer. I was like, all right, sure, whatever. It should be simple enough, So I call him up, talking to him, and he's telling me what he needs. I'm like, all right, so you need to connect to the printer. All right. So I go to his computer, I go to find printers, I see the shopped printer, and I go to connect it. He's like, oh, no, I don't want to connect to that printer. I don't want to use that printer. I'm like, what do you mean you don't want to use that printer? That's the store's printer. He's like, yeah, well, that one's downstairs, and I don't want to walk downstairs to use the printer. I'm like, then put one upstairs. Like, what do you want me to do about it? Like, put it upstairs instead. He's like, well, I bought my own printer, and it's sitting on my desk, and that's the one I want you to connect. I was like, that's not allowed. I can't just connect any printer to anybody's computer. That's not how the company works. He's like, well, I can do whatever I want because I own the store. I was like, you might own the store, but you don't own the company. If you want this policy changed, you call the CEO and you hash that out with him. Because as it stands, that is not the standard operating procedure of our company. And he's like, well, the other person did it for me. I was like, well, if he did it for you, why isn't it working? He's like, well, I got a new one, and you guys sent me a new computer, and now I can't get it to connect. And I'm like, yeah, because it's not supposed to. And he was like, I want to talk to your manager. I was like, he's gonna give you the same answer if you want to talk to him. And I was like, here, hold on a second. And I looked over, I was like, hey, can you take this can you take this phone call really quick? And he says, I literally had him on speaker. He's like, I'm gonna tell you the same thing he told you. We're not allowed to do that. He's like, you guys are bullshit. I'm calling your boss. I was like, I'll transfer you right now. Like, I ain't gonna sit here and fucking argue with you. I'm not gonna do something that I'm not allowed to do to make your life better. Go downstairs like everybody else and use the fucking printer. And I was like, you know what? Here, I'll even give you a solution. If you want a printer in your office so you don't have to walk downstairs because you're a lazy piece of shit, put in a service request for us to add a printer in your office. They will send you a printer. They will send you an employee to install it for you and connect it for you. And he's like, oh, I don't want to do all that. I was like, then I can't help you, Mr. Lazybones. Have a nice day. And I transferred to my boss. My boss came in later. He's like, did you call him a lazybones? I was like, yes, he's a piece of shit. He's like, that's hilarious. And he went and told his boss, and his boss came in and told me how hilarious that was. Because I guess this owner of this store is always a pain in the ass, and it's always like trying to like get us to do things that, you know, we're not supposed to, and usually they just do it and they cave and blah blah blah. And I just wasn't playing any games. I didn't give no fucks. If you tell me the operating procedure is A, B, and C, I will not do D. I promise you, I will not do D. Like, I did the same thing in the military, bro. I had a fucking officer, a literal fucking lieutenant colonel come up to me. I think it was a captain, sorry. It was a captain. He walked up to my ass and he was like, hey, I need you to make this account. I said, okay, put it in the pile. He said, no, I need you to make it now. I was like, okay, give me your paper. He hands me the paper. I put it in the pile next to me. I was like, I'll make it in the order in which it's received. He's like, no, that's not how this is going to work. I was like, oh, that's not how it's going to work? Well, how's it going to work? He said, you're going to make it now while I'm standing here. I was like, no, I'm not. He's like, what do you mean, no, I'm not? That's not how you talk to a superior officer. I was like, no matter what your rank is, it doesn't supersede my standard operating procedure of my job. That is set way above your pay grade of how we operate and do things as a standard. So I do not care what your rank is. I am going to do it as I am instructed to do it. He's like, I need to talk to your boss. And man, at this point, my sergeant walks in and he just lays into my sergeant. And my sergeant's looking at me like, what the fuck did you just do? And he's like, tell your peon piece of shit Lance Corporal that he needs to listen to his superior officers. It's like, well, what'd you ask him to do? I told him to make me an account. Like, okay, what did he tell you? That said he wouldn't do it right now. It's like, okay, did he give you a reason? He said he would do it in the order in which he received them. It's like, and the problem is, he's like, I need it done now. He's like, well, if you needed it done now, why didn't you turn it in sooner? He's like, well, I couldn't do it sooner. We just got here and I needed an account so I could log on to do the thing I have to do for this meeting later today. He's like, okay, well, our standard operating procedure is to do them in the order of which they're received, not in the order of alphabet or the order of rank or importance or whatever. It is done, and whoever turns it in first gets it done first. And if you keep bothering them, it's going to take them longer to get to yours. He's like, that's bullshit. I'm a captain. I should be able to get what I need when I need it. And anybody below me doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. And I looked at him and I said, sir, do you honestly believe the people of lesser rank than you are of a lesser value? And he says, yes, of course. And I said, okay, well, here's what I have for you. I'll make your account right now. Here, I'll automate the process. And he looked at me And I picked up his paperwork and I walked over to the paper shredder and I sent it through the paper shredder. And I said, there you go, sir. Your account has been made. Should be able to log in 7 to 10 business days. Yeah, have a good day. I went and said, my sergeant's jaw hit the ground. My staff sergeant sitting in the corner started laughing. And this captain turned bright fucking red. It looked like he was going to punch me in the face. He was pissed. And he stormed out, went to our office, talked to our gunny, went and talked to our first sergeant, our master sergeant. He went and talked to my captain, my other captain, my lieutenant. Oh my God, dude, he berated me in front of everybody and I couldn't take it. It was so funny. I was trying so hard not to laugh. Okay, so Wingman, you're not wrong, but we were doing a field op, which my company was hosting the field op. And my lieutenant colonel set the standard operating procedure for it. He is the one who told us what to do, how it was going to be done, and laid out all the groundwork. Captain from another company, from another part of the base, that is showing up to take part in the field op does not supersede standard operating procedure set above, you know, by the people in charge of the field op, let alone the rank of who it was set by. So if my captain was the one to have set it, that captain cannot supersede it, because he is not the one in charge of the field op. He is just participating in the field op. Make sense? Like I said, I left a little bit of the details out, so it makes sense, right? Like if my captain would have walked up to me and said, hey, I need you to make this account, you know, right now, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. But some Joe Schmo captain from some backwater, different freaking base altogether that no one's ever seen or talked to, that isn't even part of our company, comes up and tells me what I need to do. That's not how it works. Now, don't get me wrong. If he was a higher rank than captain, right? Because like I said, a captain matches my captain. I'm not going to take the word of a captain I don't know over my captain's word, right? My captain told me one thing. I'm not going to take another captain's word for it. Unless my captain deemed it worthy to say, hey, if another captain comes to you with a request, blah, 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 pass it up the chain before you know, straight up follow the SOP. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I will follow that to the letter. But if I'm told to do A, B, C, somebody of an equal rank tries to tell me something else that I don't even know, that's a different story. And obviously, there's criteria there that in different situations, it makes sense to follow the order of the new person, regardless of what my person said. But that is a completely different story of like talking life and death, you know, combat, stuff like that. Like that's different. We're talking sitting on a computer for a field op, stateside, sitting in a knock room, making accounts for people to play make-believe. Right? I walk away with it. So that's the problem, Wingman, is I'm stuck in a knock that requires a specific password, like key combination, like authority to swipe in and stuff. Very few people can get into my room and there's no way out. So when I'm sitting there at my computer making accounts in the knock and someone swipes in and walks over to me with paperwork, ain't no way I'm getting out of that. I'm stuck, bro. I'm stuck. It's awful. But yeah, like I said, it was a really funny story because my gunny came in and asked me about it. My captain came in, asked me about it. My other captain came in, my first sergeant, my master sergeant. Bro, even our lieutenant colonel came in and heard about it and he laughed. Because I guess this captain tries to throw his weight around everywhere he goes. And everybody caves. Just like you said, higher rank, they can do what they want, right? Everybody caves. everybody just does what he says. Like you said, it's more or less along the lines of trying not to ruffle the feathers and piss people off, and you know, like, you don't want to get in trouble, right? It's basically the way of the world when it comes to, you know, the military. I guess I'm the only person in like the 4 years that he had been stationed there that just didn't take his shit. Because it's like, there's a way to do it as well, wingman. Like, if you're a captain and you come in and you need something done, you know, you don't need to be a dick about it. Right? Like, don't get me wrong, if you're having a bad day, it comes across a little dickish, you know, it is what it is. But you don't come in with that fucking chip on your shoulder into somebody else's house and try and throw around your weight in your rank and your authority in somebody else's house. That'd be like me literally going to your house, like the place that you live, walking into your house and be like, hey bitch, make me a sandwich. You would look at me like, who the fuck are you? And why do I need to make you a sandwich, right? Well, you need to make me a sandwich because I'm older than you. Yeah, that don't fly very well. Just gonna throw that out there. Doesn't fly very well. Now, if I came into your house and I said, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. You know, my name's so-and-so. You know, part of the da-da-da-da-da. Would you mind, you know, helping me out? I need to be part of this thing, you know, in a few hours here. I need da-da-da-da. Could you make me a sandwich, right? Obviously, we're replacing the whole account thing with a sandwich, right? Because it's a different situation. But same thing, right? Same philosophy, right? That would go so much better than walking in and being like, bitch, make me a sandwich because I said so. Because I'm older than you. Because people younger than me mean nothing. Like, if you're gonna have the audacity to degrade and like be such an asshole to people of a lesser rank than you, I'm not gonna give you any respect. And obviously in the military, respect is not earned, it's just given. You're supposed to, no matter what. You're just supposed to do what's told of people of higher rank, which is, it has its place, but God, blindly following that rule is bullshit. Obviously you have to when you're in the military. I agree with it, but also disagree with it, because when you have people of authority that abuse that authority, it makes that rule very, very double-edged sword and a problem, right? It's these people that abuse their sense of power, that force their way into a position of power. Like they don't force it, but like they do everything they can to get into a position of power so they can abuse their form of power. And that's where I have a problem with that rule, is there's no checks and balances to it. Like, because here's the problem. You have a problem with a captain that's being a dick like this, right? And you want to report it. You want to bring it up to the higher ups, to have it addressed, have him talked to, have him maybe demoted at worst case if it's found to be too ridiculous, right? But where exactly is it going to go? Oh, it's going to go to my captain, which my captain would take what I have to say at face value, right? And then it would go to Lieutenant Colonel, and Lieutenant Colonel would talk to the other side, and blah, 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 blah. You know, people would talk, and it would finally come to him, and he would be known about it, and he would know exactly who did it. And guess what? Nothing would happen to him unless something very grievous was found. Extremely grievous. Like, something as simple as just being a dick and throwing his weight around isn't enough to really do anything about it. So they'd be like, hey, you know, there's not much we can do about it. You know, he has a higher rank. He's allowed to do what he's allowed to use his, his rank to his advantage. You know, he didn't do anything too grievous other than try and force you to do something that wasn't illegal or wrong or in any way, shape, or form, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know what I'm saying? So nothing would get done. So that's the problem I have with this rule, is there is checks and balances, but only for stuff that is legitimately illegal, not for stuff that is abuse of power. And the abuse of power is a thing, but not to the extent of just throwing your weight around because it can. It's the abuse of power of like using your rank to blackmail and or force people to do things that they shouldn't be doing because they have no choice but to listen to you, right? And that doesn't apply to things like making an account or going and grabbing something out of their truck or, you know, like running errands for them or anything. It has to do with like immoral things, you know, rape, freaking murder, you know, that kind of stuff. Illegal types of actions. It's completely different. So, once again, what's the point of even reporting it? Because the only person that's going to get in trouble is you. And it's going to be taken out on you. Right? It's just, it's such a stupid thing. I hate these mana drain pieces of shit, dude. I can't do anything against them. I have to focus them first. Fuck. It's so annoying. But yeah, that's the problem I have with it, honestly. It's just a dog shit show, man. I loved the military. I had an absolute fucking blast in the military. Loved every second of it. It's just fucking stupid ass stories, but nothing crazy. It's all stateside stuff, but like just stupid funny stories, things that I just did with my captains and my lieutenant colonel and stuff. Just like as a lance corporal, like there's just shit I shouldn't have been able to do that I just did, and they just found hilarious because I wasn't a bad person, right? I wasn't lazy. I wasn't doing anything bad. I wasn't doing anything legal. I worked out all the time. I got like top marks in everything I did. Like I was pretty much a model person. So like me being a little prickly at times with people was kind of, hey, next time maybe don't be such a dick. But it wasn't something that was like particularly a bad thing or a problem. It was just so funny. And it made it even funnier in that situation because later, like a week later after I made his account and everything, he got online, everything was fine and dandy, whatever. I had to go into his tent because they were having an issue with one of their switches. And I had to I had to physically go and remote into the switch, see what the fuck was going on because I couldn't reach it via the knock. And bro, the fucking look this guy gave me was gold. I couldn't put a price on the reaction this guy gave me when I walked into his tent. It was fucking awesome. He was downright just pissed that I was in his tent. So funny. And he didn't say a word to me. I was really shocked. Really shocked. I have a feeling someone said something to him that basically was like, hey, you're a guest here. Treat people with more respect. Or you can leave. Something along those lines were most likely said. That shit was funny. Good times, good times. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. That's the thing I have with that's why I can't work in help desk though. If someone's gonna yell at me for something that's not my fault, someone's gonna blame me for something that's not my fault, I'm not gonna take your shit. I'm literally gonna put you in my shoes. I'm be like, oh, so you think your internet working is... I'm stuck? Don't know what's going on. I think I was sprinting for some apparent reason, once again, which I wasn't, but okay, we'll take it. That sprint mechanic gets me killed a lot. I like the sprint mechanic, but it's a little too touchy. Anyway, so I've had people be like, well, it's your fault my computer doesn't work anymore. It's like, wait, how's it my fault? So you're saying I physically went to your computer and I unplugged the cable from the wall and caused your computer to stop working when you are currently, I don't know, 20 or what, 2,000 miles away from where I'm currently sitting? You think I somehow sabotage your computer? Like, well, not you, but you guys. I'm like, oh, us guys. Oh, so who are we talking about now? Like, who exactly are we talking about? What guys did this? You know, your department. I was like, oh, so our department intentionally remoted into your computer specifically and intentionally deleted something from your desktop to prevent something XYZ from happening because we know exactly who you are and what you're doing. Well, that's not what I'm saying. It's like, that's exactly what you just said. Like, bro, people are so dumb. They want to sit there and point the finger at people, but they just don't listen to the fucking words that are coming out of their mouth. So when you turn the tables on them and you just literally word for word say what they said in a different way, they're like, well, that's not what I meant. That's not what I said. No, it's not. I didn't say that. It's like, really? Do you want to play it back for you? You want to play it back for you? I can do it in slow motion for you. Like, oh my god, people can fucking suck it. Like, well, it worked before I went on vacation. It worked. Oh my god, what is going on? This. I'm getting mad. I'm just dying of stupid stuff. But it's like, well, it worked on Friday. Now it doesn't work. It's like, so you think we work on the weekends? What the fuck did you expect it for me to say? Sorry? I didn't mean to break your computer while I was playing Minecraft all weekend. Like, bro, like, how the fuck on, the world doesn't revolve around you? Like, some people just have the audacity to just think everything revolves around them. Like, here, I'll tell you another stupid little, like, one-off story. So, this one person, they are a, they run a swimming program, right? And what I mean by swimming program, it's like one of those competition swimming programs for like youth to a point, right? So kids of like, you know, between the ages of, I don't know, 8 and 18. They run like different levels of it. You know, they host like competitions, they go to state meets and stuff like that, right? So they do a bunch of like practices every week. They do a bunch of like trainings and a bunch of things, and they teach them things and blah blah blah. You know, they train them to be swimmers. Okay, so that's the basic behind it all, right? Well, so the season was about to start, you know, because they do 3-month seasons, and they were doing their introductory thing where like people show up that want to do tryouts and stuff, and they were doing their little speech, their dance and song, you know, explaining everything and telling them everything about it. And they were saying, you know, hey, our little program for the little kids, you know, the 8-year-olds and whatever, we only run it once a week because they're already having a lot on their plate. You know, we're just getting them into it, you know, kind of getting them used to the whole program and the system. So they go once a week on Saturday at this time. That is the set schedule for the little program, blah, 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 because this is an introduction for the little kids, right? This specific spiel and tryouts. And you know, they give all the information, all the reasoning, and all the information and everything. And this one mother raises her hand, asks a question. You know, nothing wrong with asking questions. Sure. She's like, yeah, you have a question? You're like, yeah, sure. She's like, Saturday doesn't work for us. Can we change it to another day? Oh the fuck, yeah. Let me add some context to this for a second. This program has 50 to 60 little kids in their program already, right? And then they're doing tryouts, and they have like, I don't know, I think they said they had like 10 open slots or something, right? I don't know exactly how many slots they had, but they had a handful of slots open for kids to join. Okay, cool. And this mother has the audacity to say, hey, Saturday doesn't work for us. Can you change it to a different day? I'm sorry? That's mind-blowing to think that would work. Do you honestly think any company that has a chunk of already people participating and people interested in that program for that day, for that time. Everything's already set. The coaches, the facility, the other 60 other applicants and people in the program, everybody's okay with it. Everybody's, you know, participating in it. Nobody has a problem with it. A single person there for tryouts only, not even part of the team, has the audacity to say, hey, can we change it to a different day because I can't make that work with my schedule? Bro, the balls on you to think that the world literally revolves around you is crazy. Oh, that's so funny, man. I mean, but that's so true though. Like, I can't tell you how many times like my boss will be like, hey, I need you to go do this and make sure you do it like this. I'm like, all right, cool. So I start doing what he's asked me to do, right? And then another guy comes and is like, why are you doing that? Because the boss told me to do it. Why did he tell you to do that? I don't know. Why don't you ask him? He's like, well, he shouldn't have told you to do it like that. He should have told you to do it like this. I'm like, well, you go hash it out with the boss because he's the one that told me to do it this way. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, like people, man. Like, don't get me wrong. If you are, let's say you're second in charge, right? Let's say you have boss, second in charge, and then me, right? If boss tells me to go and pull the weeds from the front yard by hand, I'm gonna go pull the weeds in the front by hand. Boss told me to do it. I do what boss tells me to do. If second in charge comes out, sees me pulling weeds by hand and says, why are you pulling weeds by hand? It's like, oh, because boss told me to pull weeds by hand. He's like, he shouldn't have told you to do that. I need you to do it like this. I would look at the second in charge and be like, I don't think I can do that because this is what I was told to do. You know what I mean? Like, you go with the higher rank. There's nothing you can do about it. You're told to do something that's not immoral or illegal or downright just wrong, right? You just do it. No questions asked about it. You just do it. And if someone has a problem with it, they can take it up with the person above them because that's who told me to do it. Yeah, it's like I said, I see the problem in the issue there is like, so boss doesn't know the inner workings of things as much as second in charge. Because second in charge is normally on the floor doing all the work, blah blah blah, right? Like, it makes more sense that they know more that's going on, right? I get that. But at the end of the day, like, if the CEO wants it done a certain way, the CEO gets it a certain way. You know what I mean? Like, even if it's wrong. Now, I will say with the caveat that it should be abundantly obvious to everybody involved that the only reason I'm doing it the way that I am doing it is because I was told specifically to do it this way by a specific person, right? And that's where I think the second in charge kind of lost the translation in your situation, where I see their point. It's like, well, you're doing it wrong. We don't need to be doing it that way. That's incorrect. Da da da. The problem is instead of the guy fighting you on it, they needed to go to the boss and be like, hey, see, Johnny's over here pulling weeds by hand. That's not how we do things. There's a reason why you have him doing it that way when we're not supposed to be. Like, oh, well, I didn't know we weren't supposed to. It's like, okay, well, I'm gonna go have him change it, like, do it the right way, unless you have a specific reason you're having him do it. Like, that falls on the second in charge to do that, not berate you and tell you you're doing it wrong and it's your fault, blah, blah, blah. It's on him to deal with it, not you. Oh, they're the same level, do the same thing. Then, like I said, it's the same thing though. Like, if they're the same level, then I just go with the last order I received, right? So if boss 1 tells me to do this and boss 2 tells me to do this, I go with whatever one that I think is better, right? Or I go with the last one I was told. So even if the last one I was told is the more annoying one, I just go with whatever I was told last. And if someone asks me why I did it that way, I'll be like, oh, Johnny told me to do it. Well, I told you to do this. Yeah, well then Johnny came by and told me I was doing it wrong and told me to do it this way, so I did it that way. Right? Like, it's one of those things where when you have too many chiefs and not enough Indians, like, you have that, or whatever that saying is, you have that problem where people stick their fingers where they don't belong, and people get pissed off and things get done incorrectly or whatever the fuck, right? Like, it's annoying. That's why I like my job. Like, yes, I have a few people above me. I have my boss, I have my boss's boss, and I have technically there's like 2 managers and then the actual 2 CEOs. But I'm gonna tell you from experience, 10 years of being at my job, I've never talked. Well, I take that back. I talked to one of the CEOs one time. And it was before I even worked there. I was there for my interview and she showed up in a workout outfit and I just had a conversation with her in the lobby. No idea who she was. That's the first and only time I've ever talked to her. But the other one, which is her husband, oh fuck. I talk to him pretty regularly because he's active on following the emails and the issues and tracking the problems and making sure everything's on top, people are on top of things. And he emails me all the time and we talk about things. So, I mean, talk to him all the time, but he never tells me what to do. So he's really cool. My boss, he's pretty hands-on, but he usually just leaves me alone because I'm one of the few people that work there that actually gets my job done. So I don't know. Just I'm pretty lucky with my job, if I'm being honest. Like everybody kind of just leaves me alone. I get my job done. It's easy. But like I said, like the generalistic thing though is like I love my job because I don't have to deal with third party. I don't have to talk to outside people like I said, like traditional help desk bullshit where you got Jimmy that lives on Peter Lake Road that lost internet or his computer won't turn on and he wants to sit there and scream and holler at you because it's supposedly your fault. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to deal with that shit. What up, Hab? Herbs are... Hollow Palm Monk, let's go. Yeah, get it in writing, you're not wrong, Herb. You know how many times I've had to say, can you send that to me in an email, Herb, at my job? I've had people like DM me or call me on the phone and be like, hey, I need you to do this for me. I was like, okay, yeah, send me an email and I'll get it done. So funny, bro. They're like, oh, okay, I'll do that. And then like 6 hours later, I still don't have an email. It's so funny. I can't tell you how many times that's happened to me in my job. And it's funny too, because my boss will be like, he'll hit me up sometimes. He's like, so what happened this weekend? I was like, what do you mean what happened this weekend? He's like, I don't know. Did anything happen? Did you got anything to pass over or anything? I'm like, oh no, just so-and-so decided, they called me up and asked me to do something. I asked them to email me and they never did. He's like, oh, sounds about right. It just happens all the time because like I can't tell you how many times like someone will like email us or not email us but like DM somebody to ask them to do something and someone will just do it and then I get on and I'm like, hey, why did we do this? It's like, oh, someone DM'd me and asked me to do it. It's like, did anybody approve of that? It's like, well, I just assumed I was supposed to. It's like, yeah, and assuming makes an ass out of you and me, you should probably get that in writing going forward, so you know it can be approved. You don't just do something because someone asks you to. Like if I walked up to you and said, "Hey, give me $10,000," do you just do it because I asked you? No. Like, bro, use your fucking brain. I had a client one time. Like, not even exaggerating. We had this client one time. They were having an issue with something. You know, it happens. It's not a big deal. And they said, "Oh, can you send me the password?" Like, you want me to send you the password to the production environment's accessibility SFTP via a non-secured email from point A to point B? They're like, yeah. And I said, yeah, that ain't happening. Like, I gotta use my brain here. I'm not sending you a password to something that, you know, important in a non-secured email. It's just not gonna happen. Like, you know how easy it is for someone to intercept non-secured emails? Shit, they can fucking intercept secure emails almost as easily, if not easier. But, bro, you don't send that stuff via emails. Just like you don't click on random links in emails. I also had someone be like, "Oh, hey, can you send me the loan number that's having a problem?" I'm like, "Oh, that's somewhat acceptable because a loan number by itself doesn't help with anything, right? Because the same loan number is in multiple different systems and multiple different products, and it doesn't give you enough information to really steal any information, right? But with enough context, it could be a problem. You know, like, would you ever just randomly email somebody your credit card number with your name, date of birth, you know, social security number, you know, expiration date? Would you just pass on that information all willy-nilly? Like, don't get me wrong, maybe that person needs it to fill out some information, but would you send that in an email to somebody? Would you just throw that into the ether of the internet? All willy-nilly like? Like, come on. Use your fucking brains here, people. What am I stuck on? Yeah, I don't know. Some people are just fucking crazy and entitled. They think because they have seniority or they have a higher title than you that they know everything, they know best, and whatever they need, that's all that matters. And it couldn't be further from the fucking truth. I don't give a fuck what your rank is. I don't give a fuck your seniority. I'm not gonna do something to compromise the integrity of something that could get me in trouble, right? Because I don't know if any of you know the whole HIPAA Act and, you know, Information Security Act and stuff like that, but that stuff's not just accountability to the company. If I disclose and give out personal information for somebody, yes, the company can be found at fault for it happening. But if I personally did it, I can be personally found liable for it and have to deal with consequences myself as well. So no, I will not compromise. I will not do what you tell me to because you're a higher rank. If I feel like it's against rules, laws, and regulations, I will not do it. my livelihood means more to me than like making your life easier. I'm sorry. Me having a job, me making money, me paying my bills, me feeding my family means way more to me than you saving 10 minutes worth of work. I'm sorry. I might be a minority in that. Don't get me wrong, working, you know, simplifying my job would be nice, but I'd rather my job be tedious and annoying and have a job than to simplify my job and go to jail. Not simple. Fuck that. Pop the trunk. Do you know how many times at my job have or that I get an email and I just delete it because I don't know who it's from and I don't know what it's pertaining to, but it's like, hey, I need you to sign up, I need you to make an account using this link to whatever product or whatever. I just delete it. I do not click on it. I do not like, I don't fully open it. I only have it on the preview window, which is technically fully opening it, but not really. It still operates the same way, but you know, like I said, it's kind of like apples and oranges. It's like it's fully open, but most people look at it like, oh, but it didn't fully open it. Well, it kind of did, right? But anyway, so like I just delete it, and then like a week later, my boss like, hey, did you ever make this account? I'm like, you mean from the email that looked like a scam? Like, well, it wasn't a scam. I was like, how am I supposed to know that? Did you send an email saying, hey, we're getting a new account. We're going to need to make accounts for this new product. They're going to send us an email and they're going to send us a link in order for us to blah, 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 blah. And then when the email comes out, did you say, hey guys, this is a legit email. Make sure you do this. Did you do that? Oh, no, you didn't? So explain to me how I'm supposed to know the difference between a scam email and a legit email when I'm not expecting there to be an email to begin with for some random sketchy ass long-winded fucking URL. Hey, click this link. I promise it's not virus. Yet every fiber in my bone and every training for fucking cybersecurity I've ever been in the 4 years of cybersecurity that I went to school for, tells you do not click on links in emails. Every single class tells you that. Every single fucking environment tells you that. Everything tells you do not click on links in emails that you do not expect. If you're not expecting an email from somebody and there's a link in it, you don't click it. If you're expecting an email from somebody but there's a link you're not expecting, you don't click it. Like, it's that fucking simple. So if my boss wants to be pissed at me for not clicking on a goddamn link that I wasn't told I needed to click on, I'm not clicking on it. I hate you. I literally was adjusting my pants, bro. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. I was... What the... Bro, fuck this monkey. This monkey can suck a dick. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Just fucking die. Bro, you can suck my big old fat donkey wannabe wang. Holy shit. Bro. Fuck you. And that fucking piece of stone you carry in your hand that you wish was your penis. But we were gonna level again tonight. Fucking piece of shit. Bro, seriously. I hate maps like that. I have the same problem in PoE 1 where I will literally go like days, hours, weeks, and not die. For weeks on end sometimes. And then I'll get into a specific map and then boom, I 6 portal it. I'm like, fuck. Get into the next map, 6 portal. Get into the next map, 6 portal. I'll probably die like 40 times in literally an hour. Or one stream in like 6-hour period, I'll die like 40, 50 times. But yet I hadn't died in like weeks prior to that. Like I made up all those deaths in one night. It's just fucking crazy. And it's usually a specific mob type or specific mod or something that just absolutely obliterates me. Like in that situation, it was that monkey. He has that. The problem I have with some of the abilities in some of these games that I've been like running into recently is it's not that the ability isn't dodgeable. It's they have auto tracking. So you see them doing the wind up. Oh shit, that's the first one of those I've seen. You see them doing the wind up, right? See the little spinny spin, and you're expecting it to attack where you were standing when it started the wind up. Not to say, oh, I was standing here, I rolled over here, I rolled over here, and it does a 180 to attack right where you're standing after you had already rolled and ran twice away from where it originally started. So it's one of those things that like it auto track and aimbots you until the second it actually goes to attack.
Help me, Jewish God! Help me, Allah! Ah! Help me, Tom Cruise!
I like that. That's so funny. Anyway, so it's one of those things that like that auto tracking bullshit can suck it. Because it gets you killed so much. Because you see it's like, all right, it's winding up. It's ready to come at me. You go to do the dodge roll. You do it like a fraction of a second too soon. And then, oh, guess what? I did the dodge roll. My character slowed for a second. And it, boop, just fucking, it turned 180 and smacks me. And there's nothing you can do about it. Unless you have a lot of movement speed. Or movement skill or something where you can like do a movement skill multiple times in a row just to like dodge the actual like attack a little bit like smoother or whatever. There's not much you can really do about it, and it's just really frustrating. Like I feel like if there's a wind up and a like an animation to see something's coming, it should be just as simple as like, hey, I'm casting this ability, you can see it on the ground, don't stand in with the you know the AoE location on the ground, and then you don't get hit by it. It should be the same thing as those. But since it's an attack, not a castable skill, that it can now change directions in mid-attack. Like, I'm sorry, if I have a big ass mace, I'm facing here and I'm winding up to attack here, and the thing moves to here, I shouldn't be able to be like, oh, now I'm gonna attack over here instead. Like, I'm winding up and in preparation to swing my hammer here. Now, maybe within a slight like 10 degree, 20 degree like leeway, I can understand that, but it shouldn't be able to go from here to here, like more than like 90 degrees. Like, bro, that shit's crazy on how much they allow for the movement of skills that are like being prepped, right? Something with a wind-up animation shouldn't be able to just alter its direction in mid-swing. Like, I understand if you're winding up to put it on your shoulder to like get the momentum to throw it up in the air or whatever. Like, I get that, being able to like alter its like trajectory, you know, like I said, within reason in those situations. But if you're already in mid swing, like it's over your head, it's coming down over your head, and then you turn, just abruptly turn, doesn't make any sense. And I'm not saying the monkey did that more than once, or even once. I'm just saying I've seen it in a lot of games where it auto tracks you up until the point of impact, basically. So you have to literally wait for the iframe of when it's about to impact to hit your dodge mechanic. Because if you do not, it will still hit you because it tracks you until the point of actual impact. And it's just crazy. Like I said, I know you want to make the game a little bit more difficult. I know you want to make things not so easy as, oh, he's got a 5-second windup of this skill. It's coming. Just so you know it's coming. Oh, but you know what I mean? Oh, you dodged it 20 seconds ago and it's not going to hit you. Like, they don't want it to be easy, right? And I get that. And they don't want it to be too difficult to where it doesn't have a windup and it's like a 1-second attack. So it's like so hard for people to react to. They want there to be some sort of telegraph so people know it's coming, but then have time to react to it. But I just feel like it's a little too much in both directions, right? The windup is too long, and the time at which it can change direction is too long, right? So you can change directions all the way up until, and then a small little windup in preparation to start the attack. But once the attack is underway, it should be relatively quick, and it shouldn't be able to change direction. That's all I'm saying. It still takes some timing. It still takes some sort of skill. It still makes it somewhat a little bit difficult to dodge it or whatever, but it doesn't make it ridiculously annoying. Wait, what do you mean that's how you feel about money? Wait, what? Need you to rub your belly and pat you at the same time, bro. I couldn't do that if I tried. Like I could kind of do it, but not fluidly. You know, it wouldn't look pretty. It'd be all awkward and shit. Bro, I don't know why I've been getting these like recommended videos of like independent women like meme videos of like independent women basically like they're like, oh, I don't need no man, and then they drop a TV and like, I'm just gonna hire a man to do this. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those ironic karma videos. I keep getting them recommended to me all the time, and it just keeps making me laugh. But like at the same time, it's so funny because it's like it's so true. Like, I don't hang out with a lot of people. I don't talk to a whole lot of people, you know, and I don't really know people that are like this. But like seeing these like Karen videos online of these people that are just so entitled, like, you called me sir, I identify as a woman. It's like, okay, well, it wasn't like me directly meaning you're a dude. It was me just generically speaking out loud. All right, sorry, sir, I didn't mean to, you know, blah, blah, blah. You called me sir again. It's like, bro, chill the fuck out. It's not that serious, right? But like, it branches further than that of like, you know, you'll see women or even dudes doing it, like, right? You know, it's like, well, I don't need you. I don't need any of you. I don't need any dudes. I don't, you know, women all day, women rights. I want to be treated equally, blah, 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 equal pay. But like, I don't have a problem with it. Like, I don't have a problem with any of that at all. Women should get paid the same as dudes do, if they do the same amount of work, right? Same thing with dudes. Dudes should get paid just as much as women do if they do the same amount of work. It's that simple. It doesn't matter your gender. The amount you get paid, in my opinion, should be based off of the amount of work you do, right? Like, there's those videos of like guys. I mean, I don't know how scripted it is, and I don't know like how much they cherry pick the questions or whatever. But you know, you see those videos of like they do the interviews on the streets or whatever, right? And I know that a lot of those are bullshit, but it's funny because they cherry pick some of these questions, or like they have some like random people that just give them the answer they want to look for just for like the clicks or whatever. But it's like they ask this stupid question like, if you could work a high-paying job for no money, like, you know, you have a high-profile job, like super high-end, you know, CEO of a company, or, you know, something in politics or something, but you didn't make any money, right? Would you rather work that high profile job making no money, or would you rather clean sewers for $100,000 a month or a year, right? And majority of the women that get asked that question, at least according to the videos, right? Like I said, don't know how true the data is. Obviously, it's probably completely and utterly false. But like I said, you see these videos, they're like, oh, I take a high profile job every time. But then they want to sit there and say they want equal pay. That doesn't make any sense. If you wanted equal pay, why don't you go clean the sewer with the dudes? Oh, monkey, I got you. I mean, that's the thing. It's like there are some women that have answered that question with that they would clean sewers for $100,000 because they want to get paid, right? And there are dudes that would take the high profile job, right? It is, like I said, it's very, like, I feel like those things are very cherry picked just to try to prove a point or, you know, clickbait or whatever. But I'm making an argument that no matter how cherry picked it is and how false it is, it still has some validity to it. That there is a lot of people in the world that would rather sit there and complain about not getting paid as much as other people do, regardless of gender, but they don't want to put the same work in that these other people are putting in, right? Let's say you're a construction worker. You have to carry sandbags, for example. Something, 50-pound sandbags, right? Do you think an employee that carries 50 sandbags an hour should get paid the same as an employee that carries 20 sandbags an hour? Simple question. There's no gender involved. There's no race. There's no religion. There's no age. It's a simple mathematical statement. Would you pay somebody that carries 50 sandbags an hour the same as you would pay someone that carries 20 sandbags an hour? Like I said, that is my only argument. That is the only argument that should be made when it comes to equal rights of pay, right? It shouldn't have anything to do with race. Shouldn't have anything to do with religion. Shouldn't have anything to do with gender. It has to do with work performance. That's simple. But here's the reality of it though. Is like Bandit said, everything is sexualized. So everybody thinks it's because of this. Everybody says, oh, he did this because of this. Oh, they did this because of this. Oh, they did that because of this. Blah, blah, blah. And everything has to point to sex. They think I'm too beautiful, so I whatever. They think I'm too ugly or this, or they think I stink, or they don't like my hair, or whatever the fuck. Like, everything is appearance based, everything is gender based, or religion based, or race based. Like, sometimes it's none of those things. Sometimes it is. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes 100% it is. Some people are dog shit like that. There are a lot of people of power that abuse their power and are like that. I'm not going to discredit that. But I don't think it's as rampant as 60, 70, 80% of the population that people are trying to make it out to be. Wait, Bandit, you don't think that somebody that carries 50 sandbags should make the same as somebody that carries 20 sandbags? You think that's unfair? I mean, you're not wrong. Take my job, for example, right? My job, we don't get paid for what we do. We get paid for what we can do, right? So it's a very subjective pay scale, right? So somebody in my type of work, I might do nothing for my job, but I might get paid way more than somebody that does a lot more, right? I would say a help desk, like a phone operator for a help desk person, probably does more work in a day than I do on average, and they make half of what I make, most likely. I don't know how much they actually make, but let's just say they make half of what I make. That's expected. And it's not because of the amount of work that they're doing. It's purely because I get paid for what work I can do if the need arises, right? And like I said, that's the problem that a lot of people find. Like, this is a lot of the reasons why the equal opportunity payment, like, I want to make the same money as everybody else makes. Why it has some validity is because there is no standard practitioner, like, set in stone, black and white written law of like what the pay scales are for this. Not just my job, but other jobs too. Yo, Knight. All right, see, it's over. I appreciate you.
Get out of here.
Wait, are you not doing the
Get
coal?
out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
I thought you were going to do the coal, or is coal already over? Appreciate it. Take it easy. Have a good one. Exactly, man. You always, so in a situation where paying people, so like I said, in the situation I gave where it's a construction worker, right? If if the job that you are slated to work is simply to carry sandbags, right? It has nothing to do with what else you can do on the job. Like, you can weld, you can rigging, you could, whatever it is you can do. If you're hired to carry sandbags, you're going to get paid to carry sandbags, right? And your pay is going to be determined based off how well you do your job. Now, if you get paid as a general contractor, where you do, not contractor, but like construction person, where you do anything that's needed to be done on the job that you are qualified to do, you will get paid more for the more abilities you have than somebody that has less abilities than you, depending on the need for the abilities, right? So if there's only like 2 people that can weld, if you can't weld but you can do 1,000 other things, you might get paid almost the same as a welder would, because a welder is in more demand, right? So he's going to get paid more because they need more welders. So that's the thing, is these people, they want more pay, and it's not that they don't deserve more pay, it's just they think they deserve more than they are worth. And sometimes it's true and sometimes it's not, because they're like, oh, well, that dude makes $100,000, why do I only make $80,000? I make less than him because he's a man and I'm a woman. That has nothing to do with it in most cases. I would say at least 50% of the time that isn't the case. There's a lot more factors that go into it, whether how long he's been there, his performance reviews. And now, don't get me wrong, performance reviews could definitely be sandbagged for men versus women, depending on the hierarchy and the management and stuff. But, maybe their starting salary was higher because maybe they had a bachelor's degree of something in the field that, they needed him for. Maybe he came from a different department and he has more experience from, another aspect of the thing. Or he has more experience working at another company from another job that was very similar. Like, right? What if you're, like, and don't get me wrong, now, if you both have the same qualifications, you have both have the same exact experience, you both have the same exact, like, you literally just took the gender off of the resume and you had copy and pasted it 2 different times, and one got paid more than the other, then that's a problem, right? But also, it can make sense to have 2 different pays because supply and demand. If you hired one person, right, and then the next week that person put their application in again and got offered less money, it would make sense because they don't need the person as much as they did previous week. But if it went the other way and they offered you more, well, maybe the demand is higher now. So like I said, it's not as black and white as, hey, I got paid less because I'm a woman, or I got paid less because I'm black, or I got paid less because I'm Muslim, or whatever. It's Like I said, got my throat. Hold on. I have no water either. Hold on, let me get some water. Oh, oh, my throat. It's much better. 2.2 million diamonds. Let's go. That's huge. Oh. Oh yeah. So you were thinking the same thing, Bandit. That the guy that was moving 50 bags should get paid more than the person moving 20 bags, right? Yeah. Like I said though, like it's all subjective, and that's the problem with it. Is there's no set standard of way to categorically justify why someone gets paid a specific amount versus somebody else, because it's all subjective to time. It's all subjective to supply and demand. It's all subjective to experiences and ability and work ethic, fucking how efficiently you work, how fast you work, how much you get done in a specific time versus another person. Like there's so many fucking factors. And it's just crazy that, and like I said, there is 100% evidence and proof and and stuff that it is true, that categorically true, like 100% factual, that there are situations in companies and managers and just whatever that do pay women less just because they're women. Sure. Or because of race or because of religion or whatever. It is true. It's 100%, it is a thing. And the problem is how do we prove it, right? You can't just say, well, to prevent it from happening, everybody just gets paid the same, because then this causes a really big problem down the road, right? You pay everybody the same no matter their work ethic, no matter their experience, no matter their gender, no matter their race, no matter their experience, no matter their tools in their arsenal, what they know how to do, what they don't know how to do. Everybody gets a flat pay. Okay. Let's pay everybody the same price. Okay, cool. So now everybody makes $50,000. Okay, cool. Everybody makes 50 grand. What makes me want to learn a new skill? What makes me want to work harder than anybody else? What makes me want to, I don't know, take initiative to, do more work or less work or help somebody out or whatever, right? Where's the initiative here? Where's the work ethic? Where's the sense of accomplishment, the sense of standing out or anything like that, right? Because in a situation like that, everybody would have to get a raise the same exact percent. So performance reviews are no longer existent, because if you have performance reviews that have variations in raises, then we can argue that I'm not getting a raise because I'm a woman or whatever reason, right? So you can no longer do raises. And if you do, everybody gets the same raise. So once again, performance reviews are out. You also can't fire anybody for working less than other people, because once again, you can just claim it's because of religion, race, or sex. So you can't fire people for underperforming or for not working as hard as other people. You can only fire them for legitimately breaking laws, basically. So it's like there's so many problems with this. Everybody should get paid the same regardless of anything, right? So then it comes into, okay, well, how do we set some sort of standard so religion, sex, and race don't play a factor in how much you get paid? You have to write up this specific, very long-winded, 1,000-page fucking book that has every and ifs, buts, what ifs, all built into it. Of, okay, well, if they have this, they get this. If they have this, they get this. If they have this, they get this. If they have that, they get this. If they don't have this, they get this. If they're willing to do this, they get this. If they, you know, complete this, they get this. It's like, bro, you would have literal thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of stuff that you'd have to write for every job in the entire world, so everybody knows what criteria is met in order to get what pay. It's not viable. It's not a reasonable request. But at the end of the day, there's no true way to fix the human condition when it comes to bias. There's no way to fix it. And like, that's basically what it boils down to, this whole equal opportunity of pay for religion, race, and sex, right? It boils down to bias, right? People think it's happening for X reason because they're biased towards that. They think it's that reason because they've seen it happen before, or they think that's why it is, but they have no proof. Or the person is doing it to these people because they're biased against those people. Right? They think that they don't work as fast. They think they don't work as well, or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's bias on both sides. So in order to remove bias, you have to have a written legal documentation of it that takes out the guesswork. And that's way too difficult to do for every job in the entire world, for every person, for every religion, for every race, for every sex. And like I said, you have to take those things out of the equation for sure. And so those aren't actually in the document. But I'm just saying, like, it boils down to having massive documentation for every single job. Even with overlap jobs, saving some sort of a copy and paste method, there's still a lot to be talked about, to go over, to make sure it's not missed. There's so many different things that can be calculated into it. It's just absurd. And I just find it funny because I was watching some of these debates of like women's rights versus male rights, stuff like that. And I don't know how I got down this rabbit holes, but it was this girl that was arguing for feminist rights, and you know, more power to her. Good job. You should do that. But she was arguing that, you know, women should get paid the same as men, and I agree, right? As long as you do the same amount of work. That's all I ask. You do the same amount of work, you get paid the same. Simple. But she also stated that women are more likely to be sexually assaulted. Pretty sure that's 100% true. Right? I don't have any evidence quite one way or the other. I'm just gonna go with that's true, because I'm pretty sure that's true. Men probably don't get sexually assaulted nearly as often. But then the guy came back with another article, aka study that was done, that stated that, and his was from the NIS or whatever it was called, that, and that supposedly all of these quote unquote studies are based off of the information pulled from that place or something. That's what he claims. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the ins and outs. I don't really care all that much about that. But basically it boiled down to him saying that men are more likely to be a victim of a violent assault than a woman is. Right? And the only thing that this woman can say is, well, I don't see that in these numbers. It says women are more likely to be, you know, sexually assaulted than men. Like, I'm not saying sexually assaulted. I'm saying, like, violently assaulted. Like, violence. Having violence put upon them. And the lady just couldn't get past her own fucking bias of sexual assaults on women. Sexual assaults on women. Being catcalled. Being sexualized. Being this. Being that. It has nothing... Being punched in the face has nothing to do if you're a man or a woman. She couldn't fathom this. And what was even funnier is at the very end of in the beginning of the thing, she first started off with, a real man wouldn't talk to me like that. It's like, okay, he let it go. And 30 minutes into the argument at the very end, and he was being cool about it. He was like, so can we agree that men are less likely to report being assaulted in some way, shape, or form, right? and you know, via stigma or whatever, men trying to be the stronger race, blah blah blah. And she's like, yeah, I can agree that men are more likely to not report it. And he said, okay, so if men are more likely to not report it, and we're looking at these studies, and we have to take into account of how much of the percentage of the population of men won't report that these incidences are occurring. If they're not being calculated into the numbers, then how accurate are these numbers? And if the numbers are already so skewed, I mean, so close to the women's numbers, then if the males aren't reporting it, then how likely it is that if they all were to report it, that they would be above the women's? He's like, here, I'll give you an example. How about earlier today when you said I wasn't a man? She's like, I never said you weren't a man. He's like, I'll repeat your words verbatimly. A real man wouldn't talk to me like that. And she said, well, I didn't mean it like that. No, that's not what I meant. It's like, she was like, oh shit, I did say that. It was so funny, bro. I was dying. Like, bro. Because, like, she was so adamant about how women are, you know, abused, and women are always being subjected to violence, and, you know, men don't have to worry about it, and women should feel safe walking to their cars, and like I said, none of that I'm discrediting. Anybody and everybody should feel safe walking out of their house, going to their car, going to the grocery store, you know, being able to hang out with friends, whatever. And it is true, women are more likely to be sexually assaulted. It is also more evidently, in my opinion, true that men are more likely to be physically assaulted, aka get into a fight and beat up, robbed, so on and so forth, than women are. It's mostly because men are more confrontational, right? Women are more likely just to throw their purse on the ground and let them take it and not get hurt, right? In my opinion. Dudes are more like, oh, fuck that, you ain't taking my shit, right? And we're gonna get into a fight, right? Dudes are more likely to get jumped and beaten to a pulp in an alleyway than a woman is. But with the caveat to that if it was a woman, they wouldn't get beaten to a pulp, they probably would get sexually assaulted. So there is the caveat to that, right? Like they're less likely to get violently beat up because then it changes to sexual assault because it's a woman, right? So I feel like they're different, but they're the same. But there was another study he brought up that it's so funny. Basically, the study he pulled up said that it was talking about children, right? How, you know, she made a comment that, you know, men aren't as good for children as women, blah blah blah. You know, they're not, you know, it's not as safe, it's not as stable, blah blah blah. And he pulled up a study that stated that you know, it's been found in all the cases reported, blah blah blah, to the specific place, NIS, whatever the fuck it was called, that from all the reported stuff that from people of power over children, there's two parts to this. One is that children are more likely to die in the custody of the state from malpractice, now, you know, malnourishment, or, you know, mistreatment or whatever, than they are at the hands of the parents that they were taken from for, you know, the same reason, right? They're more likely to die from the people trying to rescue them than from the people that they're being rescued from, which was crazy to think. I was like, all right, cool, that's not part of this argument. The second part, which I thought was interesting, was it was found that more of the offenders, that more of them were women who abuse their children, whether it's malnutrition, physically, mentally, verbally, whatever, that women were more likely, when in a position of power, to abuse their position of power of the people that they are above than males were. And I was like, okay. I mean, like I said before, like, men have the same complex where, like, once they have power, they kind of abuse the power. Men do it all the time. And I could see if a woman was to be subjected to that, you know, for God knows how long, you know, and they finally get into a position of power, that they would most likely do the same thing. They would abuse their position of power and, you know, use it to their advantage. I could see that being true. And then this lady is arguing. She's like, so you're trying to say that women are more likely to assault children than men? He's like, when did I ever say assault? When did I ever say women are going to sexually assault or violently like hurt children? The whole thing is to abuse their power and abuse their children in any way. Like, fucking kidding me? Like, it's like this lady can't hear anything from anybody's point of view but her own. It was just crazy. It's so funny though. Like the fact that she's like talking about how, you know, men get treated differently, you know, they can do whatever they want, and, you know, women are always treated terribly, blah, blah, blah. But yet she's the first one to belittle the dude. The second she had a little bit of power, like she's on that talk show and she has a little bit of power, and they get into a little scuffle or disagreement or whatever, and the guy steps in, he's like, all right, do you guys need to go to like 60 seconds a pop so you guys get 60 seconds to talk without interruption, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, hold on, I need to talk. And she's like, if we don't do 60 seconds per person with no interruption, I will leave. I agreed to be here, but I didn't agree to be treated like this. So if we don't do it, I'm leaving. This is bullshit. He's being mean. He's you know, trying to make me feel bad about myself. He's you know, he's blah 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 and blah blah blah. And then he's just laughing, right? He's like, do you really? He's like, I don't care if you leave, bro. Like, you can leave if you want to leave. I'm not gonna keep you here. He's like, no, shut up. I'm talking. No one, you know, just let me talk. Stop trying to make me feel bad about it. Like, she's just like berating this dude at the beginning of the argument, at the beginning of the thing. And like, she has a small, minute amount of authority in this situation to say what she wants and what she doesn't want, you know, and have it her way. And you can clearly see that she takes that power to the extreme. And that's when she was like, he tries to say something, and she's like, a real man wouldn't talk to me like that. A real man would actually have some respect for a woman, and blah, 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 blah. And he didn't even say anything. Like, it was crazy. And then like when he full circled it at the end, where it was like saying how like women in positions of power tend to abuse their position of power more often than men do. And then he brought up that part of where she like called him, like said that he wasn't a man. She just instantly realized that she abused her power right at the fucking beginning of the argument, and everything she said after that was basically void, because she instantly, like, everything she was fighting for was voided because she was part of the problem. She literally is fighting for women's rights to be treated equally, and yet she's the problem of why they're having problem getting traction to be treated equally, because she gets a little bit of power and instantly acts like a man, or what she considers a man to act like. It was so funny, bro. I was dying laughing. Like I said, I don't really give a shit about this stuff. Like I said, I don't care about race. I don't care about sex. I don't care about religion. You do you, BB. I don't give a fuck. If you like dressing up as a fucking fox and banging a polar bear on a stripper pole with cocaine, hey, while praying to the Jedi mind tricks bullshit, like, I don't give a fuck what you do. As long as you don't involve me in it, you can do whatever you want to do. I don't give a fuck. If you want to make more money, learn more skills. Right? If you want to make more, let's say you work at fucking McDonald's. If you want to make more money, get a new job. Do the work, put in the work to become a manager. Right? Like, I don't give a fuck what your race or your sex is. If you want to make more money, make more money. Yes, it's hard to do, depending on, you know, those factors, and depending on the work environment, depending on the workforce, depending on the managers, depending on the business. Because, like I said, there is the bias, there is the actual problem that we are fighting against, but it's so hidden behind all the fluff and all the bullshit and all the argument, all the finger pointing, that we can never get to the true bottom of it, because there's so many false claims of, oh, well, he's not paying me because he doesn't want to, because I'm a man, or I'm a female, or I'm this, or I'm that. When in reality, that's not the truth. You have no evidence to prove otherwise. So it's just like, in order to get any traction with any of this bullshit, there needs to be proof. There needs to be some way to physically see that this is happening, to prove without a shadow of a doubt that it's happening. Right? You're not gonna charge someone for fucking murder with no proof, right? Like, oh, I think he did it, so he did it. I believe that's what he's doing because that's what I believe. Like, you can't. It just doesn't happen that way, right? If there's no proof of a crime, then how do we know a crime occurred, right? It's just like those cop shows where it's like, they never find the body of a dead person, right, or a missing person. So how do they know they were murdered, right? There might be evidence that points towards they were possibly murdered, but there's no actual proof unless they find a body. Now, you can still be convicted of murder with enough circumstantial evidence without a body. It is possible. But at the end of the day, there's no legit 100% without a shadow of a doubt proof that a murder occurred without a body. So it's kind of the same thing with this whole pay me as much. There's no way to tell if they're not or if they are without some sort of written physical evidential proof that shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it's true. And it's not possible in most cases. So I don't know. Like I said, I know it exists. I know it is a problem. I know I'm beating a dead horse. I'm just trying to find something to talk about while we're just mindlessly getting my ass kicked here. But like, I feel like there's like no real good way to accomplish what they want to accomplish, right? But at the end of the day, it still boils down to a few key factors of, yes, it needs to happen, but not to the extent of blindly doing something just to do something. There needs to be checks and balances. There needs to be reasons behind the pay. There needs to be reasons behind the promotions. There needs to be reasons behind X, Y, and Z. It can't be, well, you guys are very loud. You guys are very obnoxious. You guys are screaming at the top of their lungs and blaming everybody for everything. So just to shut you up, so you stop yelling at everybody, so you stop making a scene, we're just going to pay you more to pay you more. Not because you deserve it. Not because you work harder. Not because you actually have the, you know, the experience, the knowledge, and the expertise to actually do the job. We're just going to pay you anyway, just to pay you, so we can get this off of our plate and not have to deal with it. That's the problem, is at some point, that's usually what ends up happening with a lot of situations, is there's no good solution to something. And since no solution can be found and no one can come up with a good solution for something, instead of fighting the thing indefinitely, they just say, fuck it, here's what you want, so we don't have to deal with it anymore, and let's move on. And then that causes even more problems, right? Giving in to somebody's demands, it's just like the same reason, like, you know, you'd never give in to terrorists kind of bullshit saying or whatever that they say on TV. Oh, we never negotiate with terrorists. That's what they say on TV or whatever. Like, it's the same thing with that, because once you negotiate, once you give in, once you give them what they want, they know they can do it more, right? And that's kind of a problem as well, because if you give in to them and you let them have that win where they make the same amount of money as everybody else does across the board, no matter of like age, sex, race, religion, expertise, blah, 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 you know, all the criteria that goes into it, then, like I said, you run into other problems. You run into other situations where now you can't promote people. Now you can't give them raises. Now, you know, we have even more problems with not inflation per se, but poverty to a point, because now if everybody's making the same money, everybody has the same pay across the scale. So where somebody making $50,000 before couldn't live on their own, now nobody can live on their own because everybody makes the same price, but the prices of goods aren't going to go down, like, because the inflation has already happened. Like, it just, there's so much trickle down, there's so much bullshit. It's just, they don't think more than 5 feet in front of their face. And that's kind of like the same argument I brought up a long time ago about something that I don't really know a whole lot about, but I still bring it up occasionally because someone brought it up to me and I just thought it was crazy. Is something along the lines of a somebody on the Congress brought up a solution on against global warming slash you know, fossil fuels, right? How to curve down the amount of fossil fuels used, blah 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 blah. And their knee-jerk reaction fix to reducing the amount of fossil fuels used to help with air pollution, to help with global warming, was, let's build a bridge from New York to EU. Bro, are you an idiot? This is the knee-jerk, 1 foot in front of your face thought processes that people have. Is like, well, how about this one? Methane being produced from people and animals and stuff like that is the amount of methane being produced from people and animals and stuff like that around the world is causing global warming, quote unquote, supposedly, right? And I'm not going to discredit that. I mean, methane is bad, but and there's more people now than there ever were, more animals now than there ever were, so on and so forth. But I'm not going to say that that's the only contributing factor. I mean, it is a contributing factor, possibly. I don't know about the science behind it, but it could be, right? But their knee-jerk reaction is, let's charge the farmers more tax because their cows are farting than we charge somebody that doesn't have cows and pigs and stuff, right? So you're going to charge farmers more money in taxes because they have livestock that is producing methane than you would other people. So you're charging them for cow farts now. What is that fix? Right? Charging them more taxes for cow farts. How does that help global warming and methane production? You see my point though? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's definitely a factor, but it's fucking dumb. Like, you see a problem in front of you and you're like, that's a problem. I have a solution. Let's charge them money. What? Oh my fucking god. Next stream will be, I think, this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, so Friday night to Saturday morning, and then Sunday morning, and Sunday to Monday morning. So, yeah, that'll be this weekend. I don't know, man. It's just fucking crazy. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's this knee-jerk, 1 foot in front of you thought processes that they don't think about the trickle-down effect. For example, hey guys, people making minimum wage can't live on their own. They can't afford housing and all the bills that go with it. They have to live with somebody in order to pay their bills. Okay, I get that. It's true. So what is their solution? Let's pay fast food employees more minimum wage. That's one solution, I guess. So now the people working in fast food industry now make more money. Okay. So now they're more likely to be able to pay for their rent and their mortgage and their bills. Okay, I can see it. All right, sounds good, mate. I appreciate you. Sleep well. Talk to you later. Have a good one. Right? So that's cool, right? That's a solution. But here's the problem. You start paying fast food employees more. That means the company has to pay more money to their fast food employees. Okay. To make up that difference in the money they're paying in employee costs, they either A, need to fire people, So now someone gets fired. Now they can't pay. Now they can't pay their rent. Now they can't pay their bills. Okay, well now other people can pay their bills and their rent, but that person can't. So maybe 1 in 10 people get fired. Okay, that's a couple thousand, maybe 10,000, 20,000 people, maybe more. I don't know how many people work in the fast food industry, but let's just say 1,000 people. Now 1,000 people need to find a new job. Now they lose their house. Now they're homeless. Now they're jobless. Okay, that sucks. Okay, step further. Now they're paying more people, so they hire somebody to save some money, but they're still not quite making money. They're not making a profit. Now they have to charge more for their goods. Well, that sucks, because now if people have to pay more for the goods, the money that they were making extra is going towards the increase in pay of the goods. Right? Makes sense? And then the next year, when the prices inflate even further, because every year prices inflate by a percentage usually, they again, hey, guess what? They still can't make their monthly bills because they're not making enough to cover for inflation. Guess what? Let's pay them more money. Let's fire somebody else. Let's raise our prices even further. See the dilemma here? Raising minimum wage isn't a long-term solution, because every time you raise minimum wage, maybe it's not just for a specific industry, but just across the board, if minimum wage for a state or a country is X, if you raise it by a percentage, that means everything else goes up by that percentage, because every company that has to pay more money in their employees either A, has to fire people, or B, has to increase the price of their goods to compensate for the increase in pay that they have to put out, or a combination of the two. So if the producer has to pay their employees more money, like the producer of a good, right, the starter point, they have to pay more money to their employees because bare minimum wage going up. Now they have to charge more money for their goods to all the wholesalers and all the people that are buying the goods from them. So those people have to spend more money on the goods plus more money on their employees. So they have to make up the difference with more profits, which then people are spending more money on those goods, which means they need to make more money to pay for the increase in price of all the goods. Where does it stop? Because now that you have to spend more money, you have to make more money. So now you have to raise the price again so that you can make enough money to afford the stuff, which then raises the prices again, trickle down effect again, all the way back to the beginning, where guess what? You have to raise the price again. So raising the minimum wage is not a solution to anything. It is a temporary band-aid fix for a long-term solution problem. To top that off, giving people free money like stimulus checks does not fix a problem. It causes more problems. Now, it fixes temporary problems, but it causes more problems because now people are expecting handouts. Now people are expecting free money. Now people are like, well, why can't I get more money? You guys gave it to us before. You were printing money before. Why can't you print more money? Blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know, man. I don't have a solution for it. I'm not an economics person. I'm not smart like that. All I can say is trickle down effect is real, and most people don't look further than what's right in front of them, and it causes long-term issues in the long run. Something as simple as, hey guys, we have this new drug, y'all should take it, it's really good for you, we proved that it helps with this problem. Okay, well, in 15, 20, 30 years from now, what are the side effects? Right? Take something as simple as baby powder, right? Wasn't baby powder found out recently that it increases the chances of getting cancer? And people have been using it for 50 plus years. Right? It's been a known product that everybody has used for fucking ever. And it's the tried and true thing that everybody has always used. But then years and years and years down the road, it's bad for you, right? It's that same trickle-down problem, right? You see something that solves a solution now, but you don't see what it causes in the future. Sometimes you can't see what's going to come down in the future, just like the baby powder thing. You can't see that outcome. But sometimes you can try to think a little bit ahead of yourself, right? You can say to yourself, okay, well, methane's a problem. Let's charge the farmers money for their cow farts. Okay, well, what does that give us? What would that effect be? Well, cause and effect, right? If we cause them to pay us more money, what is the effect outcome going to be? Oh, beef is going to cost more money. Milk is going to cost more money. Bacon's going to cost more money. Pork's going to cost more money. Chicken's going to cost more money. Eggs are going to cost more money. Right? The list goes on and on and on and on. So now everything goes up in price because you're charging them tax. So they make up the difference by charging more. So now everybody has to pay more. We're in a fucking vicious cycle all over again. Right? Now, and at the same time, it doesn't prevent the farts. The farts are still there. So what exactly did you solve? Right? Obviously, that never went into place that I know of, or anything like that. But it's the thought process that we're talking about here. It's that, hey, I'm not a genius, I'm not a specialist, but this is what I think we should do. Kind of response, right? It's just fucking crazy. And like I said, this goes on for every aspect of life. Like I said, this is why, like, you know, when it comes to economics, when it comes to leadership, when it comes to the women's rights thing, when it comes to the males' rights things, when it comes to religion and blah, 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 it all kind of meshes together, one melting pot of bullshit where we're all thinking and we all have the same thoughts, we all have the same problems, we all have the same worries and want to fix the same things, but nobody has a solution. And then when somebody thinks that they know more than other people, they try and force their outlooks on everybody else. And then people pick out like the flaws in it, and then it causes even more problems. Well, you're just a bigotry, or you're just this, or you're just that, or you're full of shit, or you're just saying that because I'm white, or you're just saying that because I'm a female. Like, it's like, instead of just looking at the data and understanding where they're coming from and having a logical debate and argument or whatever, you instantly go to name calling, you instantly go to discrediting them and talking poorly about them, and just it's bro, the society as a whole is going downhill so fast, and it's just getting worse day by day. It's unreal. Like, where we're gonna be in 10 years from now is beyond me. Like, I'm scared. Like, we can't even go on a comedy TV show and watch a comedy skit and somebody makes some sort of simple comment like 10 years ago, Saturday Night Live or whatever, it'd be like, oh, look at these figures on this, you know, we pulled a bunch of data, blah, 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 and here's the figures on the pie charts. And it's like, and if any of you are wondering why this doesn't add up to 100%, it's because, it's really funny. It's because the math was done by a woman. And obviously it was a joke, right? And it was just supposed to be funny. You know, they laughed on the TV thing. It made most people laugh back then, right? And he's like, and if you're mad at me for saying that, just know that a woman wrote that joke. And then it's like, okay, that's even funnier, right? So you laugh a little bit more, and maybe the people that didn't laugh before are like, okay, well, maybe it's more acceptable, right? But then you still got the really hardcore people who are like, well, women shouldn't do that to other women and blah, blah, blah. But then they went way over the line, and they're like, no, I'm just kidding, we don't hire women here. And it's like, oh God, bro, you went way over the top. But it's like one of those, you know it's not true, and you know it's meant to be funny, and it's just meant to be a joke. And that's how it was presented, and that's how it was expected to be received. And some people just couldn't receive it that way. And then if you even attempted to even utter that nowadays, bro, you are so fast blacklisted, banned, boycotted, fucking canceled on anything and everything across the world and the nation. Like, you are literally Jesus on a cross, bro. Like, crucified to death. Like, bro, it is crazy if you even try to even think about comedy at the expense of somebody. Like, it's crazy. So now you can't be funny. Like, where does comedy come from? It comes from 99% of comedy comes from making fun of people, right? making fun of the way they talk, the way they walk, the way they dress, the way they do their hair, right? Their dumb moments of like trying to fill up a Tesla with gas, right? If you tried to make a joke about a dude filling up a Tesla car with gasoline, right? All the women would laugh. The dudes would be like, bro, you're an idiot, right? And then some dudes would be like, I take offense to that. But then in the back of their mind, they're like, yeah, that guy's an idiot, right? But if you were trying to do that to a woman, like I said, I'm not trying to play double standards here or anything like that. I'm just saying, if you try to do that to a woman, most of them would most likely laugh. They'd be like, God, she's an idiot, right? And did you not realize it's an electric car that doesn't take gas? Like, you know what I mean? Like, most of them would understand that it's a joke, but at the same time, it really happened, and it's kind of funny that that person didn't realize, right? And then the other half would be like, oh, you're just sexist. You're a piece of shit. You're this, you're that. You don't love women. You have a problem with women. You're a fascist, blah, blah, blah. It's like, has nothing, like, I didn't do this to her. I didn't force her to do this. I'm just showing you what she did. Did I make her do that? Or did she do that on her own? Well, you're portraying women in a poor light. It's like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just showing you what I saw. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, you can't be funny now. Because somebody's always offended. Bro, even something as simple as a fucking street name, right? Like, if you have a street name of, like, Rebel. Okay, Rebel is kind of like an old term from back in the day, right? Definition? Right? Yeah, so a person that raises an opposition or armed resistance against established government rule. So it's typically in reserve, and what it's typically what comes to people's mind when it comes to that word is, you know, the South in the United States. It's the South, right? South versus the North, you know, Confederates versus whatever the fuck they were. Which one side believed in slavery, one side didn't. So it's like that word is in a lot of people's mind associated to slavery, which is kind of mind-blowing if you just look at the definition. It's just an opposition to government rule, right? Nothing to do with slavery. But people associate it to slavery because how it was linked to, you know, the rebel forces from back in the day when a confederacy was fighting blah blah blah, like, right? So fast forward like 100 years, and now people are being offended by businesses, schools, statues, street names that have no linkage to these past events, but have words or names that they deem is offensive to them because everything is offensive to somebody. Now things have to be changed. Did you know? I want to give you an example. Did you know the original Aladdin, cartoon from Disney, from 1992, this movie right here, I don't know when they did it, but more recently, I went to watch it on Disney Plus, and there is a disclaimer at the entry of when you first turn on that movie that says, this movie poorly portrays the demographic of X, Y, or Z. I didn't read the full thing, but they have to put a disclaimer at the beginning of their movie stating that it poorly portrays this religion or race or whatever of type of people. That movie is 40 years old, and it's now being a problem. It's now offensive to people. Bro, the people that it's offending have no linkage to what it's portraying. Do you think a single one of them ever lived like that? I mean, don't get me wrong, there are places in the world that do live like that. Don't get me wrong, there is. Okay, so there are people that are offended. Okay, so I think that, scratch that from the record. There are people that definitely relate to that and identify as that and can see them being, you know, portrayed in a poor light. They don't like that. But do you really think any of them were around back then when that was a thing? in a fictional land where genies existed, magical lamps, flying carpets, fucking caves of wonder, do you really think anybody from that age that actually existed is around, that is being offended by the way that they're being portrayed? Like, it's a fictional thing, bro. It's fiction. It's meant to entertain. And yes, there is some validity to being portrayed in a bad way. Like if someone did a documentary of me, right? Or a movie portraying me as like a really fat, slobby piece of shit guy, I'd be a little offended that they portrayed me as fat because I'm not fat. But you get my point. Is like, I would be a little offended, but I wouldn't be like, you have to change your shit or else. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you don't like it, don't watch it. That's simple. If you don't like onions, don't eat them. It's the same philosophy. If you don't like something, nothing is forcing you to participate in it. Nothing is forcing you to watch, listen, or engage in things that you do not like. There's not a gun to your head. There's not a killer virus in your system that says if you do not eat that onion, you will die. So, in what world do you need to be offended by things that do not impact you? If you do not go to a school that has an offensive name to you, why do you need to sign a petition because it offends you when it doesn't? You didn't even know it existed until you find a petition on it, right? Why does a statue in a country that you don't even live in have any bearing on offending you because you never even knew it existed? See, ignorance is bliss in a lot of situations, but at the end of the day, once you know it exists, it can offend you, but you don't see it, you don't interact with it, you don't come in contact with it in any way, shape, or form. Just knowing it exists is enough to upset you to the point where you have to force people to change hundreds of years of like history because you don't like the way it looks. What the fuck? Bro, that's like a disgrace to people's memories. If you're changing history books and you're changing and defacing and devaluing history that is in place in the world that have been there for 50 plus years because you don't like the way it looks, sounds, or tastes or whatever, then what did those people have? Like, you know what I mean? Like, those people have those histories in place for a reason. So you're discrediting everything that they stood for and they did to prolong and to move along society in a manner to get you to the point of where we're at now. But you think it's offensive? So would you rather them not have done all the things they did for the society back in the day? Would you have rather the South have won the war? You see, you get my point here? Like, bro, chill the fuck out. Everything happens for a reason. Like, god damn. Stop being so goddamn sensitive. It's simple. If you don't like something, ignore it. Just like you do in your fucking relationships. You get married, ignore the significant other. That's life. Sex? Well, what's that? You know what I mean? Like, it's not that fucking hard. When you're mad at somebody in real life, if you had a friend and they did something very unfriendly to you and you defriended them, they have to die? Do they have to no longer exist? Do they have to change their name? Do they have to move out of the country, out of the state, out of your vicinity? No. You just pretend they don't exist and ignore them. It's the same fucking thing. Jesus Christ, people. Anyway, sorry about my rant. I got a little mad. Anyway, I think we're done. I've been done for like an hour because I don't know what else to do. I've died way too many times today. I probably would have got one more level today, but I kind of fucked up a lot. We did get a new jewel today, and I don't know what to do with it. Oh yeah, so it's a poison scale. Sport scales deal 6% more damage with hits for each poison on enemy up to 30%. It's pretty sick. So 5 poisons. It's not too bad. That's 30% more damage, which kind of meh, but it is what it is. Other than that, we got one level today. We made no real progress on anything. We didn't make any money today. We literally didn't find a single divine. Found a couple chaos. Found a couple exalts. We found found a bunch of like this stuff. We found nothing on this side. Like nothing of value right here. So basically made no money. We progressed to T10, T9 maps. Got no upgrades. We got nothing. The only thing that we did today is we did work on the path of building. The path of building is somewhat put together. We might do a little tweaking to it because I want to try to find a way to get the bleed or the 100% crit chance before getting to 8 seconds, right? So I'm wondering if we were to find these gloves with a higher crit roll, right? Because it can roll to 30%. If we found it 30%, right? Oh, I turned it off. Okay. So I wonder if we upgrade that, and then we have the upgrade on the helmet as well. If we increase the crit chance here to max, obviously it's going to be impossible to find max, but let's say we max out both of those. We can't get it on the amulet because we needed the all res here. I also want to change the prismatics to breach rings to get 40 quality instead of 20. I mark these as 40, forgetting that they're not breach rings, so I do need to fix that, and I still need to come up with a way to get the resistances relatively there. So we'll mess with that a little bit, but the goal is to, like, with the extra crit, yeah, see, I can't, even with the extra crit on those, I am not 100% crit chance at 7 seconds. So I don't think it's necessary to get max rolls on things. So like, look at the helmet. I wonder if we get a minimum roll, right? So just get a minimum roll, and then what? Okay, so minimum roll doesn't fix it. So where is the cutoff? So 14%, 10% isn't enough. So what about 11%? 0.21, 0.42. We need 0.78. All right, so we need a minimum of 14 plus 30. That's 44. So if we lower this 5, and then increase this by 5, all right, so that does work out. So yeah, that's the bare minimum we need, is 25 plus 19. So it's 35, that's 44. You find 44 crit chance between the two pieces. So that's the kind of information that we need to figure out, right? Exactly, man. That's what I'm saying. So back in the day, it was all about busting each other's balls, making fun of each other. You know, someone had a weird haircut, maybe had some alfalfa, you know, maybe had their shirt inside out, or, you know, always wore black, fucking smelled funny, short, never gets laid, whatever. We always found something, right? Jacked up tooth. Now, don't get me wrong, there is some validity to saying that, like, busting each other's balls can lead to a little bit of not maybe depression in some cases, but, like, you know, a little bit of self-esteem problems, right? It can be negatively impactful on the people, but it's all in fun, right? We're friends, we're having a good time, we're just fucking with each other, right? It's not taken that seriously. I mean, yes, in the back of your mind, you do build up that slight resentment to those things because it is like a point of like contention with you. Like if people are always making fun of like your bad tooth, it's gonna be a little self-conscious about it. If people are always making fun of like your height, you're gonna be a little self-conscious about it. I get it. But like nowadays, that's considered bullying. That's considered harassment. That's considered you're going to jail offensive, right? So you can't even play with each other. You can't even, joke around and have fun. Like you're literally crushing the fun out of society. Like, don't get me wrong. There is a fine line to toe when it comes to the picking on each other thing, right? You got to be gentle about it. Can't cross any certain lines, and you got to also give good with bad, right? If you're gonna bust their balls, you got to at least be nice about it after and just be like, oh, no, I'm just fucking with you, and just, play with them and then just be nice about it. Like, you know what I mean? You don't do it like, oh, you have bad breath. Get away from me. Oh, your breath stinks. Oh my God. Just never talk to me. Blah, 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 blah. And every time you talk to them, that's how you act to them because that's more than just busting their balls. Now, if you walk up, you guys are all hanging out, busting each other's balls, hanging around, and you're like, damn, did you eat fish or something, bro? Like, holy shit. Have you heard of a toothbrush? Right? You do that, and then you just drop it. Right? Next day, that's it, right? And then you're like, oh man, I see you found your toothbrush. Hell yeah, breath be on point today. You know what I mean? Like you kind of counter that bad with the good. You go back and forth. So you don't always berate that person. You're always trying to help, but in a funny way. Like, because bro, he might not have known his breath smelled, right? It's simple, right? But nowadays you can't do that. If you're like, oh man, your shirt's wrinkly. Oh, you're going to the principal's office. Bro, I was just telling him his shirt was wrinkly. Chill. Exactly, too, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. You get made fun of, something becomes self-conscious, becomes self-aware, and you understand and you accept it, and then you correct the situation, right? If people always make fun of you because you smell funny, right? You stink at school because maybe you have a sweat condition, right? Maybe you have like some sort of glands that have like overactive, production of sweat glands or whatever, and you stink because you're always you're always sweating, right? Because you're not going to be able to really smell yourself all the time, you get used to it, right? If your friends are busting your balls and always telling, man, you stink, bro, you reek, oh my God, you smell like a fucking a horse farm, like, right? They're fucking with you, but they're being true with you, right? You're going to understand and realize it, and you're going to look into ways to improve it because you're tired of that self-conscious feeling of, do I stink, right? So there is good and bad with it, but like I said, there is a fine line to toe with it. You can't be overly bad about it. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, man. Like back in the day when we grew up, it was all we had tougher skin. I feel like, right? We understood things weren't so direct assaulty. They were more like you could tell the difference between a direct assault on somebody and your boys just fucking with you or pointing something out to you in a non-dickish way, right? Like, would you rather your boy walk up to you and be like, "Bro, you smell like you came out of a trash can. Leave." Right? God, you stink so bad I want to throw up. You make me want to vomit, but I think my vomit would smell better than you. Like, you can say that, or you can fuck with your boy and be like, bro, did you just go rolling in a pigsty? Holy shit. Have you heard of a shower? Right? And then you laugh afterwards to prove that you're just fucking with them. There's a difference. And like I said, that's the thing, man. It's like people that grew up in our era, or at least my era, older generations, 30 plus people, we're used to that. We're used to that back and forth banter, kind of busting each other's balls. We're used to it. We're expecting of it. Just like the older generation, the 60 plus people, they have a different way of, doing things. They have a different experience. They have a different tolerance level of things, right? They have a different way of doing things. It's just this new generation I don't really hang out with kids. I don't really interact with kids, but just from what I see, just organically online of the like the trending videos of like the shit that goes on social media, which social media is ruining the fucking world. And I'm not on social media. I don't have a TikTok. I don't go on Facebook. Yeah, I don't do YouTube Shorts. I don't do any of that shit. Fuck all that shit. Fuck that. That is way too much shit, and it's just ruining the world because people just they only care about online, and they post things that they shouldn't post. They say things they shouldn't say. They they're mean to people because they think they're anonymous and they think they can get away with whatever they want to get away with, and it's bullshit. So I don't agree with social media in most situations. But you see this stuff where these like kids, they're like, they said I had funny hair and my life is over and no one's gonna like me ever. Like, they said you had a funny haircut. Chill out. You know what I'm saying? Like, these kids are so sensitive. It's like, they said I couldn't sit in my assigned seat, so I cried. What? Sit in another chair. But I wanted to sit by the window. Okay, we don't always get what we want. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, there's people that, like, nowadays I feel like people are so sensitive to things. And like I said, I don't want to go down some crazy, weird rabbit hole here. But, like, in general, like, I'm not saying this is a correlation. But back in my day, I feel like either A, it wasn't as widely known, or it didn't happen as often. But like school shootings and stuff like that, right? They're terrible. They're awful. They shouldn't happen. But I feel like they've gotten progressively worse over the years. And I feel like it's because people take offense to the jokes and the kind of negative talking to each other much more seriously than they used to, right? So a kid that's constantly being left out of the group, kid that's constantly being told that he doesn't fit in, instead of making his own thing, taking his own path, doing his own stuff and saying fuck those guys, I don't need them, they go and shoot up the school instead. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's way different nowadays. It's crazy different. Oh, yeah, see, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So in that situation, I would have been busting his balls for, oh, bro, you passed out. Oh, hell no. You got shit on your face now. First person to pass out gets drawn on the face. And obviously, like I said, down the road, finds out, oh, I had a heart condition. Boom, fixed. It helped him, right? But we had fun with it in the meantime, right? And it wasn't anything serious. It wasn't, like, that's the thing. Like, we had we had a fat friend. His name was Shane. Super fat guy. Like, he was like 350, 400 pounds. He was a big dude. Really nice guy. He was one of well, I wouldn't say friend because he never talked to me outside of school, but my cousin's friend. We used to go to this property up in the woods and hang out and have bonfires and hang out and eat food and drink and whatever. And I don't know what happened, bro. This guy was so hammered when I showed up. But he was stumbling around and everything, and he was about to fall over. So we're holding him up before he falls down, so he doesn't fall on the ground. And we say, "No, Nick, grab a chair." Fucking Nick, bro. This guy, he grabs this sun-bleached fucking plastic 20-year-old plastic chair that had been sitting outside sun bleaching for 20 years, and he throws it under this 400-pound dude that's about to collapse, expecting to catch him with it. I shit you not, dude. This fucking chair exploded into a million pieces. It was the funniest thing of the entire month. Like, I to this day I still laugh about it. It's so funny. And Shane goes straight through this chair. It explodes everywhere, and he's laying on the ground and he looks up at us and he says, "What happened?" It's like, you went through a chair. He's like, well, whose bright idea was it to put a plastic chair under my fat ass? You know what I mean? Like, he didn't take any offense to the fact that, you know, he's a big guy, right? Like, but you know what I mean? It was just funny. And like, we picked him up, you know, he had shrapnel everywhere. We got him a metal chair this time, flopped him in the metal chair, and everything was good. And we're like, yo, Nick, do you have any fucking brain cells, bro? He's like, bro, I wasn't thinking it was the closest chair to me. He was like, yeah, you're a fucking idiot. Like, even a dumbass knows how to put a plastic chair on a 400-pound dude. And Nick looks at Shane, and Shane's like, bro, that was a dumbass move. He's like, I know. You know what I mean? But nobody took offense to any of it, right? We were calling people dumbass, we calling people fat. Like, nobody cared, right? I mean, I was the dumbass throwing 20-ounce bottles full of gasoline in the fire and engulfed myself in it. You think I took offense to them calling me an idiot? Not really, because I kind of deserved it, right? And I think that's the big problem, man, is like, people call them out on their shit. They're like, damn, you stink, right? Or, oh, your teeth are fucked up, or your hair looks like shit, or you're fat, or whatever. They call them out on their shit. And I think the reason people take such offense to it is because they know it's true and they don't like it being pointed out, and it kind of cuts them in that self-consciousness. Like we were talking about before, it makes you self-conscious about the things when people bring it up. If you know it's a problem, you don't fix it and people point it out to you, it hurts you more. And I think that's what's happening in this day and age, is these kids have these problems, they know their problems, and instead of seeking help or seeking ways to improve it or fix it, they just they point the finger the other direction, say they're harassing me, they're bullying me, they're making fun of me, they're doing this, they're doing that, and then it like escalates to like, you know, school shootings and crazy shit like that. And I think that's kind of where the problem is it's not so much that people can't take the jokes, because people still joke with their friends all the time like that. But I think there's a lot that goes on that some of these people can't take the jokes because it is a self-conscious problem that they know is a problem, and either A, they're working on it, or B, they refuse to work on it. Like, they haven't accepted that they needed to work on it yet. And they think it's everybody else's problem, everybody else's fault of why it's a problem, and it causes more problems. Yeah, exactly. And then you should probably, hey man, you want to start going on some walks, do some, try and burn some calories, try and curb that weight gain, right? It looks like you're gaining a little bit of weight. You want to work out with me or something? Bro, what are you trying to call me fat? What are you trying to bully me? It's like, no, bro, I'm trying to ask if you need any help, working on your weight gain problem. Unless it's unintentional. Like, if it's intentional, sure. Hey, go on out, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I don't know. It drives me insane. Like, I don't like people as it is. I don't like going out. I don't really make friends. I hate being in public. People are just so selfish. Bro, we went to fucking Costco today, and I swear to God, if it was the purge, everybody would be dead. I hated people so much. Like, that sounds harsh, but when you're walking, right? So typically, general standards is unconsciously when you're walking at grocery stores and retail stores and stuff like that, you typically walk on the side that you drive on, right? So in America, we walk on the right side of the direction we're going. It's kind of an unconscious thing that people just do, right? And we're in fucking Costco, right? And obviously there's no lights, there's no stop signs for like intersections and stuff like that. So, you kind of got to look and figure out what's going on. People think it's acceptable to be walking down an aisle and dead stop in the middle of the walkway and sit there for 10 minutes not moving, causing a traffic jam behind them because there's people on the other side walking past, right? There's nowhere to go around them. There's nothing to do. Instead of pulling off to the side, right, or going down the aisle a little bit to get their cart out of the way and then to do what they got to do, they literally stop in the damn center of the fucking walkway, preventing people from walking by. And then they start walking like one fucking inch at a fucking time, like barely moving fucking anywhere and shit. So you got those people. Then you got the people that they see you walking and they walk directly at you, expecting you to move out of their way. Like, I get it, right? Like, in those situations when you're both walking in the same lane, who really goes around who? But like I said, the unwritten rule is you walk on the side that you typically drive on. It's just an unwritten rule that kind of people just do instinctively. It just works, right? You're used to driving on that side of the road. You're used to being on that side of the road. You're used to passing people the same way, you know. But you got people that literally walk directly at you, and if you don't move because you're expecting them to move, they will dead stop looking you dead in the eyes and be like, "Are you gonna move?" Well, I can ask you the same thing, stupid ass, right? And then you got people in the parking lot that they're driving down like, right? We'll pull up paint, right? So you're driving down a parking lot, right? So here's the main road, right? You're coming down the main road. You got like an entrance here, got like an entrance here, right? And there's parking lots, you know, whatever here and blah, blah, blah. You're driving down, you pull in and you stop right fucking here at the entrance to go into here. And there's a car and 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 a car. And you're just sitting there blocking all this traffic because you're waiting for a parking spot close to the entrance of the building. And there's cars, and the parking lot goes on a long ways, right? There's a lot of parking spots over here. There's a lot of parking spots down here. But you want one close. So you stop dead in the middle of the fucking intersection. So nobody pulling into the actual facility can get past you. Because you want a close parking spot. That's the bullshit that we deal with on a daily basis. Because people are so entitled to themselves, think that they're the only one that matters in the world, that they're okay with holding up 50 to 100 other people behind them just so they can get 2 or 3 spaces closest to the door. Because I'm going to tell you right now, we walked past this person. There was roughly 15 cars, right? There was a parking spot right here. There was another parking spot like here and here, and like 1,000 of them right here. But they wanted the parking spot right here. They wanted this person to back out, gave them room to back out so they can take that parking spot. Literally like 5 parking spaces closer to the door. They held up like 50 fucking people because they wanted to be closer to the door. Right? And then on another situation, we were trying to leave, right? So we're driving down the road and we see this car coming and they turn and go right through our lane, almost hitting us to go this direction. We had to dead stop before they hit us. Because they didn't want to turn as they were supposed to. Fucking crazy, right? I fucking hate people. This is why I don't like going outside. This is why I don't like interacting with people. People are just very selfish. People are very centered. They only care about themselves. Everybody else in the world could die in a fire. They don't give a shit. It's crazy. Oh my god, bro. I hate people so much. I am so self-aware of other people around me. Like, for example, I'll be walking. I go to the bathroom, right? So I'm walking down the aisles and I'm trying to like go to the bathroom. So I'm zigzagging in and out of people. So I'm not like cutting them off. I'm not in their way. I'm trying to stay out of people's way. And there's a lot of people like sitting in the lines, you know, in long lines, right? There's long lines for the cash registers. And I'm trying to walk behind this guy. And I see this other guy walking. And granted, we got to the same point roughly around the same time. But I feel like I was there maybe a couple steps sooner. So there was a dude. Let's say the dude was like sitting right here, right? And I was here. And the fat dude was like right here. So he was a few steps away. He was blocking my path to go around this guy to go to the bathroom. So he stops in his tracks. And I had to walk around him to then go to the bathroom. Because his fat ass didn't want to walk around to me. Which, like I said, that's like that's an argument both ways, right? I could have went around him, he could have went around me. I should probably do it because I have more mobility. Whatever. I'm okay with it. But at the end of the day, it happens so much where people expect you to do the right thing because they're not in the wrong, that you're in the wrong. But if the shoe was on the other foot, right, no matter how they look at it, you're the wrong person, they're not the wrong person. It's just like, can we think about more than just ourselves, please? Right? Like when I see someone struggling to pick something up, I ask to help them, right? It's that simple, right? I ask if they need help. I get told no every time, but I ask if they need help. If I'm struggling, people just walk on past me and don't ask me a thing. They don't ask to help. They don't see if I'm okay. Like, it's just fucking crazy, man. People are just so self-absorbed and like they're just entitled and bullshit. I just hate it. Yeah, and that happens too, man. Like if we're walking at each other, I'll go to the right, they'll go to the right, and they're like, well, what? Oh, ooh, who's going where? Ooh, ooh, right? And we're like, oh shit, we're both doing the same shit, right? Like, that happens, man. It happens, but at least you both try to do the right thing, right? Once again, that boils down to, hey, what side of the road should you be on? If you pass, if you're supposed to drive on the right, I should be going to the right, you should be going to the left. Your right, right? Both be going to our right. So if I'm going to the right and you're stepping to your left, you're definitely doing something wrong, right? But yeah, man, this is why I don't like going outside. This is why I don't like make friends. This is why I don't participate in the world. It's just people suck. Not all of them. Don't get me wrong, not all of them. It just happens to be that the people you do remember, the people you do interact with, or I guess that's the wrong way to think of it. So the way I like to think of it, Bandit, is the people that are doing the right thing, you don't notice, right? They go invisible in a sense, right? Because they're not standing out as doing anything wrong. So they're not in your mind, right? They're not in your face. When people are doing the norm, they're doing the correct things, they're not standing out as thumbs, right? When someone's doing something, like if everybody's wearing white and you got the one person wearing black, are you really noticing all the people in white? Or are you only seeing the person in black? That's the kind of thing with the people that are doing the wrong thing. They stand out so much, you don't notice the people doing the right things, right? For example, we were at Denny's one day and this old man fell down outside, right? We all saw it and we did see a bunch of people run over to help them. No one thought anything of it, right? Obviously, we wanted to make sure he was okay and everything, but everybody went on with their day, right? Now, if that guy fell and you saw a person walk right past him and not try to help him out, not feel, you know what I mean? Being a piece of shit, basically, or they were the reason they fell over, they knocked him over. Completely different story. You remember that person vividly because he is a black sheep in a sea of white, right? He is that piece of shit person that you want to avoid, that you will always see, you know, because you're not going to remember the 100 people that tried to help the person. You're going to remember the one person that was a dick about it. And that's the thing when you go out in public, right? You go and order food at McDonald's. You don't notice the 90% of the people that are watching their volumes of their conversations, being respectful of other people's space and boundaries and, you know, conversations and things like that, and people's time, and you know what I mean? You don't notice the 90% of the people doing the right thing. You notice that one motherfucker in the corner of the room throwing a temper tantrum, screaming and hollering, laughing and giggling and causing a ruckus because he's the only thing that you can see right now. And it ruins your taste for, and that's why it's like, oh my god, 90% of the population is fucking bullshit. It's not true. It's more along the lines of like 10 to 15% of them just don't give a fuck. And that 10 to 15% stand out so much because it's the only thing we see. Because all the people following the norm just gets washed away in the sea of the norm. And we don't notice it. You know what I mean? Like the other day I was driving and there was an Amazon truck put his blinker on. He was a little bit ahead of me. I saw him put his blinker on, so I slowed down to let him get in front of me. 99.9% of the time when me and my wife are driving, people speed up to block us from getting over, right? But here's the thing. How often do we change lanes like that and not notice that someone's there because they've already slowed down for us, right? We put the signal on, we look over, and there's room, so we get over, right? We don't notice that that person did the right thing. But we do notice when the person does the wrong thing. See what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem with this caveat of people suck. It's not that people suck. It's a very small percentage of them really suck. And those are the only ones that stand out and cause the problem. Like I said, it's that saying there's always one. There's always one person that ruins it for everybody else, and it's 1000% true. And in any given situation, you can put any number of people together, and there's always one person that will ruin it for the rest of them. If you say, hey, you can only take one apple, right? You have 100 apples, you have 100 people. You tell them all they can only take one apple. There is almost always one person that will try to take more than one apple. I don't care the situation. There's almost always a single person that will always try to take more than one apple. Don't know why. That's just the way of the world. There's always one person to ruin it for. Now, don't get me wrong. There will be those one-offs where that one person won't be in that group of 100, right? Maybe they'll be in the second group of 100. Maybe you have 2 people in the next group, right? But the average is, in a situation where there's a mass amount of people, there's always one person to do the wrong thing. There always is. And most of the time, they don't even know they're doing the wrong thing. They think it's socially acceptable or it's okay to do what they're doing because no one tells them otherwise. Because how often does someone do something stupid and you don't confront them, you don't say anything because you don't want to cause a scene, you don't want to cause a problem, right? 90% of the time, that's what happens. Most people are just like, yeah, I'm whatever, fuck him. I'll just go about my day. It doesn't bother me. He's already gone, right? It's just, what is it going to solve confronting the person? Other than explaining to them how fucking stupid they are, right? Oh, but yeah, I mean, that's just the way of the world at this point. And like I said, I'm really worried that percentage is going to grow over the next, over the years, because social media is ruining everything. TikTok's ruining things. Social media is ruining everything. Everything is on the phone. Everything is on the internet. Everything is being recorded. Everybody's doing everything. And here's the thing. Back in the day, ignorance was bliss. You didn't know what you didn't know. Now, with internet being at the tip of your fingers, there's not a lot you don't know, but there's a lot of misinformation. So you take information at face value most times without verifying, and then you speak ignorantly because you are speaking incorrectly because someone posted something fake on the internet. Because you can't lie on the internet, right? But I know what you're saying. It's like, if something bad happens, everybody's thinking somebody else is going to do the right thing. And if everybody's thinking somebody else is going to do the right thing, no one does the right thing. I know what you're saying. And it's true. That's why at the end of the day, it's better to not expect someone to do the right thing, or it's better just for you to do the right thing yourself. Because the first person to step up and to start to do the right thing, the others will follow. And it always takes the one leader to get the rest in line. Right? It's always that way. And it's better to be that initiator. It's better to be that leader, that person that starts the good trend, than it is to be the follower. Because once again, if you're going to be the follower like everybody else, who's going to start it? Who's going to be the trendsetter? Who's going to be the leader in the situation? If no one is, then no one does the right thing. Where's society going? Right? Who's going to start opening the doors for people? Who's going to start helping people pick up packages? Who's going to help you when you fall down? Right? Like, if no one's initiating, then it never happens. And if it never happens, then no, there's no more trust. No one's going to trust people. No one's going to make friends with people. No one's going to help each other. Everybody's on their own. And it's a dog eat dog world at that point. And at this point, we might as well be in Mad Max movie. You know what I mean? It's, I don't know, man. I look at it like this. If I see something wrong, I do something about it. I've always been that way. I've been a bully's bully ever since I was young. Anytime I see someone doing something they shouldn't be doing, I step in and I stop it. I've always done it my whole life, regardless if I get my ass kicked or not. I've always been the one to put myself between me and that person. Even if I'm in the wrong, I feel like let's say there's two people, I see them fighting, one person's clearly winning this fight. I will step in and I will stop that person from continuing the fight, regardless if they had a valid reason for the fight to begin with, right? Regardless if the person getting their ass kicked deserved it or not, I'm usually the person to stop it. And it doesn't matter if I get my ass kicked or not. I feel like at that point, enough's enough. You don't need to beat each other's asses. Words can solve most situations. Yes, one good solid punch to the mouth solves a lot of problems. I've done it myself. Because words sometimes can't convey how fucked up what they said was. But I've always been that bully's bully. Ever seen somebody being shitty to somebody, I've always stood up for the underdog. I've always stood up for the person being shit on. But I just can't tolerate stupid people. I just can't. People that act like idiots, people that act like their shit don't stink, that they're the only person that matters, the world revolves around them. I hate them with every fiber of my being. And every time I'm subjected to deal with them, I let them know that. 100% let them know, bro. I don't play games. It's like the story I told you before about the military thing. I don't play bullshit. Even with my job at work, I don't play bullshit. If something isn't getting done right, I call it out immediately. I don't play this, well, we'll let it slide. No, we don't. You let it slide once, they think it's okay. And that's the thing. It's like these people that do whatever they want in parking lots, the people that stand in front of people and think that it's okay to block pathways and stuff, people that are, doing these types of inappropriate behaviors in public settings, they never get confronted, so they never think it's a problem. They're like, oh, well, no one ever said anything, so, you know what I mean? So it's obviously not an issue. Yeah, the fight, I mean, don't get me wrong. There are situations, don't get me wrong, Bandit, that a fight is the only way to solve something. There is very rare instances that, yes, a fight is the only way to solve something, but at the end of the day, it doesn't need to be a full-on beat-down fight. A couple swings is all it ever takes, right? If you talk shit about someone's mother, and you talk ill about their mother, they deserve a punch in the mouth. Maybe not a full ass kicking, but a punch in the mouth is suffice, right? Don't talk bad about my mom. That's mean. That isn't going to get the point across, right? Telling somebody that they're being mean and they shouldn't talk poorly about your mother to somebody that's going to go that far gets nothing done. That type of person needs to be punched in the mouth. Like I said, they don't need a complete ass whooping. They don't need to go to the hospital. You don't need to break any bones or anything. They definitely need to be punched in the mouth. They need to feel physical pain to understand that what they said was unacceptable. The only alternative is to go to the extreme of putting them in jail for something as simple as saying that someone's mama's fat, right? You ain't gonna put someone in jail, because then there needs to be consequences. That's the problem, Bandit. Verbally telling somebody that they hurt your feelings, verbally telling somebody that what they said was unacceptable, there is no consequence. People nowadays do not understand something that doesn't come with a consequence. If they throw their phone into an ocean and they lose it, they have suffered a consequence and they will not throw their phone in the ocean again. Correct? If they throw their phone in the ocean and a fucking whale brings it back to them, or you grab it off the bottom of the ocean and bring it back to them and they still have their phone and it still works, did they learn their lesson? Yeah, they had a little anxiety or whatever. Or let's say it dropped in the pool, maybe not the ocean. Oh, I'm gonna throw my phone in the pool. Hey, can you go get that for me? And you get it, and your phone works. Okay, they're gonna keep doing that, right? They're gonna keep throwing their phone in the pool and going and getting it because there's no repercussions. It's the same thing with like parking in a wrong parking spot. They don't ever get a ticket. They don't ever go to jail. No one ever, even if someone says something to them, there's no repercussions. It's just like those videos of people not putting their carts away in the cart containers, right? If you never get in trouble for not putting your cart away, and there's no repercussions for not putting your cart away, then what is the incentive to doing the correct thing, right? That's why I say sometimes a punch in the mouth is necessary. Like I said, I'm not saying a full-on fight. I'm not saying a beatdown. I'm not saying to actually physically alter someone's body in some way, shape, or form. I'm saying a single solid punch to the mouth is something they deserve. Because there needs to be some sort of repercussion for their actions, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I shouldn't advocate for violence. I shouldn't, say, hey, violence is good. Assaulting people is good. It's not. It's against the law. Don't get me wrong. Shouldn't do it. But what I'm saying is, in some situations, that is the only way to correct a problem. Right? The only way to make them understand what they're doing is wrong. Because otherwise, they're never going to learn. They're like, oh, yeah. Do you know how many times you see videos where someone's doing something incorrect, right? Parking in someone's parking spot that they're not allowed to. And someone's like, hey, you're not allowed to park there. And their immediate reaction is like, yeah, sure, okay, whatever. And they just walk off because they don't care. They're not, you know what I mean? Now, if they came back and their car was gone, they would care, right? If a cop wrote them a ticket and towed their car and they came out and their car was gone, and the cop says, well, you parked in a parking spot you weren't supposed to. Well, I didn't know. What do you mean? It says no parking. Well, I didn't see it. It's like, no, you mean you saw it. You knew you weren't supposed to do it. You just did it anyway because you thought you can get away with it. Now there's a repercussion. You lost your car and you have to go pay money to get it back, right? That is legally acceptable, right? Punching people is not. But what are you supposed to do in a situation where someone is berating you and bullying you and harassing you, right? Oh, you go to the cops. They give them a restraining order. Oh, you're not allowed to talk to me. Okay. They do it anyway, right? Oh, he broke his thing. He's not allowed to talk to me. He's talking to me anyways. Like, you're not supposed to talk to him. They give him multiple chances. Eventually, yes, you could go to jail for breaking that, right? But what's more convenient? At this point, you've probably been dealing with this problem. You've probably been being bullied. You've probably been like physically and emotionally like messed with for years before you finally bring it up, and then you deal with it for even longer. At this point, you are so beaten down, you're so down bad that this is where the depression kicks in, where people hurt themselves and do things that they shouldn't do, because bad. Definitely don't do that. But at the end of the day, they don't see a way out because no one's helping them. No one's fixing the situation. No one's giving this person repercussions. They're not teaching them what they're doing is bad. They're just, hey, Johnny, we told you once, we told you twice, you need to not do that. Come on, please listen to me. Smack, smack, smack on the wrist. You're a bad boy. That doesn't get across to many people. That nice approach works for very few people.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, I am in the worst rant of my life. Why are you here? Why did you have to raid me? Thank you very much. We have been on for 1 hour and 50 minutes past when I was supposed to, because I am on this weird tangent rant for the last 2 hours about how shitty people are. But welcome in. How was your raid or your day? Your stream? I'm assuming you were playing Lord of the Rings. How's the grind going? How's the Hobbit Hunter going? There it goes. So But it's just fair. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh man. But yeah, welcome in. Thank you for the stream or the raid. Like I said, I'm about to be getting off in a minute here anyway, but I appreciate the support and bringing in your lovely party of peoples. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'm just over here ranting and raving and talking about dog shit ass people. How the gist of it, Talith, people are self-absorbed, self-centered, and they only care about themselves. And sometimes, in some way, shape, or form, the only way to solve some situations, which I do not advocate against violence, is sometimes people need to get a punch in the mouth. Because if there's not a repercussion to their actions, they will continue to do them. And just telling them that they're wrong is not enough most times. So that's basically the gist of what we were talking about. Like I said, don't advocate against violence. You shouldn't punch people. It's against the law. But what I'm saying is, don't do it. But sometimes I can see why it happens, because some people need that type of, hey, Johnny, you're doing the wrong thing. Doesn't work for them, right? They need an actual repercussion, or they're just going to keep doing it, right? If there's no downside to what they're doing, if they don't get in trouble for what they're doing, they're just going to keep doing it. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That is the cliff notes of the argument. I don't condone it, but sometimes they need one, right? Yeah, I am too, Bandit. I only stayed on because we were chatting. But I appreciate it. Have a good day, Bandit. Obviously, as you as well, Tal. Go have a good rest of your day, my friend. I'm going to be working the next couple days, so any of you need to reach me before this weekend when we stream again, hit me up in the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord and you want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need any help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, feel free to chime in the Discord at any time. If you ever miss a stream, or if you ever want to catch up on something or whatever, feel free to hit up the VODs channel in the About Me. Click on that. You can bring you over our VODs. You can catch all the streams if you ever miss one. But I appreciate y'all. Like I said, we're gonna be working the next 2 days, so we'll be back Friday night, Saturday morning, and then Saturday night, Sunday morning, and Sunday night, Monday morning. So all weekend we'll be here. I'll be on Path Exiles 2 most likely most of the time. So hopefully you guys have a good next couple days. Hopefully we see you this weekend. I appreciate y'all. Take it easy. Stay safe. And yeah, if you guys need me in the meantime, hit me in the Discord. Bye-bye. See ya. Thank you for the raid, Tyler. Have a good day. Bye-bye-bye.